In the Name of the Prophet, by Liam Dale. Chapter 1. Saint or Martyr. The speeding underground train was no more than 30 yards away. Muhammad Salim's left arm wrapped around the waist of the little girl as she fell forward. The platform disappeared in front of him. Below him lay only death. It would be a merciful death. He would feel no pain, only a release from the pain that permeated his every living thought. How could the rejected love of a woman be the cause of so much pain? A hollow pain, a nothingness, an empty void within him where once there had been life. A woman screamed. Muhammad felt the violent push of air as the onrushing force struck him, followed by an opposite force that seemed to be drawing him forward to a certain death. His center of balance hovered between the two opposing forces. 1 ounce, 1 inch the wrong way and 2 lives would be lost. He felt himself beginning to lose the battle as the little girl struggled and kicked out. His eyes closed as he decided to succumb to the inevitable. He was going to die anyway, so what the hell? Why fight it? If he died, it would be God's will. If God wanted him to live, he would intervene. He was about to die in the name of the Prophet. Panic suddenly set in. He was going to die within the next few seconds, but not as a martyr. Would he still be accepted in paradise? Or would Allah punish him for saving the life of a child, an infidel child? The Quran instructed all Muslims to kill the infidel wherever they found him. Did that also apply to infidel children? It was now too late to ask the cleric. Strong hands were suddenly pulling him away from the speeding underground train. Muhammad's center of balance shifted. His left foot that seconds before was tilting the balance in favor of death, once again found solid ground. He walked backwards along the platform, conscious that his life had been spared, and he had saved the life of the little girl. A woman rushed forward. Her mouth screamed eerily without sound, screaming a scream that was still trapped inside her terrified body. She grabbed the child. People were shaking Muhammad's hand. Arms were wrapped admiringly around his shoulder. They were calling him a hero, a saint. A man without fear who had put his life on the line to save a soul. A beautiful blonde, blue-eyed, angelic soul. Muhammad began to feel lightheaded as he walked back to his seat and sat down by his rucksack. His right hand instinctively reached inside his black coat pocket and comfortingly, almost lovingly, caressed a small white plastic remote. He could feel the heat from the flashing red light join forces with the overwhelming empowerment of Allah's presence. He felt reassured that it was fully armed and primed to obey his holy command. This was to be his release from the torment that would not leave him. He paused for a moment. He was an intelligent man. Were the little girl's actions simply a coincidence, or had Allah arranged for her to run towards the speeding train for a reason? Was he being tested? Had he failed the test by saving a non-believer, an infidel? His actions had been those of mankind, not those of a prophet, nor those of a god. Did neither the prophet nor Allah understand the feelings and emotions that mankind had been both blessed and cursed with? Allah had perhaps been merciful. Maybe he had spared his life for a reason. He could still become a martyr and make it to paradise if he wanted to. He again felt the warmth of the detonator switch. Would Allah thank him for saving the little girl, or would he punish him and condemn him to the eternal torment of hell? She was a non-believer, and saving her could never be in the name of the Prophet. The Prophet wanted him to kill infidels, not to save them. He increased the pressure on the detonator switch, then hesitated momentarily. Why had Allah spared him? Was it a sign? Allahu Akbar. He could feel the words welling up deep inside his body. Once screamed, there could be no going back. Should he press the switch now, or should he wait until the little girl was far enough away to escape the blast, he wondered. He visualized Aisha. Damn Aisha. She had to be punished. His blood would be on her hands. His grip tightened as he prepared to press the switch. "Thank you, sir," The child's mother could now speak again. "Thank you for saving my baby. I will remember you forever in my prayers. May your God go with you." Muhammad relaxed his hold on the detonator switch and reached forward to stroke the beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed child's head. Which God had the woman been referring to? Surely not Allah. Allah had been the God that had commanded him to kill the child. Damn Aisha. Damn Allah. Chapter 2. The Thin Blue Line. Jesus Christ, sir. You don't seem to be listening. Chief Inspector Slade's stare turned into a glare. Stephen Slade was no accelerated promotion copper. He may only be a chief inspector, but despite heated opposition from his superiors, the mayor himself had given him the honorary rank and powers of a chief superintendent when dealing with the ever-accelerating Islamic problem. He had fought his way through the ranks and saw an uncanny mirror image of his former self in the younger Blackwell. Detective Sergeant Andy Blackwell's whole demeanor smacked of insubordination. What the young sergeant had yet to discover was that policing was no longer a matter of rounding up and locking up villains. It was now centered around politics, political correctness, league tables, public perception. Image was everything. The public, once primed to near hysteria by the press, demanded clear-up rates as close to 100% as was possible. A thwarted handbag snatch counted as a result and was every bit as useful as a thwarted bank robbery once the quarterly league tables of the rival police forces were published. Chief Inspector Slade did not sign up for this police force. 30 years ago, things were done differently. Results were measured in villains put behind bars, not bloody league tables. It wasn't that he was the archetypal old-fashioned copper who beat confessions out of criminals, but as an idealistic young man, he really and truly believed that what he did was worthwhile, a public service. He had been a genuine member of the Thin Blue Line. He liked the phrase. It had a certain resonance. It also used to have relevance. Now he was not so sure. His mind moved back into the present. Andy Blackwell was right, of course, but only up to a point. He was listening, and he was listening well. A terrorist attack was imminent, and Blackwell's sources were good, every bit as good as his policing abilities. This wasn't one of his inspirational hunches. This was about an uncontested and certain reality to come, but to close down every one of the capital's underground stations would bring chaos to the whole city. Billions of pounds worth of business would evaporate. Millions of people would be left wandering the city streets, looking for either a hotel or a way home. These people would then become even more vulnerable to the Big Bang that Blackwell had been predicting for several weeks now. Something big was brewing. The air was electrified with the malevolent expectation of some kind of mini-holocaust. It was coming. When or how was unknown, but both Slade and Blackwell could feel the buildup. Every pause in terrorist activity was a prelude to an ever-increasing level of subhuman slaughter of the innocents. He could close down the entire capital's transport system if he wanted to. He had already done so on 2 previous occasions, resulting in untold chaos and violent recriminations from every known quarter. Business was far more important than the loss of a few dozen, even a few hundred lives. He had abused his power, the chief constable had screamed at him. Still, he had been given that power, and could only be overruled by the mayor himself. Even the mayor dare not go against him and imperil the people of London. Slade had insisted on this before he would sign the new contract. The chief constable had willingly given him this authority as an abdication of his own authority. He in turn had too much to lose. A knighthood was waiting just around the corner, and any form of cock-up during his last year in office could have consequences. Chief Inspector Slade's arse was now on the line, and not the chief constable's. Perhaps now was the time to retire. He had been considering this option more and more of late. His retirement was long overdue, and it was only at the mayor's personal bequest that he had accepted the post of counter-terrorism supremo. He was now in overall command of a new type of thin blue line. This line, however, was different. It was fragmented, and in reality, it only lived concealed somewhere deep within the department's computers. In many ways, it hardly existed. It was invisible and could never be directionally focused nor physically deployed. The enemy did not take on any villainous human form. It could not be arrested, charged, and then locked up. It was incredibly old. Too old to run away and to escape arrest. The new enemy was an ideology whose origins dated back to the 7th century and had now escaped its Middle Eastern shackles and resurfaced 14 centuries later, accompanied by all its evil intent. It had resurfaced in full view of the people of Europe, for whom the least line of resistance had been to appease, to accept, and to the left-wing press and broadcasting authorities, to embrace. It was also embraced by politicians. The same politicians who had promised the people who had voted for them, that they, and they alone, would stand firm against the inevitable ideological invasion. They had lied. Slade's thin blue line was no longer of any use. The whole concept was now redundant. How could he arrest an ideology, an implanted brainwashed concept that encompassed religion, politics, and an unquestioning subservience and submission to a 7th century Arabian desert fairy tale? Millions of people throughout Europe now embraced this ideology and did not want the thin blue line to interfere. Maybe it really was time to retire. The onrushing, inexorable tide of Islam was unstoppable and was consuming everything in its path. He was no more than a modern-day King Canute, soon to be submerged under an inrushing tide of suicide bombs and bullets. Just how reliable is your source, Andy? It had better be pretty damn good, or I'm going to be hung out to dry for certain this time, and you will be pegged out next to me on the Dole Q washing line. Slade picked up a pencil and scribbled something down onto a notepad. Blackwell smiled and relaxed a little before letting out an audible sigh. He realized that he had pushed it a little too far this time. Chief Inspector Slade often gave him enough rope to work with, but never quite enough to hang himself. His enthusiasm for the job, and the responsibility that he now shouldered, often manifest itself by his pushing the boundaries a little too far. This was an occasion for testing the limits of those boundaries. It's pukka, sir. No doubt whatsoever, and it will definitely be the underground. Slade stopped writing and scratched his head before staring directly into Blackwell's eyes. His hand unconsciously stroked his chin, and his brow furrowed, as he considered his options. This definitely wasn't one of the young sergeant's hunches. This was police work of the highest order. One way or another, Blackwell had somehow acquired an informant from within the Muslim community. This was unprecedented, unheard of within the Met. Policemen were the enemy within that community. Jews and homosexuals were of course the real enemy. Still, coppers came pretty high in the pecking order. A warped ideology rarely discriminated between different categories of infidel, but Jews, homosexuals, and then coppers took priority on the must-be-killed list. Maybe Blackwell hadn't acquired the informant. What if he had actually placed him there? Slade never pushed the point. Blackwell was good. That was for sure. Blackwell was bloody good. Look, Andy, you know what kind of pressure I am under from everyone and their dog. One more false warning, no matter how reliable your sources, and I will be submerged in so much shit that they will never find me. You have to go back to your source and try to isolate the station. Offer him anything that he wants. I will personally guarantee that the department will underwrite it, even if I have to twist the bloody mayor's head off to get it. Go now and ring me straight away as soon as you have a positive location. I will organize a task force. Detective Sergeant Andy Blackwell walked slowly away, shaking his head as he did so. He opened the chief inspector's door, paused, and with a big grin on his face asked, "Do you think that the mayor will sanction the 72 virgins, sir? That should open him up a little. I will personally search the entire country looking for them, and I promise to test every single one of them." Blackwell ducked and burst out laughing as the pencil narrowly missed his head, before exiting the room. Slade picked up the phone and asked for the mayor's office. He had to phrase things carefully. The mayor may be a right-wing hardliner, but first and foremost he was a politician, and all politicians are invariably more concerned with vote gathering than they are with the country's welfare. There had been too many false warnings given in recent months, and too much disruption to the financial operation of the city. The city was London. It was the wealth-creating nucleus of the country, the focal point of much of the world's financial movements and transactions. Without the city, Wall Street would be submerged under a sea of unimaginable proportions and mistrust. Not everyone wanted to work with Wall Street. The Muslim Arab world had long ago cast America as the great Satan, and in its unique role as the lesser of two necessary evils, the city was now the clearinghouse and investment center for all Middle Eastern oil money. There was a danger of crying wolf often enough for a blasé mindset to develop. Real and imminent threats would be ignored, and would almost certainly result in calamitous loss of life. Both he and Blackwell were aware of the tactics developed by the terrorists. Spurious warnings were being given on an almost monthly basis, resulting in not only major disruption to the City of London and its operation, but inevitably a genuine fear by its inhabitants and commuter workforce. This inordinate fear was now beginning to evaporate, and in its place a "what the hell" attitude of apathy was taking over. Deciding what was a real threat, and what was no more than a probing of the security service's readiness to react, was beginning to be the most challenging part of the job. Slade sat back in his chair and looked around his office. It really wasn't much for a chief inspector. He was damned good at his job, and many years ago, while still a raw young copper, chief inspector had probably been the limit of his aspirational horizon. Now, he viewed his rank as a failure. He was considerably smarter than the chief constable, and most of his superiors, so why had his early meteoric rise through the ranks come to a dead stop in the last decade? He of course knew the answer. How often had he stressed this point to Blackwell? Politics, Andy, he had told him on numerous occasions. Never ignore nor forget the politics. Policing comes a distant second to politics. Forget the villains and criminals. Lick a few asses and stick yours in the air if you want a few pips on your shoulder. He smiled as he spoke out loud to himself. His cynicism and hatred of the modern promotional structure at times almost consumed him. Thin blue line my arse. He again spoke out loud. Fucking league tables, that's what counts. He suddenly laughed out loud as he realized that he was talking to himself. His thoughts and his one-way discussion were interrupted by a knock on the door, and a WPC popped her head round. The mayor is on the line, sir. Put him through, June, my dear. Slade grinned as he continued in his best Shakespearean voice. The lion is hungry, and the sacrificial lamb is in the oven, cooked to perfection. Yes, sir. June Watkins looked puzzled as she exited the room and closed the chief inspector's door behind her. Chapter 3. Second Thoughts. Another train sped by, once again at full speed. That was now 3 in a row. Mohammed Salem was waiting for one to stop. Hundreds of people disembarking meant hundreds of casualties. Allah wanted hundreds of infidel casualties. There would of course be Muslim casualties. Allah accepted this. All wars had collateral damage among the civilians. Allah would take care of them in paradise. He sensed that something was wrong. Had there been an informant? Had someone leaked information to the police, or were the trains simply full? No, that was rubbish. People needed to get off. His mind was in turmoil. He could feel the sweat running down his face and soaking into his shirt. His whole body was becoming saturated, and his heavy black coat was now unbearably hot. His hand once again caressed the little plastic box in his pocket. Just a slight increase in pressure was all that it would take. He felt the switch. Now was the time. The words Allahu Akbar rose from deep within his body, waiting for no more than the activation of his vocal cords. The little blonde, blue-eyed girl ran past him, giggling, and under the watchful eye of her mother. She knew no fear. Death was still an unknown concept for so young and innocent a mind. Muhammad hesitated, his hand releasing the plastic box. One more second, that's all that it would have taken. One more second and he would now be in paradise. Why had he hesitated? Was the child a sign, a message from Allah himself? Before setting out at first light in the morning, he had been so sure in his mind that what he was about to do would be a preordained accomplishment. They had told him this over and over again at the mosque. This was his destiny. This was why Allah had allowed him to be born. He had to repay Allah's kindness by his submission to his will. Islam meant submission. Submission to Allah. Aisha had to be punished. Her guilt would consume her. She could never again love another man. Why had she abandoned him? Why did Allah want him to kill the little girl? This both puzzled and troubled him. Her mother had kissed and embraced him. She had hugged him so tightly that beneath his heavy black coat, he could barely breathe. The beautiful, blonde-haired, blue-eyed child had smiled at him. It was a sweet, innocent smile. Not the smile of an infidel, but the sweet, innocent smile of a child. She had never condemned Islam. She had never bombed and killed Muslims or burned down their mosques. He, Muhammad Salem, had saved her life. He had given her life. They had called him a saint. And now he was going to take this life away from her. He wondered why. Was this a sign from Allah? Was it a test of his faith? He couldn't ask the Imam now, but surely he would understand. Maybe not. Maybe the Imam would view him as an apostate if he failed in his holy mission. A Muslim who had abandoned his religion, abandoned his faith in Allah. Apostasy was punishable by death. A movement on the stairs leading to the upper level caught his eye. Two men were descending cautiously. Their whole demeanor suggested that they were members of the security forces. Rising slowly, he spoke to a burqa-clad woman who was walking by, and offered her his seat, together with a request to look after his rucksack until he returned from the toilet. The woman thanked him politely in Arabic, and took his seat. Muhammad walked away towards the stairs. At first, it appeared that he would be able to proceed unobserved towards the exit, as dressed casually, he looked no different to the tens of thousands of commuters who use the station every day. He froze and stopped dead in his tracks, as a couple of military men dressed in army fatigues, and pointing Heckler and Koch submachine guns, blocked his path halfway up the stairs. He glanced around. All escape routes were blocked. His right hand, already in his pocket, reached for the small, white, plastic detonating device. He momentarily felt the heat from the red light. He saw the angelic face of the child as she waved at him from the bottom of the stairs. The army sergeant gestured with his machine gun and spoke. "Put your hands in the air, slowly, and no sudden movements." Muhammad smiled and nodded slowly as he pressed the switch, the force of the blast knocking all three men off their feet. The two security men were temporarily blinded by the brilliant orange flash that had seemed to enter and scramble their brain via their wide-open eyes. Muhammad had instinctively shut both eyes. He briefly wondered why. Teaching a suicide bomber safety procedures at the point where they atomized themselves seemed a little pointless. Muhammad Salem sprinted up the stairs before the security men could regain their senses and full faculties. He vaulted over the barrier before climbing one more flight of stairs and walking out of the underground station, with no more than a cut to his leg, caused by one of the nails that he had carefully wrapped around the explosive before placing it in his rucksack the previous evening. He walked up the high street to the sound of blaring sirens, as ambulances, police cars, and fire engines rushed towards the scene of the carnage. Everywhere there was screaming, as thick black smoke was now billowing from the underground station entrance. People walked around in a daze, or simply ran in a blind, mindless panic, not knowing which way to turn in their desperation to cling onto life. On several occasions over the last few years, a small explosion had led to widespread stampedes, resulting in corralling at choke points in the roadway, where a far deadlier explosive device had been planted. The bombers were becoming savvier as to the direction that disorganized panic would take people, and had begun to capitalize on the inbuilt, programmed herd mentality that always accompanied fear, this resulting in new and ever greater levels of carnage. It was a pity that the little girl had to die, but the will of Allah took precedence over all emotion. Strong arms grabbed Muhammad from behind and wrestled him to the ground. Detective Sergeant Andy Blackwell had an almost photographic memory for faces, and Muhammad Salim's face was deeply ingrained in that memory. His undercover grasp in the Muslim community had alerted him to a substantial degree of radicalization over the past few weeks, resulting in increased surveillance by the security services. Muhammad was a natural and instinctive fighter, and immediately, he wriggled free of his assailant, both men scrambling to their feet at the same time. For one brief moment in time, their eyes locked. Time stood still, almost as if both men were under each other's hypnotic spell. Blackwell was the first to react, and a swift kick to the groin was followed by a crushing right hand. Salim's head hit the ground with a sickening thud. His eyes were already closed, his brain unable to function, his body limp and temporarily receiving no instructions. "I bet that hurt," Slade grinned as he spoke. Blackwell rubbed and massaged his right hand as he replied ruefully. "This guy isn't going to give us jack shit, sir. Did you see the look in his eyes? He's too far gone to be of any use to us, sir. We may as well hand him over to the Americans. The CIA are far more experienced than we are at making people talk." "We will have a few words with him first, Andy. It's the fear of the Americans that usually makes them crack. They can be just so bloody uncivilized with their persuasive techniques, and the terrorists know it." "Jealous, sir?" "Yup." Blackwell winked as he spoke. "I can be pretty persuasive myself if no one is looking, sir." Chapter 4. Mind Games. The carefully edited image of Muhammad saving the little girl was again showing on the monitor, followed by a frozen close-up of the tiny, blonde, beautiful blue-eyed child. Muhammad Salim shuddered and closed his eyes. The little girl refused to go away. His mind was no longer under his control. No matter what he tried to visualize, the child was ever present. She was with him at meals, in his dreams, with him every waking hour. Why hadn't he killed himself at the station? Why wouldn't Blackwell simply fuck off and leave him alone? Why was his mind flashing different colors and shapes? Was he going insane? Maybe killing the child had driven him over the edge. Detective Sergeant Andy Blackwell again entered the room and smiled as he spoke. "Is that what your God wants, Muhammad?" Blackwell sat down as he continued, sitting directly facing across a small wooden table and looking him straight in the eye. "What kind of a God wants the death of little children?" Muhammad knew what was coming next. He was being brainwashed, or was it de-brainwashed? That was what Blackwell had called it, having his mind cleansed of all evil pernicious thoughts, returning him to the human race, de-animalizing him. Some of Blackwell's terminology made him smile inwardly, yet he steadfastly refused to allow so much as a flicker of emotion to surface externally. He knew all about the by now common de-radicalizing techniques. Is Allah too cowardly to do his own dirty work? Blackwell morphed into the child. This was real. He wasn't hallucinating. She really was sitting no more than a yard away, separated only by the flimsy wooden table. He reached across the table and tried to stroke her head as he had done at the underground station. She smiled and moved just out of reach. Her pretty yellow dress slowly turned pink, matching the color of her cheeks. Why create a beautiful little girl and then blow her to pieces? Where was the voice coming from? It was the voice of a man. There was only the little girl and himself in the room. You saved that little girl, Muhammad. You proved that you are a man, a brave man, A man prepared to risk his own life to save another life, and then you destroyed that life. Muhammad hurled himself backwards off the chair as a pig tried to climb onto his lap. Where had the little girl gone? He had to save her again. He stumbled against the wall of the room. He had to get out. Pigs were unclean, impure, the spawn of Satan. Your God is not merciful, Muhammad. He is no more than a barbaric coward, a coward too afraid to even show his face. Muhammad Salim's mind was an emotional maelstrom, riven by self-doubt and guilt. The mind-bending drugs kicked in and out at random. Emotionally, he was now at his most vulnerable. Blackwell sensed the weakness. This was his 6th day of interrogation, half of it by Detective Sergeant Blackwell, and half of it by someone with an American accent. Jake, the fat American, was the proverbial bad cop, issuing a non-stop stream of threats, and Blackwell was the good cop. Blackwell was the more effective of the two by an emotional country mile. Jake simple concentrated on the softening up angle. It was an age-old technique, yet nevertheless, fear, counterbalanced by an implied absolution of guilt, was a more recent innovation that occasionally, very occasionally, proved to be effective when attempting to de-radicalize the more hardline terrorists in the Islamic community. Blackwell had got inside his head and was slowly taking control of his mind. He was now taking him on an emotional, yet fatalistic, blood-stained joyride. At the end of the ride was a precipice. Would he jump, or would he save himself? He was not afraid of death. Paradise awaited him. In paradise were rivers that flowed with wine, together with 72 lily-white virgins with deep, dark eyes. Virgins with skin so pure and white that he would be able to see the very marrow in their bones. Virgins that were like pearls that had been forever encapsulated inside their own shells. Virgins that had neither looked at nor been looked upon by any man. He had told Blackwell this in defiance. It was written in the Quran and the Hadiths, so it was true in every detail. The Quran was the pure word of Allah. The Quran was perfect in every way. The Prophet Muhammad was the perfect man. Blackwell had simply smiled and shook his head in what had appeared to be a gesture of sympathy. It wasn't a mocking gesture. Blackwell genuinely appeared to be sympathetic of his beliefs, sympathetic as a father feels as he reluctantly reveals for the first time to his child that Father Christmas doesn't really exist. Rivers of wine then, Muhammad? What a terrible waste. Muslims are not allowed to drink alcohol, are they? Blackwell again smiled as he spoke. Why, pure, lily-white virgins, Muhammad? Are brown-skinned Arab, African and Asian girls so unclean and impure that Allah has to promise you infidel girls? Are they so ugly that you force them to hide their faces and conceal their whole bodies in those disgusting black tents in public? Blackwell suddenly burst out laughing. Do you want to hear something really funny, Muhammad? Non-Islamic scholars who are experts in classical Aramaic and Arabic have challenged certain translations and meanings of your ancient text, and guess what? The word virgin is an incorrect translation, and has been for all these many centuries. The correct translation is in fact, grapes. When you step foot in your fictitious paradise, Muhammad, you will be handed a bunch of grapes. Fucking priceless, isn't it? Needless to say, no Islamic scholar from within the religion dare ever reveal this fact, as we both know what will happen to him. Muhammad rested his elbows on the table, and lowered his head into his hands. He had drunk wine on many occasions at university. He had smoked 1,001 joints along with the wine. Both he and Aisha had been drunk and high too many times to count. That was un-Islamic. They had had sex together on numerous occasions. Daily, many times a day. Aisha had been insatiable to the point of complete and utter exhaustion. Would he be able to cope with such excesses when they were married, he had often wondered? That was also un-Islamic, and could easily have resulted in the pair of them being stoned to death in one of the many Islamic countries. Would Allah remember these things when he joined him in paradise? Would he even allow him to enter paradise because of them? He was no longer a true Muslim. He had entered the realm, and indulged in the pleasures of the infidel on too many occasions. The Prophet Muhammad said that the earth is flat and sits on the back of a giant whale. He also tells you that there are 7 earths and 7 heavens. How strange then that from the satellite photographs we can only see one earth, and it most certainly appears to be round. I've never noticed the whale, have you? Do you really believe that the sun sets in a pool of muddy water, Muhammad? You are an educated man with a first-class honors degree. You are not stupid. Open your eyes and see the reality and stupidity of your beliefs. As for the Prophet flying from Mecca to Jerusalem, and then ascending to heaven on a winged horse, do me a favor. It isn't exactly aerodynamically suited to flight, and would need wings bigger than a jumbo jet. Muhammad lifted his head from his hands, and looked deeply into Blackwell's eyes. They looked sincere. Maybe, just maybe, he wasn't following the accepted de-radicalization program and script. He genuinely seemed to believe in what he was saying. Come on, Muhammad, get real. Stop clinging to an outdated and absurd ideology, an Islamic dream, a self-perpetuating Stone Age fantasy. Allah no more exists than unicorns and mermaids do. He was simply a damned good idea dreamed up by the Prophet that allowed him to make pots of money and to have virtually unlimited sex with his numerous slave girls. There are times when I wish that I had thought of it first. When he died, he was the Middle Eastern equivalent of Bill Gates. He was worth a bloody fortune and controlled one of the biggest slave empires that the world has ever seen. What kind of a prophet buys and sells slaves and continually has sex with them? Is that really your ideal man? Muhammad shook his head and muttered under his breath. You're lying. I don't know about your choice in women, mate, but I certainly wouldn't screw a 9-year-old, a little girl not much older than the one that you have just killed. Your man did. Does that really sound like a prophet? Muhammad was deep in thought. He had long forgotten all about the flat earth and the whale. He had always had a keen interest in astrology, and was well aware that on this occasion, either the Quran or the Hadiths were wrong. He had simply chosen to ignore the fact. How could the Quran be wrong? It was the pure word of God himself. It was unchallengeable. Shit. It was wrong. Maybe there had been a mistranslation. Blackwell was driving him mad. Blackwell knew more about the Quran than he did, and he was supposed to be the bloody Muslim. Every argument that he put forward for his religious beliefs and actions were countered by some obscure quote from the Holy Book. Had Blackwell been to a madrasa? Was he a closet Muslim working undercover for Allah? If the Quran and the Hadiths were wrong about the flat earth, the whale, and the sun setting in a muddy puddle, could there be other chapters that were equally wrong? Equally rubbish? The Quran was the holy word of Allah. He had always been told that it was perfect in every way ever since he had been a child. Muhammad was his prophet, his messenger. He was also perfect in every way. So where had the bloody whale come from? That was nonsense. Had Allah told him that shit in one of his revelations? Had the Archangel Gabriel really told the Prophet such crap? Was the Prophet really a slave trader as Blackwell had said? If so, why had the Imams never mentioned it? Were there really 14 original manuscripts of the Quran? If so, why did the Ottomans discard 13 of them, and choose this particular one? What if they threw the wrong one away, and hundreds of millions of people were being taken in by the wrong book? He closed his eyes in order to collect his thoughts. The little girl was now wearing a pale blue dress. My God, she is so perfect. He mouthed the words without sound. Sergeant Andy Blackwell could sense the breakthrough. It was now time to walk away and to let Muhammad's mind jump through a few more hoops before pressing home his advantage. The quantum leap was approaching. The meeting of minds was close. Blackwell's degree in psychology was beginning to pay dividends. Before leaving Muhammad alone with his thoughts, he once again switched on the monitor and froze the screen with the face of a smiling, tiny, blonde, blue-eyed child showing. Muhammad didn't need the monitor. The child was now sitting on his lap wearing a cream dress covered in brightly colored flowers. His eyes were closed as she gently kissed him on the cheek. He felt the kiss. It was real. This was not a dream. It wasn't a fantasy. It was real. There was actual physical contact. The child was with him both physically and mentally. Chapter 5. A Friendly Pig. Muhammad Salem did not sleep well that night. The blonde, blue-eyed little girl would not let go of him, and held him firmly around his neck in an embrace that no amount of pressure from himself could break free of. He saw the pig again. The pig followed him around everywhere. That damned fat American had threatened to lock him in a soundproofed room with the pig. He had already cut a sizable portion of his beard away and was now threatening a complete head shave. Would his powers of resistance evaporate with the loss of his hair, he wondered? Maybe the myth of Samson was not a myth after all. Maybe Samson had been a Muslim long before the Prophet had been born. The effects and mental unpredictability of the hallucinatory drug were still controlling Muhammad's thoughts and dreams, as he was once again awakened at first light. He heard a cock crow nearby. There were few cocks in London, so he was obviously well away from the big city. A train rumbled by somewhere in the distance, and the sound of a tractor starting up completed the mental picture of his surroundings. His prison was a square room containing a tiny toilet, a single bunk bed, a small wooden table and 2 chairs. The monitor was covered in a protective layer of tensioned, fine steel strands, not unlike fuse wire but immeasurably stronger. At each corner of the room were the cameras, always winking at him, and sometimes delving deep into his inner psyche. He had read the Arabic inscriptions scratched into the walls, the names, the dates, and the places of their origin. It was all too obvious that he was not the first Muslim to have been held prisoner. But why had there been no torture? All the inscriptions mentioned torture and pain. Had it been physical torture, or did they mean the mental disrobing and scrambling of their minds that he was now suffering? Ever since time began, torture had been the means of obtaining information, of creating fear, of producing submission, followed by the inevitable development of Stockholm Syndrome. He winced in pain as he tried to move from his bed. It felt as if someone was stabbing him in the side. Looking down, he saw the plaster that was stuck to his body. What had the bastards done to him? Had they removed one of his organs so that he could not go to paradise whole? Again, the vision of the pig appeared. It had been with him throughout the night. Wherever his mind went, the pig followed. Where was his little girl? He could still view her on the monitor, but his mind had independently eliminated her from all his thoughts. He walked across the room. The pig followed him. He kicked out at it. His foot met with nothing. There was no pig. It was all just an illusion brought on by the drugs. No. This time it was real. He could see the pig quite clearly. There definitely was a pig. This was not an illusion. It was real. Blackwell was getting inside his head. He heard the sound of a child laughing. A blonde, blue-eyed child. His eyes closed and the little girl finally appeared. She began to break into pieces. First her arms, then her legs, and finally. There was no finally. There, once again, was the pig. It was now eating the child. He again kicked out at nothing. He heard another train in the distance. How long was this nightmare going to last for? Where was Allah? He had set off the bomb to please him. Was he now being punished for not martyring himself? Should he have atomized himself along with the little girl? Surely Allah would find a better use for him now that he had saved himself. He was of no use when dead. He once again lashed out at the pig with his foot. Maybe the little girl wasn't really dead? He had heard that Christians went to heaven when they died. Maybe she was now in heaven along with her dead mother. He suddenly felt comforted at the thought of the Christian God marveling at such exquisite beauty. No, he was kidding himself. He had killed her, and she was not in heaven. The Quran said there is but one God, and that God was Allah. She was dead, and he had killed her in the name of Allah, in the name of the Prophet, but why? Blackwell had asked him the same question many times over the last few days. Maybe Blackwell was right. Maybe Allah didn't exist. If he did, he certainly had little regard for human life. If Allah had created all the creatures on this earth, why didn't he create all human beings as Muslims, instead of forcing a never-ending series of wars, in order to convert everyone into becoming Muslim? He had never thought about it this way before. It had always been so simple. From birth, he had been told that all Muslims were superior to infidels. This he had taken as a fact, not a theory, but an indisputable, unquestionable fact. Why then were the poorest and most oppressed people in the world Muslim if they were so superior? Why did the majority of the world's most destructive natural disasters usually affect Muslim countries? Why were the majority of the people in the world that were being killed in wars Muslim? Why did Muslims insist on killing each other, yet preach about killing infidels? If Allah created and controlled everything on earth, why had he created the earthquake only a few days earlier in Indonesia? They were Muslim people that had died in their thousands. So why didn't he choose the nearby Philippines? They were infidels. He mentally pictured the screaming man outside of his destroyed home, as he had watched the news on TV. The man was praising and thanking Allah for saving him, as his wife and 5 children lay dead beneath the ruins. Allah didn't save him, Muhammad. The rescue workers saved him, Blackwell had told him. Allah tried to kill him. Allah successfully killed his wife and children though. It seems that Allah likes to kill young children. Muhammad Salem smashed his clenched fist against the wall of his room, and immediately regretted it as he saw the blood and felt the needless pain. Blackwell was beginning to seem right. The whole concept of Islam was beginning to sound like no more than a cesspit of bullshit, and he had been stupid enough to be brainwashed into believing the whole barbaric fairy story. Why did he now have a plaster covering an obvious injury to his side? Where did he go from here? Why had he been brought to what he assumed to be some remote countryside location, and what were they going to do to him now? His mind flashed between the screaming man on TV, his buried wife and children, and the blonde, blue-eyed little girl. Maybe, just maybe, he could get through this. Somehow, he had a feeling that he was worth more alive to Sergeant Andy Blackwell than he was dead. The effects of the drug had now almost disappeared and taken the damned pig with them. Muhammad Salem was now reviewing a few of his options. Perhaps he had more bargaining chips than he had originally thought. As there had been no form of physical abuse, there was every chance that he was being fattened up, softened up, in order to cultivate his compliance. He was looking forward to telling the fat American to fuck off. From now on he would only deal with Detective Sergeant Andy Blackwell, and no one else. Maybe this would keep him away from the clutches of the CIA. He had been told all about their interrogation techniques. He had always had a dread of drowning, and the tales he had heard about waterboarding filled him with terror. Yes, Blackwell would be his salvation. He would let him think that he was with them. Maybe he was. He would take it one step at a time. What had he got to lose? They could have killed him at any time of their choosing. They could have handed him over to the Americans. He had looked into the eyes of the fat American and seen the undisguisable hatred. He wanted to torture him, to waterboard him. In reality, he wasn't really especially important to the Islamic cause. The more senior clerics had usually kept him at arm's length, and he wasn't important enough to enter the inner sanctum of their organized terrorism. He was no more than a foot soldier, an expendable body to be robotically programmed to self-destruct. He had a mind of his own, a free mind. Perhaps the clerics had overlooked this fact. It was a very well-educated mind. So how had he allowed a group of illiterate, uneducated old men to hijack and control this mind? It was time to take back control. Maybe Detective Sergeant Andy Blackwell held the key that would unlock his captive mind and return it to its rightful owner. Chapter 6. The Politics Game. How sure are you, Andy? Anyone can make a promise. I've come across these radicalized bastards before, and lying is written into their DNA. They even have a name for it. Chief Inspector Stephen Slade was not convinced. Converting a suicide bomber in 8 days was simply not possible. It's called taqiyya, sir, and is permitted in the Muslim world in order to deceive the infidel. Thank you, Andy. I feel much better knowing that. Slade suddenly laughed out loud. His mind had visualized reassembling a suicide bomber before Blackwell could begin the interrogation. Like the Japanese kamikaze pilots of the Second World War, interrogating the successful ones would be a little difficult. He knew that Detective Sergeant Andy Blackwell was good. A first at Oxbridge was a surefire rocket up the arse when climbing the police promotion ladder. But psychology and radical religious fanatics only briefly touched base together. Their mindset was cast in stone. Their mouth went one way, but their mind rarely followed. It was entombed in a closed, impenetrable, psychotic dungeon from which there was no escape. Do we really have a choice, sir? Blackwell scratched his chin before stroking it thoughtfully. Failed suicide bombers are rarer than rocking horse shit, and the Muslim community think that he is dead. If we lock him up, or simply pass him on to the Americans, any one of 1,000 radicalized replacements will be waiting in the wings. To the Muslim terrorist hierarchy, he is no more than a number, an expendable foot soldier. To us, he will be either useless or invaluable. Releasing him with no charges whatsoever will have zero impact on either the terrorist numbers or their actions. One thing that I am sure of, though, sir, is that he is bloody intelligent. He also has the right connections right up to the top of the local Sunni Muslim community. What perhaps convinces me the most, sir, is that for the last couple of days there have been no drugs. His mind has been clear, and his lucidity totally unimpaired. What exactly is the line that the press is taking over the tube bombing, Andy? Have they any idea that we are holding him? They are taking a pretty good line, sir, and are calling for a total ban on all burqas throughout the country. It appears from the CCTV coverage that he gave up his seat to a Muslim girl shortly before detonating the bomb, and now all the headlines throughout Europe are about the burqa-clad suicide bomber. He assures me that he was walking away with the intention of not going ahead with it. Only the intervention of the 2 military men forced his hand. Do you believe him, Andy? Yes, sir. I think I do. The dead little girl is still cutting him up really bad. I leaned on him pretty heavily about the girl, and could see him visibly weakening every time I brought her up. One thing that puzzles me, though, sir, is his motive for going ahead with the bombing in the first place. He in no way fits any profile that we have ever come across of a radicalized Muslim. From what I have been able to ascertain, his motives were more in the form of revenge against his ex-girlfriend, who he met at Cambridge. Apparently, they were engaged to be married, and for no apparent reason she just ditched him one day and disappeared. Do we have anything on the girl? No, sir. Other than her university record, the system blocks all access to any form of inquiry about her. This appears to be coming from a very high level, and I have been warned by the chief constable to stay well clear. Strange one there, Andy. Do as you are told, though. That is an order. As for Mohammed, if you are recommending his release, I will have to speak to the mayor on this one. I can no longer count on any support from the chief constable. He was about to hang me out to dry yesterday until the mayor intervened. Can you believe that the mayor himself took full responsibility for the decision not to close the underground and actually told the chief constable to fuck off in front of a dozen or so dignitaries? Vav. Blackwell shook his head violently in disbelief. I used to view him as a yes man who would do anything for a pat on the back and a vote. He could well prove to be on our side. That would be a nice change instead of us having to fight uphill battles against a blinkered posse of appeasers. Tell me about it, Andy. Chief Inspector Slade broke into a laugh. I think that a little of what I have been telling you for the last few months is finally beginning to sink in. Just because you may be completely right in your observations and assumptions means sod all unless you play the politics game. Without support from the men that really matter, all your efforts will come to bugger all, and you will sooner or later end up a bitter, twisted, cynical old lag like the rest of the older members of the police force. Learn to accept the system, Andy, my boy, and you will find life so much easier. Bow to the system, sir? If that is what it takes to get things done, Andy, then you bloody well bow to the system, and if necessary, you offer them your bare arse. Sooner or later you will find a godly soul who would rather you deliver results than deliver subservience. At that point, it will all begin to slot into place. A godly soul like yourself, sir? A godly soul who is shortly to kick your arse for insubordination if you're not careful. Both men burst out laughing. There was no longer a master and servant relationship, not that there ever truly had been. Despite the differences in both rank and age, a partnership of equals was developing. Maybe the partnership could be expanded into a ménage à trois, if Muhammad were to climb on board. Maybe, just maybe, Muhammad Salem would be the key that would assist them in unlocking the many doors that were kept permanently closed to Slade and his department. The chief constable would of course immediately slam those doors shut in everybody's face, in the name of political expediency. Maybe, just maybe, the mayor would leave the doors open wide enough to obtain Muhammad's cooperation if they were to ask him kindly enough. Both men knew that the mayor was a particularly hard liner when confronted with terrorism. Still, he could be a pragmatist when the occasion demanded results, and was not afraid to go against conventional wisdom. There were times when the mayor seemed to have his own political agenda, almost an ideology, that often flew in the face of his many utterances. Was he simply a consummate politician, or was he working the system in order to achieve some ulterior motive or agenda? He quite obviously hated Islam in private, yet always seemed to be working alongside important Islamic scholars and clergy in public. There were many faces to the mayor of London. Which face was the real one? Both Blackwell and Slade wondered. Chapter 7. On board. There was a tangibly icy atmosphere in the mayor's kingdom. Like an unwelcome stench, it hung in the air, and followed the men down the brightly lit corridors, the portraits of generations of dignitaries gazing down on them disapprovingly, their eyes seemingly following their every step. 2 armed policemen stood outside the door marked, Mayor. Their faces, as the 4 men had entered the office, radiated looks of disgust bordering on hatred. One of the men had lost a close friend in the tube station bombing, and despite being sworn to secrecy, they could not disguise their hatred for the bearded, filthy Muslim bastard that they were now guarding. Someone had told them that he was responsible for the bombing, so why was he now entering the mayor's office with their boss, Chief Inspector Slade, and Detective Sergeant Andy Blackwell? Something about the whole proceeding stunk. It stunk of betrayal. It stunk of compromise. It stunk of something to do with passing the buck onto some other department, and at the same time washing their hands of all responsibility and blame. That black bastard killed Kevin Crow Taff, the smaller of the 2 guards remarked. A widow and 2 little boys without a father. What would you give for 5 minutes alone with him in a soundproofed room? You've got it wrong, Blackwell had said as he observed the looks of hatred and overheard the comment, before entering the mayor's office. He is doing the same job that you guys are doing, only his role is much more dangerous. Cut him a little slack, and I will explain later. He didn't know how he could possibly explain later without compromising any future relationship that they could cultivate with Muhammad, but it relaxed the obvious tensions that the 2 men were generating. He would invent a cover story. As he sat down on the expensive green-studded leather chair, Muhammad Salem looked firstly around the room, and then slowly in turn, at each of the 3 men in front of him. His attention became magnetically attracted to the crystal chandelier above their heads. This was no repro. Of that he was certain. It was perhaps a little too grand for a working office, even a mayor's office, and would have sat much more comfortably in one of Britain's stately homes. The mayor smiled inwardly as he followed Muhammad's eyes. The chandelier always seemed to take the power away from all who gazed on it. It seemed to convey the immense power of the establishment over all who fell under its spell. Muhammad sensed the mayor's stare and read his thoughts. He refused to be intimidated by a few pieces of glass, no matter how grandiose their appearance. His thoughts returned to the matter in hand. His mind relaxed, yet was on its guard for any eventuality. He knew quite a bit about Sergeant Andy Blackwell, and now called him Andy with the ease usually reserved for longtime friends. Blackwell was quite an imposing figure. Standing around 6'4", he was built like the new breed of rugby union wingers made fashionable, almost obligatory, by Jonah Lomu, the great Kiwi all-black winger. Blackwell carried around with him his own prominent force field. You felt the presence of Andy Blackwell long before your eyes made the visual connection. Muhammad had also felt the physical power of Blackwell when he had tried to resist arrest outside of the underground station and had only regained consciousness in the police van. Chief Inspector Stephen Slade was different. Slim, his immaculately groomed hair now almost completely gray. He was much taller than the average copper, perhaps a little over 6 feet, yet like Blackwell, he exuded a hidden power. No, not like Blackwell, Muhammad concluded. Blackwell's power filled the room with its intensity. Slade's power was much more controlled, understated. Nevertheless, it was tangible. It was there. And it was almost certainly dangerous. His rank added to an aura of confidence. He was aware of Slade's role in the struggle against Islamic terrorism. He was also aware that in many ways, he was barking up the wrong tree. He was working to a different agenda to the terrorist. He was the proverbial horse that was being led to the trough, led by the nose without being aware that the water had already been poisoned. Salem's gaze moved to the mayor, who had fixed him with an immovable stare. He returned the stare. He could feel the hatred emanating from the eyes. He narrowed his own eyes in defiant retaliation. After a few seconds, his eyes wandered. This was one battle that he knew he could never win. He was wielding nothing more effective than a pocket knife in a gunfight. He felt his misplaced confidence drain away, evaporate into thin air, leaving him naked and vulnerable, an emperor without clothes. He began to feel out of his depth. Never before had he been sat in the middle of a force field that had so effectively immobilized him. He suddenly smiled unconsciously, as he realized that he was being triangulated. He was caught in the middle of a human GPS system and could feel the three forces metaphorically stripping and raping him with their intensity. These guys were good, intentionally or otherwise. They were good. Muhammad Salem was no one's patsy. He had been fully aware of his actions. No one had set him up. What he had set out to do that morning on the underground was entirely his own decision. It had little to do with Allah. It had sought all to do with the clerics at the mosque. It was his decision to die, and his alone. He had played along with the imams. No more, no less. He would show Aisha that he was no coward. He would prove to her that his love for her was greater than his love for life itself. She would forever have his death on her conscience, and her guilt would prevent her from ever loving any other man. They had been lovers since their first week at university. They were made for each other. No one and nothing else in the world mattered. He had been rejected. Death was the only way forward, and Allah would show him the way. Bullshit. Nothing but mindless, superstitious bullshit. His anger was almost loud enough to be audible. How could a fictitious, mythical moon god show anyone the way? Stuff Allah. That's what he had decided to do. Not just Allah, but everything that he stood for. Allah had killed the little girl. He may have pulled the trigger, but Allah and his ridiculous and barbaric religion were the real culprits. The mayor still had Salem in his fixed gaze as he spoke. You are almost certainly not aware of the powers that I wield, Mr. Salem. So please allow me to explain. They are limitless. I can do anything that I like. Do I really need to go any further? Your very life depends on how you perform over the next couple of hours. At this point in time, I sincerely hope that you get it wrong. You are nothing but a cowardly, murdering, black bastard, and in my opinion no form of gruesome death would be painful enough for you. You are only breathing because of the insistence of Chief Inspector Slade. Am I making myself clear? Salem nodded without speaking. Salem had wanted to appear to be indispensable, and possibly dictate his own terms in order to prove that the security forces would be powerless without his cooperation. The dynamics, however, had somehow shifted. Was the mayor bluffing, or was he really expendable? No more than a statistic, an unimportant statistic to be washed up on some isolated beach without any form of identification. The mayor isn't bluffing, Mohammed. Blackwell timed his entry perfectly, having read Salem's thoughts. Your life is now balancing on a knife edge. You have nothing to bargain with other than your cooperation, and if that doesn't work out, you will have to take your chances either with the Americans or in your fictitious paradise. You will of course be one kidney short when you arrive in paradise. That is our insurance policy. Your remaining kidney has a functioning life expectancy of 6 months, or at least that is what the surgeons have told us. We will supply you with the pills to keep you alive. Walk away and you will be dead within days. Work with us, and you will be put back together again as soon as we are satisfied with your performance. Bastards! Salem's lips moved, but the sentiment remained silent. His eyes betrayed his thoughts and fears. The other 3 men in the room smiled inwardly. Blackwell had been right. An imperfect body could never enter paradise if an important organ like a kidney now rested alongside a pig. So far, this threat would remain on ice. Nevertheless, it may well become an important lever in order to guarantee total compliance. Salem nodded a resigned acceptance. He didn't have a choice. Paradise was now out of his grasp. How could he become a martyr if infidels held his life in their hands? Hands that now controlled not just his life but his very destiny? Maybe they were doing him a favor. Maybe neither Allah nor paradise really existed. How could a bloody whale carry the earth on its back? Mohammed's eyes went blank. His mind was screaming a conflicting message of defiance and acquiescence. There could be no half measures, no second thoughts, and no second chance. He had to take the plunge. Allah, or cold hard logic? Compliance or death? Was it really such a hard decision? Where were the facts to support Islam? Like all religions, it was simply a matter of faith over reason, faith over logic, faith over evidence, faith over science, faith without any form of proof, and certainly no guarantees. He only had the word of a 1,400-year-old book that the prophet had been visited by the archangel Gabriel. Hadn't almost every serial killer and brutal dictator in history stated that they had heard voices, been spoken to by God? What about Joseph Smith and his idiotic Mormon religion, the Reverend Jim Jones, David Koresh, Charlie Manson, plus 1,000 pompous American pastors and evangelists? Hadn't they all claimed to have had similar revelations to the prophet? After a long, strained silence, Muhammad suddenly exploded into life. Islam is bullshit, he almost shouted. I am with you and fully on board. His voice reverted to a normal speech level. I owe it to the child that Allah murdered. Spare my life, and I will work with you and fight these forces of evil. I completely reject this disgusting, violent, and murderous religion of supposed peace. Muhammad Salem now realized that there could be no going back. He was an apostate, and the penalty for apostasy was death. The mayor and his merry men wouldn't need to kill him. They only needed to release the copy of his outburst into the Muslim community. He had spotted the cameras discreetly dotted around the room. The realization of what he had just said shocked him as much as it had shocked the other 3 men in the room. The 3 men smiled a smile of triumph, the smile of a job well done. Salem was now their prostitute, their bitch, and they were his pimps. Things was now possibly coming together for Slade's team. We are no longer pissing into the wind, Slade spoke with a triumphant look on his face, as they all left the mayor's office. We have finally got the breakthrough that we have been looking for. Maybe we can now move over to the offensive, rather than be forever chasing shadows. You are forgetting the politics, sir. Blackwell grinned. You told me never to ignore the politics. Leave the politics to me, Sergeant. The mayor interrupted. No one does politics better than I do. That is how I bluffed my way into this job in the first place. The three men laughed as they walked down the corridor. Mohammed Salem wasn't laughing. He was visualizing the empty space where his kidney had been. He had never thought that the authorities had been given such decisive, yet well-concealed powers. They hadn't, nevertheless. Everything was available at a price. Both of his kidneys were still in place, accompanied by a small well-concealed tracker for company. Politics trumped ethics, and Blackwell had skillfully played his trump card. They would of course go along with the illusion and give Salem a harmless pill to supposedly keep him alive until such a time that they were convinced that he was truly on board. In the meantime, they had to remain vigilant. Double agents sometimes double bluff, and to prize a potential suicide bomber away from Islam in 8 days had never been achieved before. Neither Slade nor the mayor were fully convinced that Blackwell had accomplished the task, and like the dilemma facing a reformed heroin addict on being confronted with an easy fix, they were not sure which way Salem would jump when once again exposed to the narcosis that was Islam. Chapter 8. Back in the fold. Mohammed Salem walked slowly across the road and entered the mosque for midday prayers. The chants from the imam were paused for a couple of seconds, and resumed as Salem got down on his knees and touched the floor with his forehead. He felt nothing, just an empty void in the pit of his stomach. There was no love of Allah filling his heart. The empty nothingness turned into contempt. The contempt rapidly turned to anger as the smiling vision of the dead child passed before him. That same old bastard that was now doing the chanting had been the one who had been radicalizing him for the past few months. He had killed the child. He was responsibly. No one else, just him. Why hadn't he walked into the mosque with his suicide bomb and blown the evil, pedophilic old bastard into a million pieces? Not just him, but the whole damned edifice of evil, the altar of Satan from which he was once again spreading his odorous, medieval message. Allah could have saved the child if he had wanted to. What purpose had the death of such a beautiful little girl served for Allah? He had totally renounced his faith at the mayor's office, and now, the realization that his mind had never really been his to control suddenly hit him. He lifted his head slightly, and observed the couple of hundred backsides that were now pointing in his direction. How could a semi-literate, bearded old cleric, with an incurable fetish for young boys, have taken almost total control of his university-educated brain, with little more than unproven stories of a barbaric prophet, and an unseen, yet all-seeing, all-controlling mythical god? He had returned home for a couple of days after the meeting at the mayor's office, and at Blackwell's insistence, for the first time in his life, had read about the life of Muhammad as written in both the Sunnah and the Hadith by al-Bukhari. He wondered if any single one of the couple of hundred worshippers that were bowing and prostrating themselves in front of the Imam had actually been aware of the life of their so-called messenger of God. No chance, he almost said out loud. No one could ever willingly become a Muslim if they had ever been aware of their prophet's life. Prophets are not pedophiles. They do not behead young boys for being of a different religion. They do not buy and sell slaves. They do not keep sex slaves for their own personal gratification, nor do they rape, pillage, and enslave whole villages for personal gain. Muhammad had been shocked as he had read all of these things in the Sunnah and the Hadith. Why had the imams and mullahs never mentioned any of these atrocities? He had believed in the Prophet. He had been devoted to the Prophet as were all Muslims. No, he hadn't, not really. He had simply gone along with the poisoned rhetoric, allowing a portion of his mind to disengage from the educated, logical section that controlled all reasoning and rationality. He had almost died for the Prophet, and for what? To kill an innocent child in the name of the Prophet? He wanted to scream at the top of his voice at the fools kneeling in front of him. He needed to tell them the truth. Not only the truth about the medieval desert cult that had infiltrated and consumed their diminished, addled brains, but also the truth about the evil that was stood in front of them. The monster that preyed on the young, homeless boys that wandered the city streets, selling the only saleable thing that they had to offer in order to stay alive. He also had his doubts about the cleric. If homosexuality was forbidden on pain of death in Islam, why did he roam the streets at night in disguise, searching for young vulnerable young boys in order to stick his dick in them? Didn't that make him a homosexual? Why did he condemn all forms of Western world materialism, yet use a mobile phone? He was sure that he had heard him talking for an extended period in English a few weeks ago, talking in an American accent, unlike the broken Arabic/English that he reserved for his flock of fools. He screamed inwardly so loud that he was sure people could hear him. He stayed quiet. He had a job to do, and the pain in his side was getting to him. It was time to take one of the tablets. It was time to get even. Even with Allah. Even with the false prophet. Even with everything that the 7th century, Stone Age, desert ideology stood for. He owed it to not just himself, but to a little blue-eyed blonde angel whose life he had ended. Chapter 9. The Introduction. Are you with us, Andy? Detective Sergeant Andy Blackwell looked around to see the origin of the mystery voice, and was confronted by a 50-something-year-old man who was standing a little too close for comfort. The first thing that he noticed were the piercing deep blue eyes that were now staring at him over the 2 pints of London Pride beer that he was holding. Both men locked eyes, neither man relaxing nor relinquishing the power of their gazes. Are you with us, Andy? Blackwell began to feel uncomfortable. There was a hidden threat in the voice. The question was simple enough, but the delivery held a definite hint of menace. The man half smiled as he averted his gaze and turned to walk away, adding, "We will be in touch," as a parting shot. Blackwell stared at the disappearing man. He was tall, slim, almost to the point of being wiry, yet the width of his shoulders brought forward the image of a coiled spring concealing layers of latent power. Physically, he appeared to be in great shape, and apart from the silver-gray hair, he could easily be mistaken for a man in his prime, a man at the peak of his physical powers. Blackwell physically shuddered. Never had such a fleeting introduction had such an effect on him before. Who was that man you were just talking to? Rebecca Holmes cocked her head to one side as she spoke. I am sure that I have seen him before. He seems to be around every time we go out together. I don't like him, Andy. He looks creepy. Blackwell didn't answer. The pub was pretty packed, so why had the man searched him out to deliver the simple question? Are you with us, Andy? What did he mean? With whom, and for what purpose? His attention returned to Rebecca. They had been seeing each other for a few months now, and without either of them being fully aware of it, each tiny additional morsel of progress in their relationship reinforced the bonding, an almost symbiotic alliance that was gradually becoming ever stronger, with the delightfully satisfying addition of mutual dependency. Why did she have to be a Tottenham fan, though? And why did she insist on drinking pints instead of halves? Like Blackwell, Rebecca was an Oxbridge graduate, and was on a rapid upward trajectory towards a partnership in her London-based law firm in the city. Both Blackwell and Rebecca often worked irregular hours, and as ships that reluctantly passed in the night, they took every possible opportunity to meet up, even if only for a quick pint at the pub directly below Rebecca's law office. I'll pick you up at 7:30 tonight, and don't forget to book the restaurant, or I will arrest you for dereliction of duty, were Blackwell's parting shots, as both of them disappeared in opposite directions for their respective afternoon shifts. There had been a fleeting kiss, not just a coming together of lips, but an implied, almost magnetic bonding. They had both felt it at the same time. It was as if they were one. There was suddenly a degree of permanence that neither of them had been conscious of before. It felt good. Blackwell walked swiftly in the direction of his office. His thoughts left Rebecca and returned to the pub and the silver-haired stranger. There was something menacing about the man. He was obviously a man used to getting his own way. Almost certainly military, and definitely officer class. So why had he singled him out, and what exactly did he mean with, "Are you with us, Andy?" With them in what? And who were they? He had never seen the man before, yet Rebecca was convinced that he was following them around. Why? Chapter 10. The Slaughterhouse. The pavement was more crowded than usual, with many Muslims on their way to the mosque, which stood defiantly across the road from the pub that he had just left. Hundreds of them were on their way to afternoon prayer. He paused and mentally counted the numbers, trying to visualize the hundreds, if not thousands, that would be crammed into the quite architecturally magnificent mosque that had become a recent addition to the London skyline. He instinctively felt a sudden resentment. This wasn't racism. He had made friends with several young men from different ethnic groups during his time at both the university and the police training college, and within no more than a matter of days, he had seen only people. All the different facial colors had morphed into one. Ethnicity held little relevance. Somehow, Islam was different. At both institutions, the Muslims had always appeared cold, smoldering with some hidden misplaced resentment. He could never fully understand why, and on leaving university had familiarized himself with many aspects of the Islamic faith. The followers of Islam appeared to live in a parallel universe. He was always aware of a feeling bordering on resentment whenever he had been called out to any form of terrorist atrocity. When a Muslim bomb killed Muslims, the relatives of the victims blamed the police. Why didn't they blame the perpetrators? How the hell could jihad be justified by killing each other? How could it ever be justified by killing anyone? He continued walking the 300 yards to the station, his mind returning to Rebecca. Was she the one he wondered? So far, the omens were good. He felt good, not only when they were together, but whenever he thought about her. The unconscious smile on his face widened as he turned to enter the station, and saw a man struggling with a WPC. He wasn't quite big enough or strong enough to present a problem for her, and screamed in pain as his arm was unceremoniously thrust up his back, perhaps a little more forcibly than was necessary. His heart seemed to miss a beat, and he felt a shiver travel down his spine as he read the note from inside the envelope. The envelope had been hand-delivered to the desk sergeant downstairs, and written across the top of it in bold lettering was the single line, "For the personal attention of Sergeant Blackwell." He held his head at a funny angle as he read the note contained inside, his facial expression turning from one of curiosity to one bordering concern. "Are you with us, Andy?" was all that it said, together with an address. "You look like you have seen a ghost, Andy. What's up?" Chief Inspector Slade had now been working with Blackwell for long enough to know that Andy Blackwell didn't scare easily, so to see the color drain so rapidly from his face had set off a few alarm bells. "I don't know if it is anything at all, really, sir. But I have this gut feeling that something big is going off, and we will be powerless to prevent it." "Another bomb attack?" "No, sir, I don't think so. I have no idea what it is, but I would like to check out the address on this note." Slade looked closely at Blackwell. He was obviously troubled by the note despite the brevity and the lack of any underlying threat. Still, it was a quiet afternoon, and Mohammed hadn't yet phoned in with details of any apparent progress. Something serious was due to happen in the very near future, and was concerning Mohammed. It was all very hush-hush at the moment, yet the vibes that were coming from the more radical members of the Muslim community hinted of something big. He had been hearing rumors, but at the moment he was unable to work his way back into the loop. He should have died in the underground bombing. That was his passport to paradise, so why hadn't he taken it? The Muslim hierarchy were suspicious. "Let's check the address out on the note," Slade grinned as he spoke. "If it turns up anything interesting, We had better discuss it in the nearest pub away from prying eyes. I'm spending too much time in this bloody office. I need a break. How are you getting on with Rebecca, by the way? You seem to be spending a lot of time together, and it isn't natural to spend half of the day with a bloody great smile on your face, especially in this job. You are definitely the cat that's getting too much cream. Blackwell winked without answering. Slade grinned knowingly. It had been a long time since he himself had been in love. The feeling and the hurt were ever present, even after all these years. The two men left the office, each one of them with mixed feelings, each of them thinking of a different woman, and speaking barely a word. They headed for the car park. Blackwell was suddenly aware of a feeling of deep foreboding. He felt a tingling at the back of his neck. Something wasn't quite right. He shuddered. Wasn't this the same feeling that he had felt on the day that his mother had died? What the hell had the silver-haired stranger meant? Are you with us, Andy? What kind of a bullshit question was that? With whom, and who were they? As they drove through the crowded streets towards the East End, Blackwell filled Slade in with the details of the lunchtime meeting with the mysterious stranger. You say that Rebecca has seen him a few times before. Do you think that he has been following you? I don't know, sir, but there was certainly a touch of menace in his voice, and his bearing was definitely military, probably ex-special forces. I can't say for sure, but as you know, I lived in Hereford for a few years when I was younger, and the experience that you feel when you are in the presence of an SAS officer is quite unique. Slade knew what Blackwell was referring to. He himself had worked alongside the mob, as members of his own team usually called them, and in an understated way, they seemed to exude an unquestionable authority that followed them around, even in the police canteen. He had observed the extra attention that the kitchen staff paid to them without even knowing who they were. Was it their training, or were they simply special in their own right? He wondered about the answer to that question. Slade had been a young recruit when the skills of the SAS were first brought to the attention of the British public during the Iranian embassy siege in London. 6 terrorists had held hostages locked inside the embassy for 5 days. It was after they had killed one of the hostages that Margaret Thatcher, the British Prime Minister at the time, gave the SAS the green light, allegedly coupled with a comment about not expecting to see any of the terrorists emerge alive. The textbook rescue was watched in awe by a worldwide audience in real time. One of the 6 terrorists managed to escape the murderous hail of lead that ripped apart his accomplices by disguising himself as a hostage, and was sentenced to 27 years in prison. The GPS led them through some of the less congested London side streets for some 40 or so minutes, before they finally entered a street containing 2 rows of run-down terraced houses, with vehicles parked on both sides of the road. The car pulled up alongside the police car, whose lights were still flashing, and on climbing out of the vehicle they were immediately confronted by a burly sergeant in aggressive mode. Beat it now, he verbally attacked. I don't want any fucking reporters. There is nothing here for you. Slade and Blackwell flashed their warrant cards, and smiled as the sergeant's face turned bright red. I'm sorry, sir, he blurted, with the hint of a nervous stutter. It's just that the reporters will be all over this like a rash. I have a feeling that something is going to go very wrong in the near future, sir, and I wish that I hadn't been the one to have discovered it. No need to apologize, Sergeant. Slade spoke first. What's the problem? You had better look for yourself, sir. I may be sick if I try to describe it, and I certainly do not want to go inside that house again. The sergeant's face was no longer red, and began turning a creamy, yellowy shade of pasty as he covered his mouth with his hand in an effort not to be sick. Slade and Blackwell entered the terraced house and ascended the old wooden stairs before entering the by now well-lit room. All the lights in the house were switched on. Blackwell wondered why. Perhaps the sergeant had turned them on. On the other hand, maybe someone had wanted to highlight whatever it was that he couldn't speak about. The scene that confronted the 2 men stopped them dead in their tracks. The inner workings of the slaughterhouse had been brought to the East End. The room was swilling with blood, and in the middle of the floor were two naked bodies. There were no human heads attached to the bodies. The heads were both missing, and in their places were the heads of two pigs, each one attached to the necks by means of a short stick that had been sharpened to a point at both ends. The pigs' heads were still fresh, the eyes still sparkling, and the mouths wide open in mocking grins. Two bearded human heads, eyes still open, gazed up at them from the bedroom floor. "Oh fuck." Slade was the first to speak. "Is this what I think it is, Andy? A vigilante killing? A revenge killing? Or is it simply the work of a fucking madman? What's the betting that these two were, prominent Muslims?" "It's worse than that, sir. Look at their chests. Both of them have a crescent moon and star carved into them. This transcends simple revenge. Someone has just fired the opening shots of a religious war, and we are going to be caught up slap bang in the middle of it. I hope that the guy who sent the note wasn't special forces. These people keep in touch for life, and their old boys network is so sophisticated that it makes the Masons seem like comic book characters." "You don't think that it is the work of just one religious nutcase then, Andy?" "Ordinarily, sir, I would have said yes, but the guy in the pub was no nutter. He was controlled and knew exactly what he wanted." "And what would that be then, Andy? Are you with them? Have you ever crossed the line verbally and spoken out against Islam?" "Of course I have, sir. We all have. Without the Islamic terrorists, there would be no section." "True. And I could have bloody well retired and be living somewhere nice and warm instead of being here in this cold, wet, semi-Islamic shithole, on the front line of a brewing civil war." As the two men left the building, a dozen cameras clicked. The newspapers were already onto it. Someone had been very professional. The newspaper men were already looking at photographs of the carnage, all of them being fully aware of the significance of the pigs' heads. There could be no cover-up once these boys got wind of such a story. Blackwell took 3 photographs from a journalist who he had previously dealt with, and gasped. One photograph showed 2 smiling Muslim clerics, and the second one was presumably the same 2 men with their heads missing. He didn't need to see the third one. He had already seen the finished article live, so to speak, and in full color. "We got a call at the office around half an hour ago, Andy," the journalist offered. "And when we got here, a kid was waiting with a load of envelopes containing the photos. Before we could ask him anything, he ran off. Your sergeant here wouldn't let us near the house, so I assume that this half-human, half-pig couple are still inside then?" "Don't ask that one, Gary. You know how sensitive this sort of thing is, and exactly where it is certainly going to lead. Be careful what you write and what you publish. Get it wrong and upset the wrong people, and I will probably be staring at a headless Gary Connolly this time next week. Remember Charlie Hebdo, Gary?" "Point taken, Andy. The editor can do what the hell he likes with this one. But if he uses my name with the story, you will be looking at his headless body next week, I can guarantee you that. I've got 2 little girls at home, and I am not sticking my head above the parapet so that some insane Muslim bastard can chop it off. You are not as daft as you look, Gary. You are almost smart enough to be a detective." Blackwell winked at Slade as they turned away and headed for the car. It was time to call in the forensics boys. Blackwell smiled inwardly as he thought of their report. Cause of death: an inability to breathe properly brought about by their heads being 3 feet from their bodies. There wouldn't be any point in censoring the report. Within the next few hours, the entire Muslim world would be in possession of the photographs. The internet worked considerably quicker than the free press. As the 2 men drove away from the scene of the bloodbath, Connolly's words loomed large in both their thoughts. Gary Connolly was one of the country's most respected investigative journalists, his work appearing in newspapers and magazines throughout the world, yet, here he was, completely dissociating and distancing himself from the coverage of what would be a worldwide story. They had seen genuine fear in his eyes at the thought of so much as a simple mention of his name. Islam was no longer the great taboo due to political correctness. It had long ago transcended that. It had now virtually disappeared off the journalistic map due to fear. Plain good old-fashioned fear. Pim Fontaine had been its first high-profile victim, followed shortly afterwards by Theo van Gogh, both men having been stabbed to death in their native Holland as a result of their outspoken views on Islam. Riots had broken out outside the Danish embassies throughout the world as a result of the publication of cartoons depicting the Prophet Muhammad. The staff at the French offices of Charlie Hebdo were savagely gunned down. Numerous people were now living in the Western world under 24-hour-a-day police protection. Their crime? Speaking the unpalatable truth about Islam. This grotesque and savage medieval ideology now held the sword of Damocles over the heads of every journalist and politician. Gary Connolly's parapet was not illusory. It was very real. No sensible journalist now lifted his head and peered beyond. Fear stalked their very profession. The London offices of a best-selling daily newspaper had been virtually reduced to rubble by a giant car bomb the previous year. Their crime being some excellent undercover reporting of the radicalized teachings at a Birmingham madrasa, or faith school, as the world now referred to them on pain of death. The reporter responsible had fled the country and was now in hiding. Chapter 11. The name's Bond. On entering the station, George Harris, the desk sergeant, handed Blackwell an envelope, and looking directly at Slade, his face quite ashen, as if something was troubling him, spoke in a trembling voice. "The mayor has been on the phone at least a dozen times, sir. He is going absolutely ballistic. Every other word is the F word, and he wants you to ring him back immediately, sir. Is it true about the pig's head, sir? I've come across it before when I worked in the Middle East. It's a statement of intent, and before you know where you are, all hell breaks loose, and you are in the middle of a full-scale war." Slade nodded and headed towards the stairs. "Oh, Andy, a Mr. Bond rang and asked me to tell you that you had better call out the cavalry. Something about a couple of prominent clerics going missing last night." "Anything else, George?" "No." "What about the envelope, George? Did you see who delivered it?" "Some courier with a crash helmet that covered his face, Andy." "If anyone delivers any more envelopes addressed to me, George, detain them until I can interview them. Arrest them if necessary. Charge them with cattle rustling or something. The Gov will clear up any mess." Chief Inspector Slade was deep in conversation as Blackwell entered the room. Slade waved him into his office. "Just a moment, sir. I will check with Sergeant Blackwell to see if he has heard anything from Mr. Bond." "He's not going to like this, sir." Blackwell shook his head and pursed his lips as he spoke. "Muhammad left a message that 2 prominent Muslim clerics disappeared last night. And you know what that means when word about the pig's heads gets out? All hell is going to break loose. London is going to be like Beirut and Baghdad, and we will be right in the firing line." Blackwell opened the envelope as he spoke. He closed his eyes in a gesture of disbelief after he had read the message, and looked at the 3 photographs. One of the clerics in full Muslim religious clothing, one naked and headless, and one with the pigs' heads attached to their headless bodies. He read the message. "Are you with us, Andy?" was written in bold capitals. In smaller print was written, "This was the hors d'oeuvre. Wait until you see the main course. You will really be impressed." He handed the note and the photographs to Slade as he continued his conversation with the mayor. Slade recoiled in shock, the blood draining from his face. "We have got to meet up pretty quickly, sir. I am afraid that this is just the beginning. I don't think that it is a good thing speaking over the phone on this matter." Slade paused, his body become convulsed with nausea at both the photographs and the threat contained within the message. The seriousness of the onrushing crisis was just beginning to register. People had been predicting the outbreak of civil war throughout Europe for a number of years now, and each time they had been branded racists, fascists, and Islamophobes by the PC Brigade. The government had for decades swept the problem under several layers of carpet, working on the tried and tested cowardly philosophy that their governmental tenure would only last for a few years, So why do anything radical when the problem could be simply passed on to their political successors? There would be riots for sure once the word of the beheaded clerics got out. Problems made 1,000 times more serious because of the pigs' heads, but maybe the whole thing could just about be kept under control. The big worry was the note. What was the main course? What could be worse than what had already happened? Who was sending the notes, and why were special forces involved? Were special forces involved? Blackwell seemed to be pretty sure of his ground, and in the past, Blackwell's instincts and hunches had usually turned up trumps. Slade put down the phone and was just about to address Blackwell when there was a knock on the office door, and a young WPC entered and spoke. "There's a Mr. Bond on the phone for Sergeant Blackwell, sir." Slade and Blackwell both smiled at the message, and Blackwell left the office followed by the WPC. "The name's Bond, James Bond." Blackwell burst out laughing at the sound of Muhammad's voice. "Listen, Andy, something very big is about to go off. I have no idea what it is, as I am still being viewed with suspicion after the tube bombing. The bastards hate the idea that I am still alive, and would have much rather I had been blown to smithereens, setting a bad example to all the other would-be martyrs you see. They won't allow me to enter their inner sanctum at the moment, but I definitely heard the word nuclear mentioned several times. Someone is coming. James Bond signing out." The phone went dead. Detective Sergeant Andy Blackwell suddenly felt faint, his legs becoming unsteady, his head spinning, his force field draining away like the last drops of water disappearing down the bathtub plug hole. He suddenly felt out of his depth, drowning under a sea of responsibility. He was now caught in the deadly game of piggy in the middle, and his inner mind flipped back many years to his grammar school days. Muslims to the left of him, vigilantes to the right, and Detective Sergeant Andy Blackwell sat right in the middle of Tennyson's Valley of Death, not knowing which way to turn. He attempted to smile, but his face refused to respond. He really should tender his resignation to Slade immediately before he became a liability, a dead weight unable to function properly in the deadly game that was developing. Slade would understand. His hands began to tremble. He could feel post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, kicking in. And who could blame him for cracking up after the sight of the beheaded clerics attached to their grinning pigs' heads? The mention of the word nuclear was the proverbial straw. He had to get out of London, out of the country. Rebecca would understand, but would she come with him? What did he have to offer her if he were to throw away his near-guaranteed climb up the police promotion ladder? He had been destined for accelerated promotion from the date of his application to join the force. His current employment was no more than a rung on that promotional ladder, but he was now having doubts. Sometimes, policing didn't follow the promises found on the recruitment pamphlets that attracted young graduates like himself into the job. He had volunteered as a special operative for the counter-terrorist unit, as he was firmly convinced that his country, the country that he loved, was on the verge of being changed forever. If the Muslims got their way, and so far, every indication was that they would do so, every human right, and every value that millions of men had fought for in the 2 world wars would disappear, they would have given their lives for what? To be subjugated by a 7th century Stone Age, desert ideology that hated all forms of democracy, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and perhaps the most important one of all, freedom to be free of religion. He had lost count of the number of times he had wished for some form of insurrection against the seemingly unstoppable rising tide of Islam. Anything to redress the balance of never-ending political favors bestowed on anyone with a beard in the name of racial and social cohesion. He was aware that he wasn't alone in his views. Everyone he ever spoke to felt the same way. Was there anyone outside of the press, the government, and the left-wing ideologues who couldn't see the Holocaust that was looming? Were these the same race of people who had fought and died in their hundreds of thousands in the lice and rat-infested trenches of the Somme and in the poppy fields of Flanders? Men who had stormed the beaches of Normandy? For what? This same race of people were now being invaded by people with neither swords nor machine guns. Their weapon was no more than a book. A fictional, malicious, malevolent, 1,400-year-old fairy story that preached little but violence and death. He could no longer buy beef down the supermarket that wasn't halal. School children were fed only halal, and any form of pork no longer passed through the school gates. Christmas nativity plays were cancelled. Almost 2,000 years of Christian tradition had disappeared at a stroke. Disappeared on no more than a whim. A cowardly whim designed to appease, to welcome the new religion, to be embraced in all its murderous political ideology. Multiculturalism was the new panacea. Surely, if the Western world were to accede to their every demand, they will assimilate. They will adapt to the native way of life, the native culture, and forevermore renounce all forms of violence. The flawed and disgraced notion of multiculturalism made little difference to the mindset and the ideology of Islam, nor had it ever done so. It was no more than a different, devious, yet well-planned accepted form of jihad that had been in existence for 1,400 years. Women were no longer safe when walking past Muslim ghettos if they wore Western clothes that showed anything more than an ankle or a wrist. Their heads had to be covered in order not to inflame the sexual passion of Muslim men. Men were at risk if they even glanced at a mosque. Infidels were not allowed to gaze upon the house of Allah. Young men no longer drank beer while sitting outside a pub or cocktail bar. Alcohol was forbidden in the cult that was Islam, and many suicide bombers had made this point obvious to the population of Europe. People no longer sat outside their Parisian cafes, sipping their glasses of wine in the afternoon sun. To do so invited violence, possibly even death at the hands of the manic suicide bomber. Death in the name of the Prophet. These were the reasons why Blackwell had joined the unit, and now it appeared that someone was finally making a stand. Was this the wrong kind of response, he wondered? Surely it was too late. The enemy at the gate now controlled the gate. Demographics dictated that in little more than a couple of generations, the Muslims would be in a majority throughout Europe. European birth rates had fallen below 1.5 children per couple, 2.11 children per couple being necessary to maintain a population and culture. Throughout human history, no culture had ever recovered from such a low birth rate. Demographics dictated that the white European was programmed for extinction. A birth rate often as high as 8 children per couple ensured that their Muslim successors, their conquerors, were well on their way to gaining total control of the continent by the simple process of overbreeding. People with strong enough convictions had tried the legal approach in order to prevent the coming Islamic invasion and ultimate conquest. They had got nowhere, often ending up in prison themselves. Maybe creating a civil war was the only response. Blackwell was now pretty firmly convinced of the killer's motives. He was also convinced that something much more serious was being planned. Blackwell himself was at a crossroads. Are you with us, Andy? Was he with them, or should he try to stop them? If he didn't resign, how could he remain neutral? It had to be either the law or his conscience. He could not keep one foot in both camps. Then again, perhaps by being in both camps, he would be able to exercise some form of influence. Maybe point people in the right direction. Which direction? He wondered. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. Would Slade even notice if he sat on the fence instead of committing all his energies to policing? Would he be able to control his own emotions? He steadied himself and regained control. Perhaps if he stayed out of the firing line for a while, his early PTSD symptoms would disappear. He transferred his thought processes, just as he had been taught to do during his psychology course at university, and forced himself to visualize Rebecca. He could almost physically feel her sweet-smelling warm body lying beside him. His breathing returned to normal, the trembling disappeared, and a satisfied smile crossed his face. Chapter 12. Acceptance. Muhammad Salim entered the mosque by a side door. He was nervous. Aisha, his university girlfriend, named after the Prophet Muhammad's 6-year-old wife, had called round his apartment in the London suburbs to deliver the message that the mosque elders wanted to see him. Aisha was beautiful. Long black hair, and legs that reached for the sky. Her brain was also exceptional, as was her wit. Why then was she wearing the all-concealing burqa? Muhammad had looked deeply into her eyes, the only part of her that wasn't concealed, and rekindled all the fiery passion of their university days. His mind's eye could see right through her black prison. Her long, silky smooth legs, the delicately curved waistline, her magic triangle, as they had both laughingly referred to her vagina. Why did she have to become radicalized? They had both been desperate to marry as soon as they had got their degrees. Why had she destroyed their relationship, her career, her whole life? She had almost destroyed his life, and was the reason for his wanting to kill himself. He had convinced himself that it was for Allah, but deep down he always knew that it was for Aisha. She had taken away his confidence, his lifeblood, his very soul, and he wanted her punished. He wanted her to spend the rest of her life paying for it in guilt. There had always been something strange about her that he could never quite figure. Despite her amazing body and her irresistible feminine charms, there seemed to be an inner power, not so much an indomitable spirit as a frightening one, perhaps even an indestructible one. Either way, Aisha always got her way. No one ever seemed to challenge Aisha. This was something that Muhammad had always simply accepted, even though she usually allowed him to make most of the decisions. Now, however, he was thinking about it. This strange, confident power that emanated from her relatively slight frame seemed to be stronger than ever. Why did she never meet up with him during the university holiday breaks? Where did she go to? Whenever he had raised the subject, she had been evasive to the point of almost being rude. It soon became clear to him that there was a part of her life that was to remain a closely guarded secret, a closed subject never to be discussed nor questioned. Aisha had refused to enter his apartment. The older bearded man that accompanied her was huge and intimidating. She described him as her elder brother. Muhammad wasn't too sure. There was something in the tone of her voice that seemed to be conveying a hidden message. Would her brother still kill him? He wondered. If he knew of the serious amount of dishonoring the family the pair of them had indulged in during their university days. He looked around and spotted the group of bearded old men sat huddled together in one corner of the mosque. He could feel nothing but hatred for the one they called Sheikh Ahmed bin Abu bin something or other, the pedophile. It was a fucking stupid name, and ended in something rhyming with horse dung. He also preached horse shit, and may well have been the idiotic, religious fool responsible for radicalizing Aisha. Why had he ever brought her to this damned mosque? She had been so modern, so pro-Western, so perfect. She rarely ever displayed any leanings towards Islam. Far from it, her sometimes hedonistic lifestyle was everything that all Muslim religious zealots despised. What was she doing for sex now, he wondered. At the university, she had been insatiable. They often disappeared between lectures, usually at her insistence. But now, as an ultra-devout Muslim, such behavior would certainly invite a death sentence for the pair of them. He shuddered as he visualized both Aisha and he buried up to their waists in soil, surrounded by screaming, fanatical, animated men and women, hurling perfectly sized rocks, as stipulated and specified in the Quran, at their unprotected heads, until death provided a merciful release. All done, of course, in the name of the Prophet, all done to satisfy the medieval teachings of a backward, illiterate, 7th century warlord. He could feel the contempt rising from deep within his body. As he approached the huddled group, the sheikh gestured to him to sit down, beckoning him with a rather over-the-top theatrical flourish. Seated, Muhammad felt uncomfortable, and was aware of being surrounded by an atmosphere of deep suspicion. No one spoke for several minutes, a drop of sweat forming on his forehead, and running down his face. He tasted the saltiness as it touched his lips. He felt an unseen presence behind him. He smelled the unmistakable scent of fear, his fear, as the cold steel of the knife appeared at his throat. He had heard nothing. Someone was very good. Someone was now about to kill him. His mind flashed to the meeting at the mayor's office. Had he been spotted? Had he been betrayed? Why are you not a martyr? Sheikh Ahmed's voice was strangely high-pitched for so large a man, and appeared to have a slight American inflection. I think that Allah is the only one able to answer that question. Muhammad's voice was firm and uncompromising, displaying a hint of anger. 3 times I tried to set off the bomb and 3 times it failed. I had to leave the rucksack on the seat by the platform when I noticed the security men coming down the steps. Only Allah knows why the detonator fired at the 4th attempt. The sheikh nodded, and the knife was withdrawn from Muhammad's throat. Welcome back, Muhammad. Allah is indeed most merciful. Paradise will have to wait for you until he decides that the time is right. Muhammad closed his eyes, his head slowly nodding in a submissive gesture. The gathering heard his mouth say, Allahu Akbar. They did not hear what his inner mind and thoughts were saying. Fuck you, Allah. Fuck you, Prophet. Fuck the lot of you, and may you all sleep with swine. His nose detected the faintest scent of perfume, barely a molecule in a million. He had smelled the same scent on many occasions. Chapter 13. The Streets of Europe. What a dog's dinner, Andy. We always knew that it was coming, and was just a matter of time, but I never realized that there were so many of them. There must be fucking millions in London alone. The column has been marching past now for near enough half an hour. Chief Inspector Slade looked through his office window at the sea of humanity below him, and felt genuine concern for the safety of the shattered thin blue line. These men and women were now all that stood between an unprecedented number of black and brown bearded faces, marching by with their banners, and on the other side of the road, behind their own protective police cordon, a few thousand white faces, laughing, taunting, and hurling abuse. Why did I ever listen to the bloody mayor and take on this stupid job? I should have retired. I could now be living among the rich villains in Marbella, sunning myself and downing endless glasses of sangria. Villains in Marbella, sir? I thought that you managed to round them up and extradite the lot of them years ago. That's where most of the smart money still lives, Andy. The ones that we managed to extradite were the clowns who couldn't stop boasting. The really smart ones always kept a low profile. The one guy that I could never crack was John Palmer, Johnny Goldfinger we always called him. Johnny was smart all right and flaunted his money just to piss us off. If he had simply faded into anonymity, he wouldn't have got shot. How he lasted as long as he did is beyond me. I fingered him shortly after the Brinks-Mat robbery, but he always bought his way out of any charges. I thought that he wasn't involved in the Brinks-Mat, sir. He wasn't initially. The crew that committed the robbery went after the money. They knew nothing about the gold. Once they had it, though, they hadn't got a clue what to do with it. That's where Palmer came in. He was the one who began smelting it down for them. He was just a dodgy small-time jeweler by trade with a shop in Bath. But he had what the villains wanted, a small smelting plant where he could reduce the gold bricks into something more manageable and less traceable. I followed him out to Tenerife where he was running his timeshare scam with a Lebanese bloke. But by then things had gone too cold to get any kind of positive result. 300 million, Andy. That's what Johnny Goldfinger was worth when I finally put him away. Not a bad little nest egg to come home to after 3 years in prison. Who said that crime doesn't pay, sir? 3 years in Nick, and 300 million quid when he came out, and here we are, stuck in the office with a few million bleedin' Muslims below us, and every one of them wanting to kill us. It's sure as hell going to be a bonanza for the glaziers this week, Andy. The way things are going, there won't be a pane of glass left in the city. If the reports that are coming through are correct, sir, there won't be any left in the country. This is now being repeated all over Europe as well. How the hell were so many photographs of the dead clerics circulated all over the Western world in such a short time? Who is behind all this? The internet, of course, sorted the distribution, plus a few million Facebook devotees. I know that many of the more dictatorial countries impose restrictions on internet access, but some smart-arse 12-year-old kid will always find a way around them. Whoever it is, they sure as hell are pretty good on the marketing side. Can you imagine beheading the two men, attaching the pigs' heads, and then photographing the whole scene before walking away and leaving no trace of DNA, in fact, jack shit for us to go on? This whole operation must have been planned for months, so how come none of our undercover guys even got so much as a whiff of it? Blackwell looked down at his shoes and shook his head slowly, thoughtfully stroking his chin as he spoke. The puzzling thing, sir, is how the killer, or killers, managed to convince both of the clerics to come to an empty house. We really have to assume that they would not have responded to a request by a white Westerner, so there has to be some form of Muslim complicity. This then presents us with a further problem, as it goes against my suspicion of special forces involvement. Very few Muslims have ever tried to get into the SAS, and even less have succeeded. Slade bit his lip as he spoke. The only eyewitness that has come forward so far, Andy, says that the two clerics walked in with a woman dressed in a burqa. They reckon that no one else entered the house all day. I thought that Muslim clerics and women never associated. It certainly got me baffled, sir. Both men looked out of the window at the seething tide of Islamic humanity. The banners that they were carrying were racist and illegal. And as always, no action was being taken in the name of racial cohesion. Safety and riot prevention were the major considerations. Racial cohesion had in fact now become no more than a redundant expression. Both men glared with a growing inner sense of hatred, as one particularly large white banner with, "Behead all infidels," written in bold black lettering passed by. "Why don't you all fuck off to where you came from, you black bastards?" Blackwell smashed his fist on a nearby desk as he glared at the banner. Can you imagine the outcry from those wankers at the BBC if we walked through the streets of London with a banner saying, "Kill all Muslims"? The authorities would throw away the fucking key? Slade grinned. Don't forget that we are not only viewed as part of the authorities, Andy, but we are also the establishment. No matter how we feel, the everyday Joe in the street sees us as the front line of the authorities. We are the enemy of both sides. And don't forget the politics, Andy. Don't ever forget the politics. I have a gut feeling that things are about to change in the very near future. Maybe the mouse that used to roar is about to reawaken and find its voice again. Pass me the cheese, sir. I feel like roaring. Both men burst out laughing. Blackwell continued. It really is too late to change things now, sir. This is only going to get worse by the day. We have to face the inevitable. The battle has been lost before it has really started. We have been outbred. And thanks to the good old European immigration laws, no matter what resistance we may put up, the ballot box will swing in their favor the minute they become the majority. We will be beaten quite legally by our own democratic rules. You honestly believe that? It's not what I want to believe, sir. But it is demographics. Simply a combination of plain arithmetic and history. A birth rate of 2.1 children per couple is needed to maintain a stable population. No culture in history has ever recovered from a birth rate of below 2. Europe at the moment is currently running at below 1.5 children per couple. In certain countries it is little more than 1 per couple. Work out the maths, and it is obvious that the current Western civilization has only a few generations to survive before extinction. I read that the Muslim birth rate is over 5, Andy, is that right? And the rest, sir? In some countries it is over 8, which means that it quadruples every generation, while we reduce by 25% every generation. That is before you take immigration into account. Few immigrants over the last few decades have been non-Muslim, and tens of thousands of white Westerners are fleeing what they see as the Holocaust to come. If you scrutinize the figures even further, sir, the average white Western woman now only begins to have a family when she is around 30, The Muslim women begin before they are 20. Simple mathematics means that for every 2 generations of 1.5 children that we have, the Muslims have 3 generations of up to 8 children. Muslim men can also quite legally have up to 4 wives each. The stupid bastards. We're doomed, Captain Mannering. Slade's face broke into a big grin, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Yup. That is quite correct, sir. Maybe this is what this whole business with the 2 clerics is all about. Personally, I think that it is too late to do anything about it. Rebecca and I have been discussing emigrating lately. And where would you both go to in order to escape the Muslim hordes, Andy? A Muslim country, of course, sir. There can't possibly be any of them left there. The bastards are all over here. Check out the neighborhood when you get there. As soon as my pension comes through, I will probably be joining you. And Marbella, sir? Who knows? I will certainly know a few of the inhabitants there. Most of them I have locked up more than once during their careers. Chapter 14. Collateral damage. Rebecca Holmes suddenly felt uncomfortable as the stranger with the rather long, flowing, pepper-silver gray hair eased seamlessly into position behind Blackwell. He seemed to be around wherever they went together. Often, he was in position before their arrival. Was he following them around? Rebecca wondered, as she silently mouthed the words. Maybe Andy wasn't being entirely honest about his private life, and had a wife discreetly hidden away. The stranger could easily be a private detective checking on his movements. Then again, if so, why reveal himself by talking to Andy? Are you with us, Andy? Blackwell froze. Secretly, he had been hoping to make contact with the mysterious stranger ever since the arrival of the second note, yet there was something in the voice that created a spine-tingling sensation in the back of his neck. It was a kind of nervous anticipation. Not foreboding, nevertheless, there appeared to be a form of passive aggression despite the quiet, calm delivery. Blackwell nodded slowly, before lifting the 2 pints of beer and walking towards Rebecca without a backward glance. He wanted to speak to the stranger, yet for some reason he held back. The timing wasn't quite right. It seemed to be a little too soon, and he sensed that there was much more to come before they eventually touched base. What's going off, Andy? Don't you think that we should talk? Are you in some kind of trouble? If you are, I know a brilliant lawyer who's pretty good both in and out of bed. The 2 of them burst out laughing before Blackwell spoke. Have you mentioned this on your calling card, or do you simply rely on word-of-mouth recommendations? Oxbridge isn't all about study, my handsome gigolo. Sometimes one has to do a little practical field work. Blackwell suddenly felt a touch of jealousy welling up. Rebecca and inspired off-the-cuff repartee were inseparable and rarely challengeable. He immediately changed the subject, deciding to carefully test the water. He was unsure about Rebecca's views on Islam. Was she a pious, blinkered, liberal lefty, as most of her female contemporaries seemed to be, or did she belong in the real world, the world that he was now being forced to come to terms with? She was aware of his job, but had always avoided talking shop, knowing that when the time was right, he would eventually view her as a confidant. Their bonding and mutual understanding was becoming ever closer. She saw the look of uncertainty cross his handsome face, and decided to make the first move. It's to do with the job, isn't it, Andy? Is the man an informer for your department? No, he's not an informer, Rebecca. In fact, I haven't got a bloody clue who or what he is, or what his game plan is. I do know, however, that he is about to stir up the biggest hornet's nest this country has ever seen, and it appears that he wants me to be a part of it. Both Blackwell and Rebecca watched as the silver-haired man made for the exit of the bar without so much as a backward glance, before pausing, almost as an afterthought as he opened the door, a brief smile flickering across his angular, weather-beaten face. He looked directly at the couple, at the same time raising his index finger. Pointing to his wristwatch, he again raised the one finger before disappearing through the pub door. Blackwell stroked his chin and stared into space. What had the man meant? 1 minute, Andy. He was trying to tell us that something important is going to happen in 1 minute. Terrorism. Andy, is he some sort of terrorist or suicide bomber? No, it's much bigger than that. I'm pretty convinced that he is trying to create a civil war between the Muslims and the rest of us. Good for him. Blackwell sat bolt upright at Rebecca's remark. Tell him that I'm with him all the way, Andy. I hate Muslims and everything that they stand for. If it wasn't for the job, I would have emigrated years ago in order to get away from the bastards, and the Sharia law that is definitely going to happen sometime within the next few years. I couldn't live with myself if our kids had to grow up under Sharia law. Did she really say our kids? Andy Blackwell suddenly felt quite giddy. He composed himself and moved on, pretending that he hadn't picked up on what was obviously a Freudian slip. You would have missed all that delicious sex with London's #1 gigolo if you had emigrated. You do have a point there, Casanova. Rebecca slipped off her shoe and playfully rubbed her foot into his groin under the table. I still fucking well hate Muslims. Blackwell had never heard her swear before. We have a Muslim barrister in chambers who treats all the women as his own personal property. We are no more than second-class citizens to him, and he touches up every secretary he comes up against. Blackwell tensed as he spoke. Has he tried it on with you, Rebecca? I'll kill the bastard. You will never get the chance, Andy. I've already told him where I will stuff his dick if he even looks at me. He got the message and avoids me like I have leprosy. Somehow, Rebecca had sounded so serious and positive that he believed her, and a vision of some dickless Muslim barrister running around chambers flashed before his eyes. Halfway through his pained grin, Blackwell suddenly dived forward, dragging Rebecca to the floor with him and landing heavily on top of her. His mind had momentarily wandered to the stranger and his 1-minute warning. He had seen the flash. Seconds, maybe only fractions of seconds later, the newly fitted windows of the pub exploded inwards, cutting, slashing, and lacerating all standing customers. Then came the ear-shattering, roaring sonic boom. There was a momentary, eerie silence. Burst eardrums shot out streams of blood. Eyes that would never see again dissolved into liquid pools, invisible in their empty sockets as the glass shrapnel ripped into them, traveling faster than a speeding bullet. People screamed. No one heard. Activated car alarms sounded in their hundreds. More people screamed in both terror and pain. Still no one heard. Blackwell and Rebecca rose slowly to their feet, shards of glass that had landed on them after the blast falling to the floor. They had avoided the deafening, ear-shattering shockwave that had passed over them. I told you I fucking hated Muslims. Blackwell shook his head in disbelief at Rebecca's brave flippancy, her defiance, as she placed her foot back into her shoe. Follow me, quick. We've got to help them, Andy. They could bleed to death before the ambulances arrive. Rebecca was pointing at the distressed carnage that was now the bar. Both women and men screamed in terror and agony, blood pouring from eyes that would never see again, and ears that were doomed to live on in perpetual silence. Trust me, Bex, there's nothing that we can do here, and I've got to get to my office. An awful lot of shit is going to hit an awful lot of fans today. You will see what I mean when you get outside. Once through the front door of the pub, the two of them stood in disbelief at the sight that confronted them. Bodies, and parts of bodies, were scattered randomly from one side of the road to the other. Cars were piled on top of each other as the force of the blast had physically hurled them into the air, landing on men, women, and children. A woman with no eyes, only liquid pools and empty sockets, wandered blindly across the body and rubble-strewn road before collapsing into her final breath. In the immediate background was the source of the blast. What had been one of London's newest and swankiest Islamic mosques now lay in ruins, and buried beneath its collapsed roof and minarets lay 3,000 midday worshippers. Are you with us, Andy? The thought flashed before his eyes. It rattled his brain as if he was being shaken like a dog shakes a rat. His PTSD once again put in an appearance and he began to tremble. He had to remain in control. There was no way that Rebecca must see his cowardice. Shit. This wasn't cowardice. No one could maintain full control after what he had endured over the past few days. He was a human being, for God's sake. How could he possibly be on board with anyone who was inhuman enough to pull off such an atrocity? This was about to become a war if immediate action wasn't taken. His thoughts strayed. He began to feel his strength and control returning. His trembling stopped as quickly as it had begun. Didn't all wars have civilian casualties? Collateral damage? Did the means justify the end? I'll run you home, Rebecca. It doesn't look like your offices will be functioning this afternoon. They both looked skywards over the pub at Rebecca's office windows. There was no glass. Only faces, screaming faces, as the raging fire behind them moved ever closer, blocking off all avenues of escape. A bearded, dark-skinned man hurled himself the 4 stories to the ground. His screams could be heard even above the cacophony of car alarms. His clothes were on fire, taking in the extra oxygen and glowing bright red as his body accelerated towards its end. He would not be touching up any more secretaries. Chapter 15. Genocide without the sword. Dropping Rebecca off at her rather small yet extremely expensive London maisonette, Blackwell pointed his car in the direction of his office. It had been parked a couple of blocks away, his morning having been spent with Mohammed, several miles out of the city. His driving was on autopilot, not consciously noticing anything around him throughout the journey. What was the silver-haired stranger's game? Was it simply a coincidence that the bomb exploded no more than a minute after he had left the bar, leaving just enough time for him to avoid the fallout from the blast? Was the one-fingered salute just that, or was he warning him about the forthcoming explosion? It had to have been a warning. That was why he had pointed to his watch. It then followed that he was either involved with the planting of the bomb or had been sent to warn him about it. Blackwell temporarily closed his eyes, barely more than a blink, and saw the horror for the second time. The mosque was completely demolished. One bomb could never have achieved such destruction. It had to have been several bombs strategically placed, and all timed to go off at the same time. An absolute knowledge of directional explosive demolition was essential, with structural load-bearing pillars being the targets. This meant that several people had to be involved, not just the silver-haired stranger, several skilled and highly trained people, and there was only one place to find them. He had lived in Hereford and had grown up in Hereford. He knew exactly where such a body of skilled, highly trained men could have come together. Men skilled in not just warfare and assassination, but conversant with all forms of sabotage. There had to be SAS involvement, of that he was quite sure. There was no way that ordinary British civilians could ever become embroiled in any form of civil war. They could go on their sometimes passive, sometimes violent protest marches, but British people did not have guns, and the police and military were far too well trained and disciplined to become involved in any form of insurrection or mutiny. So where was all this leading? His thoughts were interrupted by a news flash on the radio that broke into the by now non-stop reports coming through of the bombing. We have just received confirmation that armed men broke into the Nottingham Military Armaments Depot last night and got away with what is believed to be hundreds of rocket-propelled grenades and mortars. Oh shit, Blackwell groaned. His earlier suspicions of Special Forces involvement was now beginning to make sense. He instinctively braked as the traffic lights ahead of him turned to red, without being conscious of his actions. Reports are coming in of further bombs exploding at mosques in Birmingham, Manchester, and Bradford. Oh fuck. The expletive was this time shouted, not in anger, and not in frustration. It was in some strange way tinged with a hint of excitement, anticipation, almost a sense of relief in that someone was eventually waking up to the fact that the country was being invaded. Invaded from within. invaded without any form of resistance from the soon-to-be subjugated native population. Invaded, to be subsequently displaced, and ultimately replaced by the invader. Genocide and conquest without the sword. This was unlike all other forms of Muslim progress and invasion over the last 1,400 years. It was one of the 4 forms of jihad that all Muslims were aware of, and all blinkered infidels refused to accept the existence of. The people of Europe had long seen it coming. Why hadn't the politicians and the liberal lefties? Maybe they had. Maybe this was what they wanted. Chapter 16. Early Islamic conquests. Muhammad, the self-proclaimed Islamic prophet, or Allah's messenger, as he liked to call himself, was supposedly born in what is now the Arabian city of Mecca, in 570 AD. All historical detail and evidence of this, plus what amounts to a biography of the prophet, was only written some 200 years after his death, leading prominent non-Muslim historians to cast doubt on his very existence. After long periods of solitude in the desert caves of Arabia, he started seeing and hearing things. This sort of behavior is not uncommon, or unexpected among people who cut themselves off from normal human contact and interaction for long periods of time. It was well documented, if only fictionally, in the novel, Robinson Crusoe, written in 1719 by Daniel Defoe, during Robinson's period of isolation before he met Man Friday. Muhammad believed that the Archangel Gabriel, having mysteriously become fluent in Arabic instead of his more normal Aramaic, as he had used during his 2 brief appearances in the Old Testament, and 2 equally brief appearances in the New Testament, had popped down from the celestial heights with an odd message or 2 from Allah. Muhammad called these tête-à-tête discussions revelations, and decided to cash in on them and start a new religion. As Muhammad was illiterate, little was written down, and the early parts of the Quran itself were only compiled some 40 years after his death, much of it over 200 years after. Islam was born. After failing to gather more than a couple of hundred converts during the early years following his initial revelations, the self-proclaimed prophet was forcibly driven out of Mecca and moved to Medina, further north in Saudi Arabia. Having achieved little by way of acceptance with his relatively passive approach to his newly created religion, he decided to change his modus operandi and adopted a more positive and violent approach. In conjunction with his teachings about Islamic conversion, he became an aggressive and violent warlord. Cleverly, he distributed the bounty from his plundering of villages and camel trains among his followers, and soon amassed an army of several thousand. This bounty was often in the form of slaves, 20% of all slaves becoming the property of Muhammad himself. The more beautiful of the young girls he kept as sex slaves. Islam was now on an upward trajectory. The expansion of Islam was now accelerated and achieved by the sword. Muhammad himself physically took part in the beheading of 800 men of one conquered village in front of their wives and children, these then being dispersed among his army and sold into slavery. The merciful side of Muhammad, however, surfaced during the above massacre. All boys who had not yet started to grow pubic hair were spared from beheading and were instead sold into slavery. The Prophet was indeed merciful. Before his death in 630, Muhammad had already gathered many impressive victories, initiating and taking part in an average of 1 battle every 6 weeks. The unprecedented advance continued long after his death, and soon all of the Arabian Peninsula was under Islamic control. Egypt followed in 639, and by 682, the Muslim hordes had reached the shores of the Atlantic. In 711, Spain was invaded, and within a few years, Islamic control was achieved over all of North Africa. At its height, the Muslim empire covered 5 million square miles, and stretched from the borders of China, across Central Asia, the Middle East, North Africa, Sicily, Spain, and Portugal, right up to the Pyrenees. Many peoples joined Islam out of fear of death, And the defining feature of Islamic expansion was its unremitting barbarism. It was conversion by the sword. World domination by Islam is now projected within the next 100 years, ultimately leading to the extinction of the entire white race of the planet. An extrapolated graph of expected immigration and birth rates throughout the Western world showed two important points on the graph. The first one is the point in time where Islam achieves 50% of the population, which will then give political control and a guarantee of subjugation by Sharia law. The second, and more significant one, is where total extinction of the native population is achieved. Statistics, however, have been known to lie. A growing consensus of opinion is that a native backlash, followed by a period of civil war, will reverse the process of Islamization. In countries like Sweden, Belgium, and France, Islam is expected to be the dominant force within the next 2 generations. Before his death, the Libyan dictator, Colonel Gaddafi, boasted that Islam would conquer the world by immigration and breeding, and that there would no longer be any need for the sword. Winston Churchill warned of the dangers of Islam, Mohammedanism as he called it, in one of his books, published way back in 1899, and just like the warnings he gave the world about Hitler and the rise of the Japanese Empire, he was ignored. Words of wisdom indeed. He who ignores the lessons of history is doomed to repeat the mistakes. Chapter 17. Cattle rustling. Are you with them, Andy? Chief Inspector Slade could see that Blackwell was troubled as he spoke. His eyes seemed to have taken on a faraway look. His sharpness had gone. His aura was no longer present. He repeatedly rubbed his hands together as he read the letter that had arrived moments before he had entered the station. This isn't about politics. This is about survival. Are you with us, Andy? Why didn't you arrest the bastard that delivered it, George? He had almost screamed at the desk sergeant. Why would I arrest a little girl, Andy? Had come the reply. Didn't you mention something about cattle rustling? Anyway, the handcuffs kept slipping off her. Bollocks, had seemed an appropriate response. Blackwell grinned as he spoke. He had always liked Sergeant George Harris. He was a good man and had treated him respectfully ever since their first meeting at the station. Blackwell looked over at Slade before speaking, a slight tremor permeating every hesitantly delivered word. I'm not sure, sir. I honestly don't know whose side I am on. I have been considering a transfer, sir. Things seem to be hotting up, and I doubt that we will be able to exercise any form of control. We are putting ourselves in the direct line of fire, and we have no idea who is doing the shooting. Request denied. Now fucking well pull yourself together, Andy. Do you honestly think that you are the only one having doubts about the whole situation that we are in? Do you think that I was happy releasing that psychopathic bastard Mohammed? Do you honestly think that the sight of the little girl being blown to pieces didn't affect me because I am a time-served copper, and I am supposed to remain neutral? Just because it's my job doesn't mean that it doesn't affect me. More importantly, like yourself, and probably Rebecca, I could barely disguise the pleasure that I got when reports that possibly thousands of Muslims had been hoisted by their own petard, blown to smithereens in their own mosque. It felt fucking delicious. The sparkle returned to Blackwell's eyes with the realization that he was not alone. His feelings were in fact being accepted with quiet satisfaction in the households of millions of British people who had been subjected to a relentless campaign of bombing, maiming, and killing for the past couple of decades. Was this the turning point? For many years now, the signs of insurrection had been smoldering throughout the Western world. Just one spark was all that it would take to ignite the powder keg that was anti-Islamic feeling, a feeling bordering on fervor. Was this the spark, he wondered? If so, should he, Detective Sergeant Andy Blackwell, pour either petrol or water onto the flames? He so desperately wanted to choose the petrol. He wanted the explosion. He wanted the Islamic community to be subjected to an equivalent reign of terror that they in turn had unleashed upon the unsuspecting peoples of Europe. That would be poetic justice. That would be fucking delicious, as Slade had said. Are you with us, Andy? The words continued to bounce around his thoughts. Perhaps I am, his inner mind screamed out at him. A pretty young WPC knocked on the chief inspector's door before entering. Mr. Bond is on the phone, sir, and he wants to speak to Sergeant Blackwell. Put him through to my office, June, Slade replied, and put it on speaker. If he doesn't come up with something pretty quickly, Andy, I'm going to pull the bastard in and lock him up. The phone buzzed, and Slade passed it over to Blackwell. James Bond here, Andy. We could all be in deep shit. Slade grabbed the phone from Blackwell and spoke forcefully. Now listen here, you useless piece of Muslim shit. If that's the best that you can come up with, I am going to feed your kidney to my dog. And a very good afternoon to your good self, Chief Inspector Slade. Your hemorrhoids playing up again, I presume? Now do you want me to continue, or am I supposed to break down in tears? At that point, Blackwell began to realize the immense pressure that Slade was under. 2 beheadings, 1 underground bombing, 4 mosque bombings, and millions of rampaging Muslim protesters. All had taken place in the last few days, all on his watch, and in his role of counter-terrorism supremo, the buck stopped at his desk. Blackwell flashed thoughts of Slade's non-existent hemorrhoids, and grinning reassuringly, he gently took the phone from the still red-faced chief inspector. Whatever it is, Mr. Bond, it had better be good news, as Chief Inspector Slade is having a bad day, as you have probably noticed. It isn't what you think it is, Andy. What do you mean? It's nothing to do with you infidels. It's a Muslim war in the making. It's intertribal. The Shia Muslims have virtually declared war on the Sunni. The 2 clerics that were beheaded were prominent Sunni, and all 4 mosques that have been blown up were Sunni mosques. Shitloads of Muslim Sunni mosques all over the country have received notice that the Shia are about to wipe them off the face of the earth. They have told them that they are armed, and unless the Sunni close their mosques with immediate effect, they will be obliterated. What is the Sunni response to all this, Mr. Bond? Slade broke in. I'm not too clear at the moment, sir, but as I mentioned to Andy a couple of days ago, the word nuclear seems to be cropping up a little too many times for comfort. Gotta get back to the mosque now in case I miss something. There seems to be a pretty high-level meeting going on, and many of the country's most prominent Sunni clerics are present. The phone went dead. Slade and Blackwell looked straight ahead without seeing. Simultaneously, an atomic mushroom cloud floating over London flashed before their eyes. Blackwell broke the silence. I heard on the radio as I was driving here, sir, that hundreds of RPGs and mortars were stolen last night from the army. The whole operation smacks of special forces, and if they were to deliver them into the hands of the Shia, both the Sunni and ourselves would be powerless. We would have no choice but to call in the army to prevent open warfare on the streets. Do you want to prevent open warfare? Blackwell didn't reply. Slade didn't press the point. Both men were wondering if a few million or so dead Muslims counted as collateral damage. It had long been common knowledge that in time, the Middle Eastern inter-Muslim war would almost certainly spread throughout the Western world. Were these the opening salvos? Was this the intention? Who then was behind it? Certainly, the silver-haired stranger was involved, and with the day's events being so widespread, the organization had to be both well-funded and well-organized. Would the means justify the end? Both men thought simultaneously. Check out the stranger, Andy. Slade scratched his head as he spoke. He obviously has some involvement in all of this, and seems pretty anxious to make contact. Perhaps you can arrange a meeting on neutral ground, hopefully with me present, then at least we can find out his intentions. They seem pretty obvious to me, sir. Yes. It's certainly becoming clearer by the minute. What concerns me is the speed of things. These guys are good, Andy, very good. This thing wasn't built by committee. There has to be an element of military involvement. I think your initial suspicions of special forces could be spot on. Funded by who though, sir? If this was America, it would smack of the CIA. Slade drifted deep into a thought. Blackwell's intuitive hunches usually came up trumps. This was indeed pure America, pure CIA. Sacrifice a few thousand souls in 4 airplanes. Throw in the overinsured Twin Towers and bingo. The Illuminati and the politically controlling arms industry make billions out of the Afghanistan and Iraq wars. Follow this by eliminating Saddam and Gaddafi, and the chaos created throughout the world oil market will ultimately knock the stuffing out of the Chinese and their vast overcapacity industrial and manufacturing machine. What was this all about then? Civil war in the UK between the 2 main Muslim groups would certainly be the catalyst for chaos throughout the Western world, before ultimately spreading back to the Middle East and escalating an unsolvable ethnic and religious war that had been going on for more than 400 years. Shia Muslim Iran versus Sunni Muslim Saudi Arabia, the rich oil-bearing desert being the battleground, maybe even the embryonic beginning of World War III. Both countries would once again be adding to the coffers and near-world financial and armaments control by the Illuminati. Arms to fuel an incredibly destructive war would flow freely in both directions. Having already massively reduced the oil exporting capacity of both Iraq and Libya, a war between the Iranians and Saudis would impact on both the Chinese overseas investments in the region and also the manufacturing ability of the Chinese. It was now common knowledge that the Americans were terrified of the growing financial and military threat posed by the Yellow Men. America was now fully self-sufficient in oil and gas, and vast, recently discovered offshore fields, and the future exploitation of the Alaskan wilderness would make her a major player in the oil market and certainly reinforce the power of her petrodollar. That would stop the damned Chinese from paying for their oil in yuan, an action that severely weakened the ability of the Americans to simply print more dollars to pay for their imports. Slade shook his head rapidly, and his thoughts returned to the matter in hand. He was getting ahead of himself. Maybe he thought too much about conspiracy theories. All he had to go on at the moment was a double murder, a series of explosions, and the word of a supposed de-radicalized prick who in any other life would have been executed for mass murder. Explosions had been happening for years throughout the Western world. It was about time the fucking Muslims had a taste of their own medicine. Maybe Blackwell's hunch about using Muhammad as a conduit, a double agent, would eventually prove to be useful in the long run. Did he really mention the word nuclear though? Visions of a warm sandy beach and sunnier climes invaded his senses. Did he really need all this crap? Chapter 18. The Deadly Division. The religion, cult, ideology of Islam, however people wish to describe it, was created in the 7th century by the self-proclaimed messenger of God, Muhammad. At the time, the Arabic community of Mecca had 360 gods, and Allah was one of them. It isn't really clear why Muhammad chose Allah, the pagan moon god, out of the 360, but Allah is now the god worshipped by 1.6 billion Muslims, the other 359 gods having been discarded and long forgotten. The word Allah itself simply means God in Arabic. Muhammad died in 632, and shortly after, the Islamic community broke into 2 main groups or factions. Shia, who believed that Muhammad's successors should always be of the same bloodline as the Prophet, and now represent around 15% of all Muslims worldwide, and Sunni, who make up most of the other 85%, and believed that Muhammad's close companions were his rightful successors. This disagreement has led to much conflict within the Islamic community worldwide, particularly where leadership issues have arisen. Saddam Hussein's power base was exclusively Sunni, yet the majority of the country of Iraq were Shia. Similarly, Syria is ruled by a Shia leadership/dictatorship, yet the majority of the subjects are Sunni. Terrorist groups have similar alignments. Al-Qaeda are Sunni, and Hezbollah are Shia. To date, there has only been sporadic violence between the 2 factions in the UK, however each group views the other with suspicion and attends separate mosques. The major proliferation of mosques throughout the Western world has been largely Sunni and have been almost entirely funded by Saudi Arabia. The Saudis practiced the most extreme form of Islam, called Wahhabism, the major philosophy being that as the Prophet Muhammad was the perfect man, it is the holy duty of every Muslim to emulate the Prophet's life. Child marriage is still practiced in Islam, as the Prophet married a 6-year-old girl. In Saudi Arabia and certain other Muslim countries, slavery is still acceptable, as the Prophet kept many young girls as sex slaves. Muslims can have up to 4 wives. The Prophet had 11. Non-believers must be killed. The Prophet himself beheaded many men captured in battle who would not convert from Christianity or Judaism to Islam. Adulterers must be stoned to death. The Prophet himself gave this order. However, sex with a sex slave was, and still is, acceptable. Anyone insulting either the Prophet or Islam must be killed. Hence Charlie Hebdo, where the now iconic, adopted Muslim weapon of choice, the Kalashnikov assault rifle, was employed to butcher the UN armed journalists. Chapter 19. The meeting one. Are you with us, Andy? Blackwell froze. This wasn't in the script that he had planned for the day. His intention had been to ask Rebecca to move in with him, and to rent out her small maisonette. The mortgage was crippling her, and she was now unemployed, her offices having been destroyed, and all the management and staff killed in the aftermath of the mosque bombing. There was to be no salary this month, or for the foreseeable future, and soon her savings would disappear. We have to talk. My boss wants to see you. Andy Blackwell stood motionless as he replied to the question that was by now keeping him awake at nights. Yes, I know. Blackwell felt a feeling of alarm spread through his body. How the hell did he know that? No one outside of Slade and himself were aware of any plan to arrange a meeting. He glanced over towards Rebecca, who was now smiling at him. Rebecca? He had told Rebecca about it. But how could she have told the silver-haired stranger? How could he have known that they would be in this out-of-the-way country pub anyway? He himself had never been here before, nor had he ever even seen it before. Let's sit down and have a quiet drink before Joseph arrives. The stranger nodded at Blackwell as he spoke, before walking towards Rebecca and sitting himself down on a stool facing her. Blackwell remained rooted to the spot. Joseph? Surely he couldn't be talking about Joseph Radcliffe, not the mayor of London. He couldn't possibly be an acquaintance of the mysterious stranger. What about Rebecca? What the hell was going off here? Was he the only one that hadn't got a clue what was happening? Had all this been arranged by Rebecca? After all, it was at her insistence and her directions that had brought him to the quiet country pub in the first place. He lifted the 2 pints of bitter and slowly walked towards the table, sitting down protectively alongside Rebecca. Don't look so worried, Andy, Rebecca smiled. It's not really something that I planned so much as simply following instructions. I was asked not to let you in on it in case you refused to come. Asked by whom? I am not too happy with you being involved. Something isn't right about the whole thing. There was a sudden draft as the door to the main road swung open, and in walked a familiar face. Looking around, the man walked across the room and sat on the large comfortable chair alongside Rebecca. Good to see that you are all punctual. The Lord Mayor of London, Joseph Boris Radcliffe, grinned as he spoke. I assume that you are with us, Andy. Otherwise I will have to ask Charles to kill you. That is what the city pays him for, by the way, even if the city isn't yet aware of it. Thank you for arranging everything with your usual efficiency and excellence. Rebecca, my dear. Now firstly, where is my drink, and secondly, can you ask the barman to close the door and lock up, please, Charles? Are you with us, Andy? Someone spoke. Blackwell's head was spinning. We need to know before we go any further, Andy. That definitely came from Charles, the silver-haired stranger. Did the mayor really say that Charles would kill him? Was he joking? Did he have any choice now? He had in fact been presented with exactly the same choice that he and the mayor had given to Muhammad. He nodded slowly. Although he had never actually said so, Andy Blackwell had previously nodded what had been taken as his acceptance at their last pub meeting, and now, well, what was his involvement expected to be? Was he simply to turn a blind eye to what was going on? Or was he to be employed in the double agent type of role that they had coerced Muhammad into taking? Rebecca, Blackwell's girlfriend, Charles, the mysterious silver-haired stranger, and Joseph Boris Radcliffe, Lord Mayor of London, were all staring expectantly at Detective Sergeant Andy Blackwell. Blackwell looked straight ahead, looking at nothing in particular. He could feel himself floating above the room, and was now looking down on himself. He felt vulnerable, unsteady, and ready to fall directly onto himself at any moment. The word, traitor, leapt in front of his mind's eye. But traitor to who? Traitor to his conscience, traitor to the law and order profession that he had sworn and was paid to uphold, or traitor to the entire indigenous race of British people, if he stood in the way of what was by now becoming quite obviously a move to start a world Islamic war. Softly, softly, and led gently and unsuspectingly by the nose, this was designed and destined to be a self-inflicted and self-perpetuating genocide. What an ingenious plan. It was brilliant. This could lead to the genocidal near extermination of the world's greatest threat, and all that was needed was one spark in the fireworks factory, and the chain reaction would begin, expanding exponentially until it consumed its followers in its entirety. Rebecca broke the silent standoff, and Blackwell's mind returned to its earthly body. I haven't been working behind your back, Andy. She nodded towards the mayor. The London Council Legal Department have been my clients for a couple of years now, and Joseph approached me after the pub bombing that almost killed us both. I am as much in the dark as you are. Well, are you with us, Andy, both of you? There was a controlled measure of threat in the voice this time. Blackwell didn't like being threatened. He was much bigger, younger, and stronger than Charles, and could easily have taken him out if he had wanted to, but the mayor had cleverly involved Rebecca. Was she in danger? The bastard, he thought. The clever bastard. He knew that now he really didn't have any choice. Rebecca was his Achilles heel, and just like Muhammad, he had now become the mayor's bitch. The mayor had laid exactly the same sort of trap that had ensnared Muhammad. I'm on board, Blackwell heard himself saying. He knew that once committed, there could be no going back. He was in it up to his neck, but what about Rebecca? Was it fair to involve her, or did she know more than she was letting on? Chapter 20. The meeting too. Muhammad looked studiously into the eyes of Andy Blackwell. There was something missing. The sparkle seemed to have gone. The previously self-assured confidence had evaporated into thin air. The eyes no longer conveyed the overpowering presence that for a period of more than a week of manipulative mind control and indoctrination during his interrogation had seamlessly dominated all of Muhammad's thoughts, reducing him to no more than a submissive subordinate. Blackwell's aura no longer filled the room. His whole demeanor was defensive, and his hands were constantly in motion, sometimes rubbing together, and sometimes scratching firstly his chin, and then his head. Muhammad looked around the tiny maisonette. It was tastefully, yet functionally furnished in a girly way. Blackwell himself had in fact been rather surprised when he had originally entered Rebecca's home a couple of months previous. Appearing as if designed by a teenage girl for a teenage girl, it contrasted sharply with the pint of beer swilling, confident and beautiful young adult that he was more accustomed to. Blackwell's eyes focused, leaving his blank, unseeing stare a memory, his mind becoming aware of having exposed his vulnerability to Muhammad. He fought to banish his worries about Rebecca. She had been in full agreement at the proposed course of future events, yet was she really aware of the consequences? The idiots in the Middle East could bomb the fuck out of each other for all he cared, but open warfare on the streets of Britain was a completely different ballgame. The country would be brought to its knees. People would no longer be free to travel. Manufacturing would cease to exist, and the city itself would lose its position as the world's financial center. The British people would cower behind closed doors, older people possibly on the verge of starvation, as all forms of travel would involve running the gauntlet of guerrilla warfare and Islamic attacks. What if the Muslims worked out who was actually pulling the strings, who had started the conflict and why? A civil war could then easily develop into a them and us situation. Both Shia and Sunni would then turn on the infidel, the white native Brit. There were millions of them, so many that the British army itself could be overrun. Was Britain to become the new Lebanon, the new Iraq, in reality the new de facto Middle East? This was the bit that worried him the most. The stolen military equipment was probably already in the hands of the Shia. Both the mayor and Charles had outlined the long-term plan of civil insurrection between the rival Islamic factions, leading on to a full-blown civil war. Whilst agreeing to be on board, Blackwell had warned against it. Britain hadn't been involved in a civil war for almost 400 years, and was universally regarded as one of the most stable of societies, thanks to its constitutional monarchy, a successful system of government that had become a role model for much of the world. What if this weaponry was used against the army, used to overrun more weapons storage depots, and acquire even greater stockpiles? The Navy and the RAF would be of no use against internal attacks. They couldn't sail up the Thames in their warships or send cruise missiles to destroy their own infrastructure and their own military communications establishments. The police were largely unarmed, and the frantic gesturing and wielding of a wooden truncheon would have little effect on people armed with rifles, mortars, and RPGs. What's troubling you? Muhammad broke the standoff silence. Are you aware of something that I'm not? Blackwell looked deeply into Muhammad's eyes. Have you any idea where all this is leading? Civil war? Between whom, Muhammad? In the short term, the answer to that one is pretty obvious. The long-term conflict will surprise even you, though, Andy. We could be looking at the total breakdown of Western civilization. This will not travel in the direction that you and your accomplices imagine. The coming war could easily be between your native Brits and your white-faced police and army. Your controlling powers assume that the generals and the police commissioners will all come on board. What if they don't? What if they stick by the rules? Remember, Andy, they have all sworn allegiance to the monarch, not to a group of people that are out to create their own constitution. Are you really so naive that you imagine that the Muslims are not aware of the plot to destabilize their community? You are not the only ones with double agents planted in the corridors of power, Andy. They have a plan in the mayor's office. That is where both the brains and the funding behind the whole operation seems to be living. They also have many moles in the British Parliament, in fact, all the governing bodies of Europe. Are the government in any way involved, Muhammad? Not directly, however. I suspect that they are fully aware of the situation and are in direct communication with the rest of the Western powers. How the hell have you worked that out, Muhammad? The mayor is even suspicious of me, and I have agreed to work with them. Be careful, Andy. This is much bigger than you can ever imagine. The stakes are positively stratospheric. If you get sucked in too deeply, your life will be worth jack shit, and Rebecca could easily be your Achilles heel. If you are going to go along with these people, you really need to move her well out of their reach. What about Chief Inspector Slade, Muhammad? Do I let him in on the, I don't even know how to describe it. Is it a plot, or is it a governmental policy? How fucking high does this go? Beyond your comprehension, Andy. Look across the Atlantic, and you will be getting warm. Why Britain then, Muhammad? We are no more than a satellite state of the U.S. What has a civil war in Britain got to do with the U.S.? Have you ever heard of the Carlyle Group and the Illuminati, Andy? They control virtually the whole of the world's weapons production. They need a never-ending war. They cannot survive in their present form without a war, especially a war that brings in all the major players in the oil production industry. Much of America's economy is dependent on their armaments industry, especially as now the world's oil production is recovering, and their financial sector appears to be completely bollocksed. The petrodollar is currently on a one-way ticket to oblivion, and with it goes the American economy. Destabilize the world's oil supply, and guess who becomes top dog once again, and whose currency regains its status as the world's reserve currency? Blackwell shook his head and pursed his lips. Muhammad was far smarter and well-read than he had ever imagined, having obtained a first-class honors degree in economics at Cambridge. He was, however, aware of much of this, and had spoken to Rebecca at length on where in the world he should invest the proceeds from his recently deceased mother's Hereford home. He was also well aware that China was challenging the U.S. for world financial dominance and ultimately world financial control, but world politics had never concerned him. He was a copper, and despite Slade's insistence, his mind was much more parochially focused. Politics was for politicians, not coppers. Where then do you see all this going, ma'am? Are we really looking at civil war on the streets of Britain? Are we really stupid enough to create a U.S. war by proxy? Blackwell's face was creased as he spoke. Yes. Oh, fuck. The thing that worries me the most, Muhammad, is Rebecca's involvement. I'm pretty sure that we are falling for each other. I've noticed the signs. At the meeting with the mayor, she seemed pretty clued up as to their future plans, and pretty enthusiastic to go along with them. Go with the flow, Andy, and see where it takes you. Neither of you really have any other option. You both know too much already. I would guess that the tentacles of the mayor and his associates reach far beyond London, possibly beyond Britain. Blackwell smiled. It was a pained smile. Muhammad was smart and would make a bloody good detective. The irony of such a thought amused him. We didn't really remove your kidney, you know. I'm aware of that, Andy. Do you really think that I'm so stupid? You had me fooled for a few hours, though, you bastard. Both men burst out laughing, just as Rebecca inserted the key into her door. She had been out job hunting. Once again, the day had been wasted. Maybe the financial sector of the city was still holding up, but many firms were beginning to relocate. Fear stalked the streets of London. Fear of bombings. Fear of shootings. Fear of simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time. How has our world come to this? The people asked. Why doesn't someone do something about it? Doing something about it was now on the agenda. Chapter 21. The meeting. Joseph Boris Radcliffe slapped his hand several times on the pristine, polished mahogany table in the meeting room of his council chambers. People stopped talking to each other. When the mayor of London demanded silence, silence prevailed. His power was not just the power of office. His voice had the cutting edge that stopped people mid-sentence. Gentlemen, the mayor spoke. We have a situation. Too bloody right we do. Chief Inspector Slade broke in before the mayor could carry on. With respect, sir, this isn't a situation. This is a complete breakdown of law and order, and unless you allow me to act now, London, followed by the rest of the country, will become a war zone to rival anything that we have seen in the Middle East. As Slade spoke, the screams and shouts of thousands of Muslims demonstrating outside of the council offices made normal discourse almost impossible. Charles stood up from his seat and walked over to the window. He stood looking down at the angry, seething mass of demonstrators below, a satisfied grin crossing his face before closing it quietly. The unarmed, thin blue line were standing their ground, fully aware that the overwhelming number of demonstrators could roll them over at any time of their choosing. Strangely, they chose to avoid direct confrontation. They were organized and seemingly working to some sort of plan, an unusual form of assumed violence without actual violence. Charles walked back across the room, and sitting down, looked at each man in turn, his deep blue eyes seemingly penetrating their thoughts. There was a latent power in his gaze. It was menacing without being too intrusive. Nevertheless, there was just something about his presence that made Blackwell angry. His mind flashed back to the mosque explosion. Charles had given him a 1-minute warning, So where exactly did his loyalties lie? Stephen. The mayor shook his head as he spoke, looking directly at Slade as he did so. I can't exactly bomb these people. Do you honestly think that calling in the army will improve matters? That will only inflame the situation and make things worse. So far there have only been demonstrations. Violence has been pretty much under control and kept to a minimum. Mohammed had a whimsical look on his face as he spoke. Sir, don't you think that it would be a good idea to let Inspector Slade know exactly what is going off? Maybe then we can all work together on a level playing field. Slade looked confused. Was he the only one in the room who was completely in the dark? Why hadn't Blackwell kept him up to date with events? What exactly did Mohammed mean with his bullshit comment about a level playing field? What the fuck was going on? The mayor glared at Mohammed. What exactly was he talking about? He hadn't been present at the previous meeting at the village pub, so how the hell could he talk about letting Slade in? Who was feeding him with information? Was he in turn feeding this information back to the Muslim community? Maybe Charles and his special skills should resolve this little problem. Mohammed was becoming dangerous. The silver-haired Charles seemed to have read the mayor's thoughts, and his penetrative gaze focused on Mohammed. Mohammed defiantly returned the look with interest. Sir! Slade spoke a little too loudly, as he looked directly at the mayor. His voice softened as he continued. You talked me out of retirement to take on this job. Don't you think that I should at least be included in the loop? I have spoken to Andy on quite a few occasions about the Muslim problem. I am not anti-Muslim, nor am I anti-Britain. Sadly, with the current state of affairs, the two views seem to be conflicting. Will someone please help me out here? Nothing that is spoken about today will ever leave this room. Blackwell and the mayor looked at each other. Neither man wanted to commit. What if Slade was totally committed to the side of law and order? At their village pub meeting there had been complete agreement to keep Slade out of the equation, and now Mohammed had opened up a can of worms with his comment. The original intention of this meeting had been to discuss progress to date, and how to deal with the civil disorder that was brewing. Mohammed was the eyes and ears that was the conduit between the mayor's office and the Muslim community. No one had ever mentioned the grand plan to him, so where was he getting his information from? Mohammed sensed the overwhelming feeling of both disbelief and mistrust that was radiating from Blackwell, Slade, and the mayor. Perhaps now was the time to come clean and to reveal exactly where he fit in with the grand scheme of things. Gentlemen, he smiled as he began to speak, things are not what you have been led to believe. I have been fully aware of the overall plan for a considerable time now. My involuntary and unscheduled involvement resulted in the problem with my long-term girlfriend. She was seemingly radicalized without my knowledge and pushed me to the limit. That is why I got involved with the suicide bomb. You gentlemen, however, are blindly being led up the garden path. I thought that your plan to create a Shia-Sunni conflict was genuine, and not a smokescreen. What? Slade broke in. What fucking plan are you talking about, Mohammed? Can I fill you in a little later on that score, sir? Things are beginning to move along a little quicker than I imagined that they would. Mohammed looked directly at the mayor as he spoke. You, sir, are being led by the nose and will eventually and unwittingly contribute to the entire destruction of your city. This is not about religion, nor is it about oil. The solution to finding the source and answer to all mysteries is to follow the money. The city. Mohammed turned to face Slade. Yes, sir, the city. Control, or better still, eliminate the City of London, together with Wall Street, and the way is open to control the purse strings of the world. Control by whom? Blackwell broke in. That, Andy, is the bit that I don't know for sure. The obvious suspect would be the controllers of Wall Street. Then, of course, it would be the Federal Reserve Bank. And which country has the greatest say in that institution? Blackwell had a whimsical expression on his face as he spoke. Too simple, Mohammed. Wall Street needs the City of London. Most of their banks are based here, and they would lose far more than they could ever gain by shrinking the city. They couldn't guarantee to pick up the slack, much of which would go to either China or perhaps Singapore or Dubai. Blackwell looked around the room for some form of support. None came. He looked intently at Muhammad before continuing. How come you know so much about this, Muhammad? Who is feeding you with all this information? Is it your Muslim contacts down at the mosque? Of course not, Andy. They wouldn't know a subplot if it smacked them in the face. I did my thesis at Cambridge on the petrodollar. Not only was it rejected, but I almost got kicked out if I refused to amend it. The civil insurrection that you see at the moment is just a pinprick compared to what will happen in the world when it really takes off. Saudi, Kuwait, and Iran are now on the verge of completely abandoning the American petrodollar and selling all their production in Chinese yuan or gold. I don't need to tell you what happened to Saddam and Gaddafi when they tried to go down that route. Similarly, Venezuela has seen starvation on a massive scale as their economy has collapsed. Same suggestion, same catastrophic result. Both Slade and Blackwell displayed puzzled expressions. Slade spoke first. How will destabilizing the City of London affect the countries that you have just mentioned then, Muhammad? Where the hell does either London or Wall Street fit in with some great American plan? Muhammad shook his head slowly and closed his eyes as he spoke. Who owns most of the city and controls much of Wall Street's financial transactions? Slade and Blackwell glanced at each other. Muhammad went on. Where do you think that most of the Arab oil money is invested, and who do you think controls all of this investment? Create a Middle East war between the really big players, sell them the arms, and in the name of playing honest broker, freeze all of their assets. Abracadabra, you will have perpetrated the biggest financial con in history and wiped out the last 50 years of American debt gathering at a stroke. Only one country in the world is capable of pulling off such an audacious stunt, and that is in America. They cannot see so far into the future. The mayor interrupted and stopped Muhammad dead in his tracks before he could go any further. We will get nowhere, gentlemen, with idle speculation. We have to deal with the facts that we are presented with. Muhammad suddenly burst out laughing at the look on everyone's faces. Still laughing, he continued, knowing that he had touched a raw nerve and the mayor had felt the pain. It was time to back off. I could of course be wrong, gentlemen. There was a long pause. It is of course only a theory. Nevertheless, it is a theory based on historical facts. History always repeats itself, no matter how unpalatable the truth may be. A theory indeed, you bastard, Blackwell almost shouted, a smile creasing his face. I'm going to feed your fucking kidney to my dog tonight. Slade's smile betrayed the seriousness of his tone. Other than abruptly interrupting Muhammad, the mayor had remained silent throughout the last few minutes. He was too deep in thought. He hadn't been led by the nose into helping to create the Muslim riots. No one was pulling his strings. He knew exactly what the long-term plan was. Muhammad was becoming dangerous. He definitely knew more than he was letting on, and was concealing something. Of that he was sure. He could not allow him to get too close to the real agenda. He would speak to Charles when the meeting ended. He was 100% sure that destabilizing the financial side of the city was pure bullshit. The city had survived 2 world wars, many recessions and takeover bids. It had even survived numerous socialist governments who had been sworn enemies of capitalism. The city could take care of itself. He would stick to his own agenda. He would continue to orchestrate the self-genocidal destruction of Britain's Muslim community until the time was right to impose the final solution. He would instruct Charles to eliminate Muhammad, maybe even eliminate both Slade and Blackwell if necessary. Collateral damage was both acceptable and inevitable. His son, Joseph Bohr Radcliffe Jr., had been collateral damage. He had been on the 93rd floor of the Twin Towers when the first plane had arrived. His wife had committed suicide shortly afterwards. He had no love of Muslims, and given the chance he would nuke the fucking lot of them. Maybe the time was getting very close to doing just that. Many years of planning had gone into the final solution. It hadn't reached its conclusion the first time around. This time would be more successful. Hans had promised him that. Chapter 22. Up north. It was during early morning prayers that the first rocket-propelled grenade struck the main doorway of the mosque. The Masjid-e-Tawhidul Islam, Sunni Mosque in Blackburn, was one of the largest and newest mosques in Lancashire. Paid for in part by Kuwaiti oil money, and completed in 2010, the quite stunning architecture of the building attracted worshippers from all around the north of England. There was widespread panic as hundreds of Pakistani and Bangladeshi men dashed and scrambled out through the main entrance of the building, where they were met by a series of massive, directionally focused explosions from the military-grade explosives that had been concealed in several vehicles, all of which had been strategically positioned to cause maximum damage. This was military ambush planning of the highest order. The few non-Muslims that had been in the vicinity drifted away. No one saw anything. At the same time, 7 more Sunni Islamic mosques in the north of England suffered a similar fate. Casualties numbered in their many hundreds, possibly even thousands. So effective had the explosions been that few fully intact bodies were available for identification. The BBC and the national daily newspapers reported the atrocities in great detail and with much inflammatory rhetoric, blaming racist, Islamophobic white fascists, as always, siding with the poor, racially downtrodden Muslims. The coverage was massively greater than any reporting on the bombing and destruction of Christian churches. This was now old hat. Besides, who cared if a few Christians died? They were almost certainly racist anyway. Hidden deep within the corrupt, manipulated stock markets of the world, lay an untraceable tangle of offshore holding companies, each one under assumed names, and with absolute power over much of the world's news reporting. Islamic countries owned these companies, giving them control over much of Europe's press and broadcasting institutions. There was also the little question of violence. Any form of criticism of Islam was now strictly out of bounds. First came a warning. Then came death. Gary Connolly had been fully aware of this, and had refused permission for his name to even be mentioned when reporting on the 2 dead clerics and the 2 seemingly smiling pigs' heads. Chapter 23. An explanation. It was early afternoon, as Aisha, complete with beaming smile, met Muhammad in a small yet busy coffeehouse. He had been shocked yet delighted to hear her voice again over his mobile phone. He wondered how she had managed to obtain his number. No more than half a dozen people were aware of it, and none of them would ever disclose it without his permission. "I think that it is time for you to pay, my dear." Muhammad cocked his head to one side as he spoke, his face betraying his inner urges to throw his arms tightly around her and never again let her leave his life. She really is the most beautiful and exquisite creature on earth. His mind was rambling. His memories of their bodies, as one, in the single dormitory bed at the university flashing before his eyes. Why did she have to be so radical? What was it about Islam that so captivated the fragile and most vulnerable section of a human brain, and brushed aside all forms of reasoning and rationality? Her hair was glowing, shining, radiantly black. How could Islam deprive the world of such beauty by imprisoning it behind a veil of black fabric tyranny? His mind was in turmoil and working on pure adrenaline. She wasn't wearing either a burqa or a hijab today. The prison had been discarded. Why? Muhammad suddenly felt a little disturbed. Aisha always covered her hair in public. Despite her exceptional brain, a portion of it had long been under the control of Allah, and had never really worked properly. Any brain that blindly accepted the concept of an all-controlling mythical being without any form of questioning or reasoning simply because it had been told to do so, could not possibly be working properly. He realized that he was silently talking to himself about himself. He had accepted the bullshit that was Islam. He had prayed to the mythical god. He closed his eyes for a few seconds as flashbacks of the London Underground bomb exploded with deafening silence in his brain. He saw the little girl laughing, her flowing blonde hair bringing hidden tears to his still closed eyes. he was lying to himself. He had never been a true believer. No one of intelligence could possibly be. It had all been about Aisha and his need to punish her. Yet here he was again, feeling the same old emotions that had almost destroyed his life. Damn Aisha. Damn Islam. Aisha had been the one that had pushed his fragile, yet limited and uninterested grasp of Islam towards radicalism. He really couldn't have given a damn about Allah and his false prophet. He just wanted Aisha. He had played along with the rhetoric. He had acted. He had pretended. His mind had begun to lose focus. He had lost his sense of direction in life. And like the inexperienced, soon-to-be hopelessly addicted junkie, he became ever more dependent on the comforting blanket of religion. He had convinced himself that he had it under control. Just one more fix wouldn't really affect him, as he could pack it in at any time that he wanted to. He reluctantly tried to look dispassionately at her across the table. She really was beautiful. He maintained his composure despite the overwhelming desire to fling his arms around her. His contrived, dispassionate indifference began to evaporate. He could feel both his face and his demeanor betraying him. He had to regain and retain this composure. He had to act. His assumed Islamic facade was now critical to his complete acceptance at the mosque. Aisha's father was a close friend of the Imam. She had told him that they had both escaped the Syrian civil war together, and were both high in the chain of command. She may well be a woman, and her views and opinions were almost certainly of little relevance within the overwhelmingly male-dominated hierarchy of the Muslim world. But somehow, Muhammad always felt that her exceptional brain and personality occasionally influenced her father, to the extent of carrying out her demands and commands by proxy. How had he let her dominate his life? Take away his rationality, his powers of logic and reasoning. He had almost died for her. He had wanted to prove his love for her. He had wanted to possess her very soul for all eternity. He had wanted to punish her for no longer returning this love, this adoration, this very meaning of life. God, she really was beautiful. He had never really noticed her long, shining black hair before. It had always been imprisoned, unless of course they were in bed. There, her full beauty shone. She was an insatiable lover. Why would he notice her hair, when the rest of her was his for the taking? She also seemed to carry herself differently. She had changed from their university days. There seemed to be the unmistakable aura of self-assured confidence that accompanies someone who is in obvious control, generals, captains of industry, perhaps even brutal dictators. Why wasn't she wearing a hijab? A pretty young Asian waitress put down 2 coffees onto the table and fluttered her eyelids at Muhammad before walking away, her well-defined rear exaggerating her intentions. Aisha noticed where Muhammad's eyes were focusing before speaking. I am here to kill you, lover boy. And if you don't take your eyes off her arse, I will. Muhammad smiled at the joking nature of the threat. Why should Aisha worry about wherever, or on whoever's body he chose to focus his eyes? She had irrevocably rejected him once. I am not joking, Muhammad. I have been contracted to kill you. Aisha's voice was clear, as was her message. Muhammad looked deeply into her eyes. They were not the eyes of Aisha. They were the eyes of a wild animal, a wolf, a predator that was going for the kill. He visibly shuddered. This was for real. Why? What the hell have I done to offend the religion? I am not too sure on that score, lover boy. It is none of my business, so I never ask any questions as to who is paying. When a job comes along, I do it. Simple as that. Maybe you failed in your duty to martyr yourself. Maybe you offended the Prophet. Maybe you offended Allah. You have to die. It really is as simple as that. What are you going to do, Aisha? Shoot me in front of all these people? I will leave the building to speak on my mobile phone and detonate the bomb in my handbag, which I will leave on the table. Why are you telling me this, Aisha? Do you honestly think that I will remain here so that you can blow me to pieces? Aisha leaned forwards across the table, and glaring wildly, She looked deeply into Muhammad's eyes as she spoke. "I am extremely worried that something could go wrong, you crazy Muslim hypocrite, and it might just blow off your dick instead of your stupid head." Aisha burst out laughing. Her eyes had once again regained their sparkle, their luster, their humanity. The wolf was no longer staring him down. Muhammad breathed out, not realizing that he had involuntarily been holding his breath for several seconds. "I haven't had one single dick inside me since the day we passed out from uni. God, I miss it." Muhammad sat back in his chair and returned Aisha's almost surreal gaze, his eyes portraying his own contrived malice and menace, yet with the faintest hint of an almost imperceptible twinkle. "If you love my dick so much, you nymphomaniac, why did you dump me then, Aisha? Father found out about us. Can you remember Helen, my roommate? She told her Muslim boyfriend who went straight to the mosque. One more day together and you and I both would have been dead. The honor-killing crap. I had to swear on the Quran that it wasn't true. I'm sorry I hurt you, Muhammad. But I had to do it. I had to save your life." "You mean my dick's life?" "Yes. Now let's find a hotel. I have several months of serious sex to catch up on." "What about your coffee?" "The coffee can wait. I can't." Chapter 24. Escalation. Detective Sergeant Andy Blackwell leaned back on his chair, closed his eyes, and disappeared deep into a thought. He had just been speaking to Muhammad and was in a state of inner turmoil. He no longer knew in which direction he was facing. Eyes open or eyes closed, the vision always remained the same. Every step in every direction led to a dead end. There simply was no solution to the problem that was Britain's future, and now, for some inexplicable reason, he had agreed to be instrumental in the implementation of a plan so radical that it was surely a game changer, not just for England but for the world. A distant explosion activated the section of his brain that was still dealing with the present, the reality, the achievable. Bombs were now going off on a daily basis, but were no longer confined to Sunni Muslim mosques. Both Shia mosques and Christian churches were rapidly becoming targets. He pictured Rebecca. Did he really need all this crap? Why shouldn't he just simply up sticks and disappear to a nice warm climate where there were no bloody Muslims? Rebecca could get a job anywhere in the world with her law school training, and his honors degree in psychology could surely be put to use somewhere or other on the planet. So Muhammad was back with his girlfriend. Big deal. Why the hell would he want to know that? Stuff Muhammad, he had far more pressing matters to concern him. A massive car bomb had just been exploded outside of the Marks and Spencer store in Oxford Street, with casualties running into the hundreds. Why the hell would he want to meet Muhammad's girlfriend anyway? How could she be of any help in the fight against the ever-escalating terrorist attacks? No chance. The situation was now reaching the critical mass implosion point, the point of no return. It was now time for an exit plan. Both he and Rebecca had to get the hell out of the country. Thousands of people had done just that. The airports resembling the refugee staging posts so often seen during either invasions or civil wars. Britain now seeing the worst of both events. Millions of pounds were leaving the country together with their owners, all seeking safety, all looking for a terrorism-free environment in which they could bring up their families in safety. Muhammad had once again mentioned the word nuclear. The very word scared the hell out of him. Even Muhammad had sounded scared. Why would Muhammad compromise himself by even telling his girlfriend about his involvement with the counter-terrorist section of the UK police force? This was the same girl that had inadvertently encouraged his descent into radicalism, and ultimately his attempted suicide. Muhammad had cracked and had almost broken down during his initial interrogation by Blackwell and the American. Blackwell had exploited this vulnerability, which became apparent whenever the girl was mentioned, and in many ways was instrumental in completing the de-radicalization process. Something wasn't right. His gut feeling was physically agitating him. This couldn't possibly be psychosomatic. There was a definite pain, a sort of emptiness, a void, almost a vacuum. He smiled at the thought of the butterflies flying around inside him. Only these butterflies felt more like wasps, and every one of them was stinging him. What was Muhammad up to? There were already too many people in the loop. Every extra one increased the chance of a slip-up, a certain death sentence for one or more of them. Where the fuck can we emigrate to? Blackwell's mind flashed sunny climes as he mouthed the words quietly, and his fingers operated his computer. There wasn't a single country in Europe that was not affected by Islamic terrorism. Even the Spanish islands and the Balearics and the Canaries had been hit by waves of suicide bombers. He slammed his fist onto his desk. He closed his eyes forcibly and tried to compose himself. Again, his thoughts were directionless. Something was going wrong in his brain. It was starting to take control of his physical being without his permission. This had to be PTSD. He knew it, he felt it, and he tried to fight against it. For the second time in a few days, he found himself floating high above the room and looking down on the broken, almost pitiful man that was cowering below him. He mentally saw Rebecca explode, her limbs and body flying off in different directions, as he almost burst into tears, uttering a series of loud, uncontrollable sobs. He had got Rebecca involved. Why? That had never been his intention, but now the power of the mayor over him was absolute. She was the chink in his armor, his Achilles heel. Just like Muhammad, he had become the mayor's bitch. His sobs began to disappear to be replaced by an uncontrollable shaking. Chief Inspector Slade and the Mayor of London walked into the room, Slade immediately noticing Blackwell's blank, almost distant expression, and the trembling hands. Andy, Slade's voice was firm yet calm. He had once been there himself and recognized the symptoms. Blackwell straightened up and composed himself. Sorry, sir. My mind was elsewhere. I cannot get some of the recent images out of my mind. How many more children do we have to see blown apart? At the rate that we are going at the moment, sir, we won't have any left. What the hell is going wrong with the human race? You are not on your own here, Andy. I am struggling to hold it together myself. The whole fucking world is going tits up, and there is nothing that we can do about it. We have to hang in here and see where it takes us. Looking directly at the mayor, Slade continued. Is this what you wanted, Joseph? Can the means possibly justify the end? You are taking us back into the Dark Ages. Possibly even the Stone Ages if we are not careful. I am fully aware of where we are going. The mayor's voice had a triumphant edge to it. This goes much higher than you can ever imagine, Stephen, and I do mean high. The Prime Minister and every cabinet member that he can trust have not only sanctioned this course of action, but were instrumental in much of the planning. We are also working alongside most of the European countries. In the grand scheme of things, time will be our biggest ally. I have in fact brought forward the meeting of the European counter-terrorists' heads, and this time I would like you to take Detective Blackwell along in order for him to familiarize himself with procedures. Blackwell rubbed his eyes and looked questioningly at the mayor as he spoke. What then is the end game, sir? What is the grand scheme of things? His quivering vibrato voice betrayed his contrived composure. Where the hell is all this taking us, sir? If there isn't a military coup, and pretty soon, there will be total anarchy and millions could die. Is that what you want, sir? Is that the overall plan in your grand scheme of things? When the time is right, Sergeant. When the time is right. The mayor smiled as he spoke. There will be no military coup as such, but you have to trust me when I say that everything is in place to deal with all eventualities. By the way, I will be arranging a meeting with Muhammad and his girlfriend as soon as possible. I think that you will find it most enlightening. Astonishment crossed Blackwell's face as his mouth opened wide. How the hell do you? A need-to-know only question, Sergeant. When the time is right, you will understand. Chapter 25. Moving in. Andy Blackwell's hands were still trembling a little, as he turned his car into the communal car park attached to the small group of maisonettes. For close on 5 minutes, he simply sat in the car with the engine still running and the heater turned on full blast. There was news about the Marks and Spencer bombing on the radio. Casualty figures that were already known, coupled with frighteningly high overall estimates, were being discussed. Andy Blackwell heard nothing. His hands stopped trembling, but his mind moved elsewhere. He couldn't quite work out where or why. Something didn't add up. Most of the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle seemed to be in place, but the overall picture made little sense. The pieces flashed before him: Shia, Sunni, finance, the city, CIA, Saudi oil, Israel. His mind then focused on the main players. Where did Israel suddenly come from, he wondered. Why would Israel even want to get involved? She had her own internal Muslim problems with the Palestinians, and most certainly wouldn't want to inflame the situation by getting involved in Europe's problems. No one had even mentioned Israel. Was that where Mohammed was going when the mayor had quite forcibly cut him short? He was certain that Slade was as much in the dark as he was. But how high up the food chain was the mayor? Why did he need the services of Charles, a man who was almost certainly employed as his own personal hitman? What depth of involvement did Mohammed have if the mayor wanted him dead? The mayor had told Slade this in confidence. He had only been involved for a matter of weeks, and so far, had provided much useful intel on the more radical of the Islamists operating from the Muslim mosque network. Had Mohammed delved too deeply? Had he discovered too much? If so, surely, he would have disclosed it to Slade and himself. What involvement did the government have? Did he hear right when the mayor had mentioned that the PM was on board? That was the one thing that puzzled him the most. The PM was a particularly hard-liner with the Islamists in the country. He had always stood firm against their every demand for special status, not the sort of approach of a man who was plotting against them. A plotter would keep his head below the parapet and would stay well below the radar. He suddenly awoke from his subconscious yet very real thoughts, as the third knock, loud enough to be described as a bang, rattled his car window. He lifted his head and noticed a worried-looking Rebecca peering in. Still a little groggy, he wound down the car window. "What on earth is wrong with you, Andy? How can you be asleep at this time of day, and how can you sleep through all that noise? My fucking flat has just been blown up, and you have slept through it." "What?" "I have just returned from that job interview I told you about, and as I walked towards your car, half the bloody block simply disappeared in a cloud of smoke. I am beginning to think that you were right last night. We have got to get out of this shithole." Blackwell looked to his right, and suddenly burst out laughing, as the concrete dust cloud began to settle, revealing the crane and demolition ball responsible for destroying a wall of the old church, next to Rebecca's cluster of maisonettes. The church was being demolished in order to make way for a new mosque. Blackwell wondered if in the planned New World Order that was now in its infancy, there would really be any need for a new mosque. In fact, any mosques at all in the entire country? "Have you packed?" "Of course I have. I have precious little else to occupy me now that I am unemployed, and from the state of events at today's interview, I am pretty well unemployable." Rebecca both sounded and looked annoyed as she almost spat out the words. Blackwell looked puzzled and cocked his head on one side as he spoke, a slight grin preceding his words and intentions. "What do you mean, unemployable? A first-in-law is a passport to immense riches wherever you are in the world. You are a member of the only profession known to mankind that can rape, pillage, steal, assault, and get the law of the land to pay for it. Bollocks to you, Mr. Policeman. Your halo has been set crooked today, and you are only pissed off because you are rarely able to outsmart us in court. Careful, girl, unless you are after getting your bottom smacked." "Oh, yes please." Still laughing, Blackwell climbed out of the car and planted a kiss on Rebecca's cheek, before both of them walked hand in hand towards Rebecca's small maisonette. Rebecca was moving out today, and Andy Blackwell's home in the suburbs sounded just perfect. It wasn't simply a case of man meets woman and falls in love. Rebecca was almost broke. The rent on her tiny maisonette and the higher purchase cost of her car still had to be paid, and with no income coming in, there was little alternative. The arrangement was pretty much inevitable anyway. It was only a question of time. There was an explosion in the distance. Neither Blackwell nor Rebecca noticed, nor did they care. Blackwell's PTSD had disappeared. He could feel his aura temporarily returning. Rebecca always had that effect on him. Why the hell should he care about Muslims? If they wanted to blow themselves into a million pieces, he didn't mind. In fact, he had almost resolved to help them to accomplish it. He himself was becoming radicalized against the Islamic radicals. The world had to move forward. It was now too late to turn the clock back. If he was forced to take sides, the preservation of Western civilization took precedence over the imposition of a 1,400-year-old Stone Age desert culture of violence. It really was no contest. The only problem was the modus operandi and the inevitable world turmoil and destruction. This was his greatest concern. Andy Blackwell laughed out loud. Was it hell? Who was he trying to kid? He really couldn't give a shit anymore how many Muslims died. The more the merrier. Chapter 26. A strange development. Are you with us, Andy? What the fuck? The words slipped out involuntarily without thought. This wasn't Charles, the menacing, silver-haired stranger. The words had been spoken by a woman. The accent was certainly English, but there was an inflection that he couldn't quite place. Blackwell turned around, a slight gasp welling up through his body, barely controlled at the point of exit. The woman smiled. Blackwell breathed in, and then exhaled audibly. And, who are you? The quite beautiful woman, perhaps 23 or so, flicked back her long, shiny black hair over her right shoulder. Her dark, quite mesmerizing eyes flickering in the same direction. You are Aisha. Blackwell spotted Muhammad sitting quietly on the bench seating beside a large bay window. A roaring log fire visually dominated the room despite the fairly warm outside temperatures. It just looked right, and without it, the whole effect of the mellow nicotine yellow walls and the old fox hunting pictures that adorned every wall would have felt less welcoming. He had momentarily allowed himself to become distracted. He was not firing on all cylinders, his mind jumping from one situation to another without any obvious connection. Aisha remained quiet, taking in and analyzing Blackwell's lapses in concentration. She had seen it before on many occasions over the last few months. It was her job to notice these things. Sometimes her life depended on it, and often, the window of opportunity for a lethal strike was tiny, no more than a brief lapse in concentration. Blackwell wondered who had sent him the email giving directions to the Old World Village pub where he now stood. Rebecca had wanted to join him, but he had sensed danger, his refusal to bring her along almost creating an argument. Aisha nodded, as Blackwell's eyes again flashed towards Muhammad, her long black hair momentarily falling across her face, her rather daring, low-cut, figure-hugging long black dress revealing a magnetic cleavage. Blackwell averted his eyes and tried to look unassuming, smiling inwardly as he fleetingly imagined Rebecca's reaction to where his eyes had just been focused. How did you know that I would be here, Aisha? I have never been to this pub in my life before. She again smiled disarmingly, and once again flickered her eyes to her right, this time accompanied by a slight head movement. Sitting in the corner was Charles. He nodded slowly at Blackwell as their eyes met. Blackwell returned the compliment, accompanied by a contrived, easily read false smile, noticing a couple of men discreetly blending in with their surroundings a little distance from him. He could feel their presence, and noticed the direction that their eyes were pointing despite their faces being angled several degrees to the right of their gazes. Blackwell closed his eyes for a couple of seconds. He needed time to think. A new piece had just been added to the jigsaw puzzle, and there was no place for it to fit. Maybe he was trying to fit the pieces into the wrong puzzle. Does Muhammad know about Charles? Blackwell ventured in hushed tones, forgetting that both Charles and Muhammad had been present at the last meeting with the mayor. Aisha nodded her head almost imperceptibly. Is Muhammad going to be killed? Aisha again nodded. Blackwell turned cold. These assassins were special forces. Once set on a mission, failure was not an option. Is that what you want, Aisha? Of course not. We have been set up. The mayor. Charles is the mayor's man, and he has a couple of men with him. I see them. Aisha nodded and spoke quietly. We have to take out the two men first before we deal with Charles. Can you handle Charles? Blackwell nodded slowly. You will have to move quickly, Andy. He is almost certainly armed. I have an explosive device in my handbag. I need to get close enough to leave it by them without arousing their suspicion. Blackwell gasped silently, his heart rate beginning to accelerate. What the hell was a beautiful woman doing carrying around an explosive device? He had to compose himself. He had to assume that she was in fact serious, and in no way must he allow any self-doubt to influence either his actions or his demeanor. Charles would be alerted and be on his guard. What is the range that the detonator can be activated from, Aisha? Up to 10 meters. Let's go and say hello to Charles. Place your handbag on the table in front of him and make an excuse to go to the toilet. Give me exactly 30 seconds and I will walk over to Muhammad. Will we be out of range where Muhammad is sitting? Aisha nodded slowly. It is directional with a 30-degree spread at 5 meters. Blackwell's mind was now fully focused. His knowledge of both explosives and directional explosions was extensive. It came with the territory and had formed a good part of his training before taking on his present job. With the presence of the two special forces men, maybe even his own survival was at stake. The thought was bouncing around in his brain as they made their way in the direction of Charles. Muhammad stood up to follow the pair of them. Blackwell stayed him with a hand movement, a movement so slight that to an untrained eye it could barely be described as anything out of the ordinary. Muhammad spotted the gesture, and with a steady, unassuming gait, headed towards the toilet. Charles monitored the three of them carefully. Nothing escaped the trained eye and mind of a man who killed for a living. His relative longevity bore testimony to his skills in these matters. What's your game, Charles? Why are you following me? Blackwell smiled threateningly as he sat on the three-legged stool alongside Aisha, who seated herself on the more comfortable bench seating, carefully positioning her handbag, the narrow side pointing along the table in the direction of the two men who were obvious associates of Charles. Charles' eyes followed her actions, flickering and lingering momentarily on the handbag. Just keeping my finger on the pulse, Andy. You know how my boss likes to keep an eye on his subordinates. Charles's voice held a hidden, barely concealed touch of malice, as like two prize fighters glaring at each other before the starting bell, both men sized each other up, waiting for the inevitable explosive conflict that they both sensed would not be long in coming. I do hope that doesn't mean that you will be accompanying me to the toilet, Charles. Muhammad will be most jealous. Aisha stood up to leave, smiling demurely as she did so. Charles made a grab for her arm, his chin being met by Blackwell's fist. He hit the ground hard, seconds before the room was rocked by a blinding flash, a stream of high-velocity ball bearings tearing into the bodies of the two assassins as they closed in on the pair of them. Both men dropped to the ground, one of them with a perfectly round hole in his forehead. He died on his way down, the second man writhing in agony at the multiple holes in his chest and stomach. He would have minutes, maybe only seconds to live. That's rather made a mess of a perfectly good handbag. Aisha's voice was almost frivolous, as Blackwell and Muhammad joined her in the pub car park. 3 sets of ears still ringing with the sound and percussion wave of the explosion. Looking into Aisha's eyes, Blackwell uttered 2 words. Directional projectiles. He shook his head. How the hell do you know about those? He was fully familiar with the various types of explosive devices that both terrorists and hired assassins used, After all, he was number 2 in the counterterrorism hierarchy, in knowledge and practical experience, if not in rank. Aisha was no terrorist. That left only one option. A specialty of mine, Andy. I find it quite useful to develop these skills in my line of work. Aisha glanced anxiously at Muhammad as she spoke. Muhammad's face displayed anger. I suppose that fucking lot was originally meant for me. You fucking? Aisha abruptly cut him short. Of course it was lover boy. I simply changed my mind. I found a much better use for you than killing you. Can't you remember? What the hell is going off here? Blackwell's thoughts were almost loud enough to be audible. Aisha was almost certainly a hired assassin. So who the hell was she working for? Whose side was she on? Muhammad was thinking along the same lines. Blackwell again looked into Aisha's eyes. They had once again assumed their dark, alluring, almost magnetic attraction. Gone was the steely, almost vacant, unimpassioned eyes of the wolf as it sinks its fangs into its still live prey. The wild, yet controlled, cold-blooded assassin had returned to being a beautiful, demure young lady. He smiled inwardly as he pondered the question. Was Muhammad lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend, or had he bitten off much more than he could chew? Thank God that Rebecca is a normal woman. His smile was now physically visible, if not his thoughts. Chapter 27. Confusion. I haven't got a clue, sir, honestly. Not one single clue. I have no doubt that the mayor was behind it all. But why? Muhammad is proving more than useful. So why have him killed? Nothing makes sense anymore. Blackwell was sitting opposite Slade in Slade's office. Both men were looking directly at each other without really seeing. Blackwell's mind was filled with Aisha and her role in all of this. Slade was thinking of nothing in particular. His mind had become spatial. No thought lingered for more than a few seconds, before simply evaporating into seemingly thin air. He had seen Blackwell balancing precariously on the verge of a breakdown, and was wondering if he himself was heading for a similar traumatic mental collapse. After the pub explosion, Aisha and Muhammad had driven out of the pub car park just in time to avoid Charles, who, having regained consciousness, appeared from out of the pub brandishing a pistol. Blackwell was well within range of the pistol and completely exposed. Charles had walked purposefully towards him and pointed the pistol at his head, before shaking his own head slowly and menacingly, then walking over to his own silver Audi. Before climbing into the car, Charles had again looked straight at Blackwell and run his index finger across his throat, the intention being more than obvious. He could have killed me at any time of his choosing, so why am I still alive? Fucked if I know, Andy. Slade, still sat at his desk, rested his head in his hands, almost in a gesture of submission. This whole thing is now getting out of hand. It's as if this department is being set up as some sort of patsy, dancing to the mayor's tune. Maybe that has been the intention all along. Perhaps the entire counterterrorism section was only established as a sop to mask the true intentions of the establishment. I've told you before, Andy, never forget the politics. Follow the money, and the politics will join you. The question that haunts me is how high up in the chain of command is the mayor? What is now happening is almost on a global scale. Europe is on fire, not just us, Andy. So the mayor can only be a cog in a very large wheel. Someone is orchestrating the whole series of events. But why? The only link on a European scale is the grouping of the 7 heads of Europe's counter-terrorism network, and as I am the UK's representative, I find it difficult to accept that any planning could have been done without my knowledge. You did mention that on several occasions the mayor stood in for you, sir. I never thought about it before, Andy. But you are right, of course. Looking back on it, most of the meetings seem to have coincided with my being unavailable because of some internal conference or whatever, usually arranged by the mayor. Blackwell began to chuckle quietly. Slade tilted his head questioningly to one side, his eyes widening as he spoke. What? Muhammad's comments, sir? Follow the money. I'm beginning to think that there is something in that. Nothing helps to focus the mind quite like money, sir. I would imagine that your mind was pretty focused when Charles pointed his pistol at your head. True, sir. I was focused on trying to avoid shitting myself. Both men burst out laughing. There was a knock on the door, and a pretty young WPC entered. Sorry to disturb you, sir, but Mr. Bond is on the phone again, and he says it is urgent that he speaks to you. Put him through on speaker, please, June. The phone sprang to life and Slade reached down. Mr. Bond, Inspector Slade here. Andy is with me. What the fuck is going off? Why is the mayor trying to kill you? And what is this shit that you keep feeding us about someone in the Muslim world going nuclear? Good afternoon, Inspector. I suspect that your hemorrhoids are playing up again? You cheeky bastard. Both Slade and Blackwell burst out laughing. Sir, did Andy tell you all that went off at the pub? Yes, everything. What, about Aisha as well, sir? I said everything. So what about Aisha? She certainly doesn't sound like some innocent Muslim girl straight out of college to me. Slade scratched his head as he spoke, his face assuming a whimsical expression. Blackwell jumped into the conversation before Muhammad had the time to answer. She's a professional, Mr. Bond. The dog's bollocks. Amateurs don't know about directional projectile explosives. She's the real Bond in a long black dress. So come on, stop fucking us about. How long have you known? On my mother's life, Andy. I swear that I had no idea until today. I had an inkling a couple of days ago, but I thought that she was only joking. What she did scared the hell out of me. At the university, she often disappeared for days on end, her excuse being family problems. I don't think that she is even a Muslim anymore. Someone is giving her orders, but who? Blackwell looked confused as he again spoke. In the pub car park, you mentioned something about her killing you. Were you joking? No, Andy. She had been given orders to kill me, but at the last minute, she decided that my dick was too good to blow off. The explosive in the handbag was supposed to be her going away present for me. Slade suddenly burst out laughing. We have all got dicks, Mr. Bond, so what's so special about yours that it saved your life? You wouldn't want it growing on the end of your nose, sir, that's for sure. Both men burst out laughing, interrupted by a knock on the door and the entry of the same WPC as before. Sorry to disturb you again, sir, but the mayor is on the other line and is desperate to speak to you. Page him through June and keep this line open on conference call. No visuals. Mr. Bond, not a word from you. Do you hear me? Not one fucking word or I will personally cut your precious dick off and sew it onto the end of your nose. Stephen. The familiar, rather upper-class nasal tone of the mayor's voice reverberated throughout the room. We have a problem. That supposedly de-radicalized Muslim bastard Muhammad has betrayed us, and your man Blackwell appears to have gone over to the other side. They have already killed 2 of my men, and are putting the whole future of our plan in jeopardy. You have to do something about it. The PM is furious. Glancing at Blackwell, Slade lifted a finger to his lips in the time-honored gesture of silence as he spoke. Sir, I have known Andy for quite some time now. There is no way that he would do anything to endanger the country. He may be a little headstrong at times, but his heart is in the right place, and there can never be any question about his loyalty. I will lay my career on the line for it. Both Slade and Blackwell felt the mayor's suppressed anger, as his voice rose by an octave. Okay, Stephen. I may be wrong about Blackwell, but that murdering bastard Muhammad has to be eliminated. Keep Blackwell out of the line of fire or you will be fucking well looking for a new assistant. The line closed audibly, as the phone at the mayor's end was slammed down in a fit of rage. Did you get all that, Mr. Bond? Sure did. And what are you going to do about it? Nothing, Andy. Absolutely nothing. What can I possibly do? He seems to be surrounded by professional hitmen. Perhaps I may have a word with Aisha, though. She would be most upset if she thought that anyone was going to harm her precious dick. Bond over and out. Slade and Blackwell grinned as the line went dead, before looking at each other. What do you suppose he meant by that, Andy? Do you think that he was joking? I don't think so, sir. You didn't see the look in Aisha's eyes when Charles grabbed her arm. They went cold, dark, as black as night, and absolutely murderous. I'm pretty damn sure that this wasn't the first time that she has operated. She was much too cool, too composed. It seemed like no more than another day at the office for her. Do you think that she will go after the mayor? If she is the professional that you think she is, you can guarantee that Charles is now aware of it, and will have informed him. He is bound to be on his guard. Where do we stand in all this mess then, sir? Whose side are we on now? Blackwell shook his head slowly from side to side as he spoke, his voice noticeably lowering in volume. The mayor is technically our employer, sir. Yet, for some reason, I feel that he is sliding towards becoming our main enemy. We stay on our own side, Andy. We will bide our time and play piggy in the middle as we always do. We will simply sit back and see how things unfold. Getting too involved at this stage seems to me like hanging on to the tiger's tail. You can't hold on, and you dare not let go. Chapter 28. A great honor. Mohammed shuddered as the imam fixed him with a piercing stare. He held the look for several seconds before speaking. You have been chosen, Mohammed. You will be the one to carry out the will of Allah. Fuck off, you filthy pervert. The words never left Mohammed's mouth. He knew what was coming next. He was the next fortunate Muslim man to be granted an accelerated joyride to paradise. He was to be a suicide bomber once again. Fuck off! He again mouthed the words, trying desperately to contain them. I don't want a fucking bunch of grapes in paradise. He had remembered Blackwell's comments during his interrogation. He could feel the panic rising in the pit of his stomach, the empty feeling of nothingness that consumes the whole being. The death sentence, the wasteful end to a life that he was once again beginning to enjoy. Fuck off. His head almost exploded as the words fought to break free. You have been chosen to collect the package, Mohammed. The package that will free the Muslim world from their subjugation by the infidel. Package? Mohammed was suspicious, and tried to disguise his feelings. He had heard the tales of people who had collected the package. They were invariably the reluctant suicide bombers. On delivery to a place of the imam's choosing, the bomb contained within the package would be exploded remotely, and the innocent man, woman, or child carrying the package would be on their way to paradise as martyrs, where if Blackwell had been correct, they would collect their bunch of grapes, and not the 72 virgins as promised by the imam. What choice did he have? He could hardly say no, neither was he going to allow the senile old bastard standing in front of him to pass the death sentence on him. The imam placed both of his hands onto Mohammed's shoulders as he spoke. Mohammed tensed, and visibly recoiled in revulsion. You have nothing to worry about, Mohammed. I promise you that. We will all be many miles away when the bomb explodes. You must tell no one, but you will be allowed to move all your family out of the capital the day before. None of us will ever be able to return. No one will return for 1,000 years. Mohammed stood in stunned silence, his mouth slightly open, before closing slowly and swallowing audibly. It is a great honor that Allah has bestowed upon you, my son. Indeed, but why me? Allah spared you from the underground explosion. That was the sign that we have been waiting for. You have been chosen by Allah, not by man, not by chance, not by this mosque, but by Allah himself. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Mohammed repeated with exaggerated enthusiasm. Allahu fucking Akbar, my arse, his inner voice silently screamed. The perverted old bastard was lying. He had to be. Even so, why had he mentioned about evacuating families? That could only mean one thing. He had to be talking about a nuclear device. Why else would no one be able to return for 1,000 years? He had to get away quickly and inform Blackwell and Slade. No way could he assist in carrying out such an atrocity. What the hell was the point of exploding a nuclear device in London anyway? Vast tracts of the city were Muslim zones and ghettos. Any native infidel with enough money had left the city long ago. Follow the money, he repeated over and over to himself as he began his walk home. Follow the money. Where will that take us? His mind traveled back to his university days, and the furor his original thesis had created. Who had been responsible for trashing it and throwing it out? He was almost thrown out of the university because of it, so something contained within the thesis had rattled a few cages. Surely it couldn't have been his comments and analysis of the petrodollar. The repercussions of its possible demise had been in the public domain for years. Israel? His thesis had concentrated around the really big players in world finance, and if money were in any way involved, Israel, or at least Jewish oligarchs, would be loitering somewhere in the shadows nearby. Was that why the mayor had so abruptly silenced him at the meeting? Was that why the mayor wanted him dead? Perhaps he was getting a little too close to the answer. If so, why would Israel allow the Muslims to get their hands on a nuclear bomb? Something was out of kilter. Who was the puppet master? Find him, and the rest of the puzzle would slip seamlessly into place. Chapter 29. A big pile of dog shit. What is wrong with your dick today? Have you been playing away and shagged yourself to death while I have been out of town? I will kill you if you have. Aisha sounded serious. They were in the same cheap hotel room that they jokingly called their sex palace, and had been using for the last few weeks. Both of them had agreed that to be spotted in public by anyone connected with the mosque would be dangerous. Clandestine meetings only until things quietened down. Muhammad's mind was not in the room with them. Speak to me, lover boy. What the hell is wrong with you? Aisha's voice was tinged with anger, yet displayed a hint of genuine concern. Muhammad's dick always worked. At the university she had called him her walking hormone, her testosterone machine, so what the hell was wrong with it today? Muhammad's brain was cruising directionless in overdrive. Nothing made any sense. Aisha had been instructed to kill him, and had sworn that she had no knowledge of who had placed the contract. This was the only way that she ever operated. All business was done through an unknown third party if she was freelancing, and only through a trusted contact if the operation was sanctioned by the CIA. The mayor wanted him dead, and had told Slade and Blackwell so over the phone. Both Slade and Blackwell wanted to work with him against the Muslim extremist. He was a valued team member and was enjoying his role of double agent. It was not only exciting, but the mayor had even originally put him on the payroll. He loved his code name of James Bond and imagined himself as a suave Asian replacement for Sean Connery. The Muslim imam wanted him to collect a package that was either a death sentence or something that sounded suspiciously like a nuclear device. Who the hell could he trust? There seemed to be only one thing for it. He had to take Aisha on trust and tell her about his involvement. Everything. There was no other way. He didn't want to lose her though, as for the second time he was again falling hopelessly in love with her. Before he began speaking, he wondered where she stood in all this mess and intrigue. Who was she working for, and would his life once again be in her hands? You are pretty deep in the shit, lover boy. How on earth have you allowed so many people to hold the sword of Damocles over your head? Aisha threw back her long black hair with a shake of her head, as Muhammad finished telling her his recent life story. Let's take it one step at a time and see where we are going. I think that you should think about it a little harder, girl. Shit sticks, and you would probably be well advised to stay 1,000,000 miles away from me. Is that what you want? Of course not. You know it isn't. But why put yourself in danger? This whole thing seems to be spiraling out of control. Maybe I like danger, lover boy. Maybe you don't know me as well as you think you do. You sure? Aisha smiled demurely as she nodded. Her face then turned serious as she spoke. Let's go over a few things and see what turns up. Firstly, why does the mayor want you dead? It is quite possible that the contract that I was handed came from there, and when I failed to carry it out, Charlie Boy picked up on it. Mohammed thought for a few seconds before speaking. I have no idea, honest. I have been working with Slade and Blackwell with the mayor's blessing. I thought that I was passing on some pretty useful intel, until you came along and almost blew my dick off. I'll get back to your dick later. I have some unfinished business there. In the meantime, let's try to save the rest of you first. What information have you passed over from the mosque that could be important enough for the mayor to consider you a threat? I can only think of the word nuclear. I have mentioned it on a couple of occasions to Andy, but it was almost in passing. Nothing positive until my last meeting with the Imam. Even now, I'm still unsure which way to turn, and haven't told Andy about the package yet. How are you getting on with Slade and Blackwell? Can you trust them? We work pretty well together, and yes, I can trust them. Perhaps not with my life, but they are both good men. What about the Imam and the elders at the mosque? Do you think that you are being set up for a quick holiday in paradise, or are they genuine about this package? Why are you so convinced that it is a nuclear device? Why would they mention evacuating my family? London being uninhabitable for 1,000 years. I have been hearing whispers about some form of nuclear device for weeks now. I've got to tell you this, lover boy. You haven't just stepped in a pile of dog shit. It's the mother lode, and you have been positively rolling in it. So far, I honestly cannot see any connections. Nothing makes any sense. As far as I can see, you have two choices. Number 1, you emigrate, and number 2, we both get together with Slade and Blackwell. Stuff the mayor. If he causes any more problems, I will take care of him. The same goes for that senile old Imam. How? Leave that to me, lover boy. Now let's concentrate on getting our money's worth out of this hotel room. Chapter 30. A job offer. Rebecca and Aisha nodded and smiled at each other across the table, as Blackwell and Mohammed walked towards the bar to order the drinks. Both girls looked enough alike to be sisters. Long black hair, legs that seemed to go on forever, and faces that were not only beautiful, but in their own way portrayed a hidden touch of steel, a sense of latent power. For the first time since the death of his wife some 5 years earlier, Stephen Slade felt the long-forgotten stirring in his whole being. In many ways, his life had become an empty, soulless void. He had become a very lonely man, and by immersing and losing himself in his work, he hadn't even been aware of it. He had barely noticed the female of the species for years now, and when he had, it had been no more than an observation, perhaps even a slight appreciation of a well-assembled package. June, the WPC that acted as his secretary back at the station, was a pretty girl, but he only ever saw her as a copper, and not as a woman. Both girls were quite uniquely mesmeric clones, yet different enough to be diametric opposites. Together, they charged the room with enough static to make the flesh tingle, Rebecca with her self-assured confidence, and Aisha with her hint of excitement and danger. Both girls felt Slade's probing eye and turned to face him. He smiled, and barely controlling his rapidly accelerating heartbeat, which was threatening to run out of control, regained his composure and spoke to the pair of them. Just checking you out, girls. Just a little visual psychoanalysis, a technique that Andy taught me relating back to his university days. The girls broke into spontaneous laughter. And there was I thinking that you were looking at my legs, Stephen. May I call you Stephen? Slade was momentarily lost for words. He took control of his brain. Rebecca, my dear girl, of course you must call me Stephen. However, Andy is not only a friend and work colleague, he is also the size of a mountain gorilla, so please reduce the exposure of bare flesh before I insist on the pair of you wearing burqas for any future meetings. The three of them burst out laughing. A bonding was beginning to develop, a friendship bonding. The meeting was going to be a success, if only for the trust that it was establishing between them. Blackwell and Mohammed returned with 5 pints of hand-pulled real ale, and placed them on the circular table before sitting down. It looks like the 3 of you are already well acquainted. Blackwell stroked Rebecca's head as he spoke. Not really well enough, Andy. You have told me enough about Stephen and Mohammed, but nothing about Aisha? Rebecca winked at Aisha as she spoke. Aisha grinned, knowing full well that he had told her everything that he knew. Blackwell had been put on the spot and was feeling decidedly uncomfortable. Aisha broke the strained silence. Let's start with Rebecca, shall we? I am sure that her life is far more interesting than mine. Rebecca chuckled. It was pretty much okay until someone blew the hell out of my offices and killed everyone inside them. Now I am unemployed, and from the feedback I have been receiving from my last 4 interviews, I am pretty well unemployable by virtue of being overeducated and overqualified for everything that comes up. I am also completely skint. The firm owed me 3 months' salary, and without Andy I would probably be selling my body down Soho. I'll have a few bobs worth of that. Mohammed then let out a yell as Aisha's elbow found its target. How much did you earn, Rebecca? Aisha sounded serious and businesslike. Between 70 and 80K a year depending on bonuses. Why don't you come and work for me? I will pay you double that plus bonuses. The room went silent. The serious undertone in Aisha's voice immobilized everyone. Blackwell turned cold. No, Aisha. You do what you do, so don't involve Rebecca. Andy is a friend. Mohammed glared. Blackwell looked deeply into Rebecca's eyes. He did not like what he saw. She had suddenly developed a cold, steely gaze that was completely out of character. She may be headstrong, possibly even ruthless when appearing in court, but she was no killer. His mind suddenly flashed to the pub explosion. He had seen those eyes before. They were the eyes of Aisha and not Rebecca. Why had Rebecca assumed the vibes of a predator, the eyes of a wolf? This was no longer Rebecca. Both he and Slade were on the other side of the fence. There could be no condoning Aisha's line of work, and most certainly not her suggested job offer to Rebecca. Mohammed's anger was on the verge of exploding. His light Asian skin appeared dark, almost black, without even the slightest hint of color change. How could you afford such stupid money, Aisha? You shouldn't even joke about it. For 10 grand you can eliminate anyone you want to in this city. 10 grand gets you a monkey on a motorbike carrying a pea shooter. Lover boy, those people don't get to change governments or heads of state. Only professionals can do that. Blackwell froze for the second time as Rebecca spoke. I am interested, Aisha. When can I start? Slade, Blackwell, and Mohammed looked at each other in turn, their mouths open, before looking carefully into Rebecca's glazed eyes. There was no blinking. They saw only cold steel, devoid of all emotion. They sensed the presence of the wolf. The 3 men knew that she was serious. There would be no turning back. Blackwell became completely immobilized. His lips moved, but he was unable to speak, unable to do anything other than tremble internally. He sensed an empty void, a vacuum, sucking his very lifeblood from him. Slade cupped his hands and rested his head in them. What the hell was the point of it all? This last month alone had seen hundreds, no, thousands killed in bomb attacks, most of them being innocent civilians. So what if an odd Arab sheik or a millionaire businessman bought it? They probably deserved it anyway. He had been around death for too long. He was anesthetized. It was no more than an everyday occurrence in his job. People die. Life goes on. Get over it. How was Blackwell going to take it, though? Stephen Slade knew love when he saw it, and had been deeply in love himself for over 20 years before the car accident that had left him in a coma for 2 weeks, and his wife in the mortuary. Blackwell was still pretty idealistic. He hadn't been around the job for long enough to acquire an old lag's cynicism. Much of his vision and actions were still clothed in black and white. Shades of gray only start to appear in the peripheral vision as a result of experience and wisdom. Sadly, reality always eventually trumps idealism. It simply takes its time. No one is immune to the subtle psychological changes, nor are they aware of them, as bit by bit, they begin to gnaw and nibble at the innate sense of decency that briefly accompanies inexperience. Chapter 31. The war begins. It was time to change the conversation. Andy Blackwell had retreated back into his embryonic PTSD shell and needed a jolt to bring him round. His mind was now focused only on his loss. It wasn't simply the loss of a girlfriend that he was now deeply in love with. He had lost much more than that. He had lost his trust in what he had naively considered to be the inherent goodness and decency of the human race. If the one person in the world who he trusted more than life itself could become a killer at nothing more than the mere suggestion of extra money, what the hell was the point of it all? There was no inherent goodness in the human race. Goodness was a pretense, no more than a utopic illusion. The law and the laws that he had sworn to uphold had been put in place to keep a lid on the inherent badness of people. These laws simply prevented us from returning to the rule of the jungle. Aisha had returned to the jungle, and now Rebecca was about to join her. Rebecca stood up from her chair and put a loving arm around him. I promise you, Andy, I will not do anything illegal. You have my word on it. Blackwell's body twitched slightly. He was sobbing internally without sound. He could feel the anger welling up inside his body. He needed a drink. He wanted to beat the living daylights out of someone. Muhammad glared at Aisha. Wife-beating is an accepted practice among Muslims. He had never felt more like beating anyone in his whole life. The mountain gorilla seemed to have been reduced to an insignificant monkey. Blackwell suddenly looked smaller. He was vulnerable, his eyes empty, devoid of all emotion and rationality, his breathing erratic to the point of hyperventilation. The strained silence was broken by the sound of shattering glass, as the percussion grenade smashed its way through the window, bounced off the top of their table, and disappeared behind the bar before exploding. The bartender screamed silently, all sound trapped inside his open mouth as the visual flash and the shockwave immobilized him. 4 people seated at the table, and another 4 people at an adjoining table, were temporarily blinded and frozen in time, their inner ear rendering them unable to balance or to coordinate limbs and mind. Only one person reacted. Aisha opened her eyes and took her hands away from her ears a split second after the explosion. Months of training kicked in. Reaching into her handbag, she withdrew a pistol just as 3 men, each carrying Uzi submachine pistols, burst in through the front door of the pub. 2 of them collapsed in a heap before they had even located the group. The 3rd man fired blindly into the air, as 2 9mm dum-dum rounds ripped into his chest, expanding and splintering in different directions as they traveled through his body, shredding everything in their path. Before his body had hit the ground, Aisha made a dash for the door, vaulting over 2 of the bodies, one of which was still twitching. In the car park she was just in time to see the silver Audi drive away, too far away to make the shot, but not far enough away for her not to recognize the driver. If Charlie Boy wanted a war, Charlie Boy would get a war, only this time she would be on the offensive and not the defensive. Firstly, she had a spot of training to do. She had recognized Rebecca's potential as an equal within seconds of meeting her, her eyes giving out the unmistakable signal. They were so alike. Action without fear, memory without conscience. She had been looking for such a partner ever since her student days. Ever since the CIA had first approached her with an exciting proposition. Chapter 32. Aisha. Aisha was in her 2nd year at Oxford when the small, slightly balding, middle-aged man first approached her. The party was in full swing at one of the students' stronghold bars, and everyone was pretty drunk. I already have a boyfriend, she had told him. I am well aware of that, Aisha, had come the reply. Nevertheless, I have a friend who would like to have a word with you. Please take my card and give me a ring tomorrow. Not a word to anyone, and I promise you that it will be to your advantage. How does he know my name? The thought passed as Muhammad handed her another drink. It was late in the afternoon a few days later that she discovered the card in her handbag and vaguely remembered the conversation with the stranger. Muhammad was pretty much unavailable for the day owing to lectures, so feeling slightly intrigued, she made the call. A couple of weeks later, as the university closed for the summer holidays, she boarded the plane for America to begin her training. Why have you chosen me from the thousands of students available? She had initially asked. Your Muslim contacts at the London mosque, and your obvious lack of Muslim values, had come the reply. She was smart enough to see where this was leading, and thrilled at the thought of her future role. She was also being paid very well, with the promise of untold riches if successful. In her third year at Oxford, after a year of intense yet sporadic training, she received her first assignment. She was to become an escort and kill a Saudi prince, someone who was over in London on a mission sponsoring and overseeing a terrorist atrocity. The prince's security was impregnable, but assassins rarely come in the form of beautiful, intelligent Muslim girls. The prince was young and handsome, and the attraction between both parties instant, as she shyly glanced at him over her expensive pink-tinted glasses. His bodyguards had at first advised him against approaching anyone that they had not vetted. He stayed them with no more than a flick of the wrist. For almost 2 weeks she became his constant companion, traveling to all the millionaire haunts in the Mediterranean. The sex was every bit as good as it had been with Muhammad, but sadly it had to come to an end. On their last night together, she reluctantly slipped the polonium tablet into his glass of champagne as they spent the entire evening in bed. His death was lingering and painful, taking several weeks before he finally succumbed to the untraceable internal radiation poisoning. This was the first of many assignments, the modus operandi being repeated whenever an assassin's bullet was no longer an option. An assassin's bullet made a statement. It contained a warning, a threat. Aisha much preferred the more subtle approach. Either way, failure was not an option and never happened. In addition to her covert employment by the CIA, she secured the services of an agent. Freelance work was far more lucrative than salaried work. Aisha was beginning to become a little worried. Her last job had been a tricky one, and she had been forced to hide in the dust-filled attic at the imposing country mansion for 2 days and nights without food or water. She had just eliminated the target as he slept peacefully, but she had been disturbed by the owner's dogs that had been wandering freely around the place. She had been unprofessional and had not done the necessary homework and surveillance. She began to feel that her luck had lasted for too long. Someone, somewhere, was sooner or later bound to make the connection between her and the untimely death of her victims. Rebecca would be perfect. She could work the escort/prostitute angle, and she herself would supply the feminine violence if required. This could be a partnership made in heaven, a very lucrative partnership. Firstly, though, there was the question of Charlie Boy and the mayor. There was also the problem with Muhammad and his package. She resolved to interrogate one of the Muslim hierarchy in her own inimitable way. She wouldn't worry about witnesses. She never left witnesses. The esteem in which she was held by her CIA superiors was testimony to that. They disapproved of her freelance work. The CIA work may have paid the bills, but the freelance work was far more lucrative. She couldn't help wondering how much the Kennedy job had been worth. She wouldn't have done such a messy job. She was much too professional for that. A serial adulterer like the president would have been as easy as falling off a log. She studied the photographs sent to her by her agent. It was an easy hit. The guy was down in London for a few days and always sought the services of an escort, as the agency called them. Maybe this would provide the perfect, on-the-job training for Rebecca. Why not, she mused. The offer was only $50K, and if it went tits up, it would be no great loss. She had already banked $100,000 for her last job out in the countryside. She shuddered as the memory of her incarceration flooded her mind. She could handle the lack of food and drink, but 2 whole days and nights without taking a dump. Professionals do not leave DNA evidence. Chapter 33. The next day. It was 9 in the morning, the day after the pub shooting. Having walked around the dead and bleeding bodies, Blackwell had left the bar with Rebecca as soon as his senses had returned. Mohammed had shot off with Aisha, and Slade had driven straight home. Only Aisha was really in any fit state to drive, and seemed totally unfazed by the whole incident. There was no point hanging around at the pub. The agreement was that none of them had been there. 3 dead bodies would have required too much explaining. Chief Inspector Stephen Slade was sat at his desk as Detective Sergeant Andy Blackwell walked in and handed in his letter of resignation from the force. "I'm sorry, sir, but my nerves are shot. I have split with Rebecca. There is no way that I can stay with her if she is going to link up with Aisha, and she is quite adamant that she is not going to change her mind. I didn't sign up for the job to turn a blind eye to political assassinations and vendettas. If she steps out of line, I will fucking well arrest both her and Aisha and throw away the key. I have told her so. That's going to be difficult now that you have resigned. Anyway, what did you sign up for, Andy? Did you really think that life would be so simple once you had taken the oath?" "You know as well as I do, sir. I wanted to make a difference. It certainly wasn't for the salary, nor the respect. Both aspects are shit. You are aware that Aisha probably saved your life yesterday, aren't you? That still doesn't make it right to go around killing people for money. Blowing innocent people to pieces for a religious ideology is okay then, as long as no money is involved? For fuck's sake, Andy, grow up. We are not dealing with Sunday school principles and Bible classes anymore. The world has changed over these last few weeks. Get a reality check. The Muslim situation may have quietened down a little, but do you honestly think that it is over? No fucking chance. The Shia and the Sunni are simply jockeying for position. So far you have only seen the opening salvos. The Big Bang is coming anytime soon. You have said so yourself on numerous occasions, and I need you here with me when it really kicks off. Do me a favor, Andy. Ask Mohammed to speak to Aisha and find out if she needs another partner. I have had it up to here with the job. An odd assassination here and there is no more than a pinprick when measured against what is coming. In fact, what is already happening on our doorsteps on a daily basis. Every time Mohammed mentions the word nuclear, I damn near shit myself. I am struggling to hold it together, Andy. You are not on your own. I have simply had a bit more experience in dealing with trauma. I have told you before, you cannot carry the responsibility for everything that happens on your shoulders, no matter how broad they are. Sometimes you have to simply let go and wash your hands of the matter. I wish it was that easy, sir. I have tried, but I cannot let go. The job follows me everywhere. You are going to feel a damn sight worse when it really kicks off, and you are powerless and simply looking in from the outside. Stick with it, Andy. You are an instinctive copper, and you really can make a difference. Not only that, I have a gut feeling that Aisha is more with us than against us. Both she and Mohammed have the right contacts at the mosque, and at this point in time she appears to be the only line of defense that we have against the mayor and his henchmen. She saw Charles drive away from the pub yesterday, so the mayor is definitely out to kill one of us if not all of us, and I haven't got a fucking clue why. She looked pretty serious to me when she said that both Charles and the mayor were dead men walking. Mind you, she was pretty fired up. Did you see the look in her eyes? There is definitely a wolf somewhere in her ancestry. Having seen her handiwork, sir, I would rather her be with us than against us. How can such a beautiful slip of a lass be a trained assassin? How the hell do you apply for a job like that? Where would it be advertised? I have my suspicions, Andy. You can bet that it wouldn't be in this country. CIA, sir? Either them or Mossad, maybe even both of them. We have always known that they are in bed together on intelligence matters, so why not share other assets? Blackwell smiled a pained smile. He was feeling a little better. His hands had stopped trembling. Can I tear up your letter now, Andy? Blackwell paused for a few seconds before answering. Better stick it in the pending tray, sir. You never know when I am likely to crack completely. The way things are going at the moment, I think I may well beat you to it. Slade shook his head in a gesture of virtual resignation as he slipped the letter into his waste bin out of Blackwell's sight. Have you spoken to Mohammed this morning? No, sir. He told me that he was going to lie low for a few days to think things over. What about his ramblings about some damned nuclear bomb? Nothing, sir. When he contacts you again, press him on it. The very thought of it scares me shitless. Don't tell him that, sir. He will be worried about your hemorrhoids again. Bollocks to you, Sergeant Blackwell. Bollocks! Both men burst out laughing. It wasn't a forced laugh, simply an involuntary way of releasing their pent-up tensions. Both men were fully aware that they could easily be staring into the abyss. Character and exaggerated willpower were the only resources still available to them in order to maintain their sanity. Why do you think that everything has gone so quiet in the so-called war between the rival Muslim factions, Andy? There aren't even any street riots or marches anymore. It's as if someone threw a switch and everyone went home at the same time. Slade stroked the day's growth of stubble on his chin as he spoke. Today was the first day in his life that he had gone to work without shaving. I was wondering the same thing myself, sir. Do you suppose that they suspect some form of outside involvement designed to stir up interracial and religious hatred? Isn't that what it is all about, Andy? Your initial assessment of Special Forces involvement seems to have been spot on, so why the current lull in activity? Perhaps it was simply some form of diversionary tactic designed to make us look in the wrong direction. The mayor seemed to be quite genuine when he explained the long-term objectives of the operation, but now I'm not so sure. Things seemed to be accelerating nicely for him, with everything going according to plan as the riots began to escalate and get out of hand. Then bang! Everything came to a halt. A dead stop, not even so much as broken window for days. The bastard is up to something, and I think that we have been strung along. Maybe we have all been pointed in the wrong direction like the set of mugs that he takes us for. Another thing, why did he want Mohammed killed? What is it that Mohammed discovered that scared him so much? The only thing that springs to mind, sir, is the word nuclear. If the mayor is aware of it, then he must be in league with someone at the mosque, because that is where Mohammed heard it mentioned. It follows on that once we all became aware of it, then we in turn became a threat. That would explain why we were maybe all targeted at the pub yesterday, and not just Mohammed. Both men sat silent and deep in thought for a couple of minutes before Blackwell suddenly became animated. Didn't you give the mayor your private mobile number at our last meeting, sir? He asked for mine? Yes, why do you ask? That is almost certainly how we were traced to the pub. Our mobile phones can be picked up by GPS anywhere in the world. What a couple of pricks. I'm the one who has stressed to all my officers never to release their personal number to anyone outside of the department. The bastard will have been tracking our every movement for the last few weeks. Hasn't he also got Mohammed's number? Blackwell grinned. Only his old one, sir. He switched phones with a mate of his on the day after we gave it to him. That's probably why he is still alive. He's a smart one, that's for sure. He also seems to keep his own personal bodyguard close to him as well. Mind you, with legs like hers, I wouldn't let her stray too far. Blackwell grinned at the thought of Aisha's never-ending legs. Speaking of legs, Andy, bugger off home and sort out your own pair of legs. Only a fool would let legs like those walk away from him. Chapter 34. An unfortunate accident. Aisha sat up in bed, leaned over Mohammed's body, and gently kissed him on the lips before speaking. Do you know, lover boy, I can't make up my mind who I love the most, you or your dick. You had better make the most of both of us then. I have to go to the mosque tomorrow. I have a horrible feeling that they will want me to collect the package, and you know what that means, don't you? Of course I do. You will be collecting a package and delivering it. Nothing else. You don't know that. Oh yes I do. The stupid old cleric with the one good eye told me so. Muhammad sat bolt upright in bed before speaking. What the hell do you mean he told me so? He would never volunteer such information. It's more than even his life is worth. His life isn't worth anything at the moment, my darling. He is dead. I never cease to be amazed at the terror a single portion of pork can instill in those religious fanatics. How did he die? Quickly, with barely a whimper. You mean that? I find it useful not to leave witnesses around. They can easily cause problems at a later date no matter what they promise. Muhammad groaned in resignation. Did he say what was in the package? Of course he did. I always do a thorough job. That is why I am in such big demand and so very, very expensive. Well, come on you stupid woman. What is it? Nothing more than a miniaturized nuclear bomb. Pretty much as you suspected. Oh fuck. And I am supposed to collect it and deliver it. Did he say where from and where to? He didn't know. He muttered something about North Korea before I put him to sleep. Is that very far? Stop taking the piss, Aisha. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? I didn't want you to become too traumatized, lover boy. Your dick might have gone to sleep on me again. When they discover his body, they are bound to become suspicious. That could change everything and put me in the frame. Anyone can fall down the stairs and break their neck in their own home, darling. People do it all the time. Jesus Christ! Don't you mean Allahu Akbar? I don't know who I mean or what the hell I mean. I've got to tell Blackwell. We can never allow a nuclear device to explode in London. It would kill millions. I think that's the general idea. As soon as you have more information, I'm out of here, and I am taking your dick with me. Do you fancy joining us in making up a ménage à trois? Muhammad simply shook his head in disbelief at Aisha's flippancy. At university, despite her obvious near-genius level intelligence and her alpha status amongst her peers, she had been so compliant, almost putty-like in his hands, readily allowing him to make all the decisions. Yet now it was as if she had been cast in stone, a deadly immovable object in league with an equally dangerous irresistible force, both of which were contained in the most delectable package he had ever seen assembled. Where would you like to go to in order to escape the nuclear fallout, my sweet little piranha fish? Muhammad smiled as he spoke. Wherever you want to, lover boy. You know that I always let you make the important decisions. It is so reassuring to know that you are always around to protect me. I am little more than a feeble Muslim woman who is happy just to make you happy. Boudica on steroids, more like. Aisha burst out laughing and reached beneath the bedclothes. Her hand found its target with the accuracy of an assassin's bullet. Just enough time for one more, sir, if it pleases your lordship. I have to see Rebecca this afternoon. We have important business to discuss. Chapter 35. Mission accomplished. Rebecca felt the pain, not the stinging pain of a slap, more of a full-blooded blow delivered with an open hand, and gasped at the intended violence. How could any man obtain any form of sexual pleasure by inflicting such pain on a woman? Aisha had warned her about the man. This time, Aisha had done the necessary research. Her homework had been meticulous. She had been thorough, no morsel of information having been overlooked or discarded. She couldn't allow any cock-up on Rebecca's first assignment. Yet despite the intensive briefing, nothing could have prepared her for this. Rebecca had to choose her moment carefully. Plan 1 had already gone out of the window. The drug-induced heart attack would take too long, and she was no longer willing to be party to such violence. The reserve plan had to be brought forward. The man had lingered for far too long over the evening meal. 2 bottles of very expensive champagne now fueled his sadistic sexual thrill, and in 30 minutes the hotel security cameras would again begin recording. Remember Cinderella, Aisha had stressed. At midnight, both the room and corridor cameras will start recording again. I cannot delay them any longer as the hotel security staff change shift. You are a very naughty boy. Rebecca turned to face the panting, heavily breathing, red-faced man, and spoke in a commanding tone. "You are going to be punished, so bend over. It is now my turn." The whole demeanor of the aggressive, overweight millionaire businessman immediately turned into one of subservient submission, just as Aisha had told her that it would. The fool wanted to be dominated. He wanted to be humiliated, but most of all he wanted to be spanked. He needed his sadomasochistic persona and ego massaged. He desperately wanted an erection. And together, the giving and receiving of pain was the only means of achieving this objective. Rebecca almost felt sympathy for him, as she plunged the stiletto knife into his closed right eye and deep into his brain, shaking it as a terrier shakes a rat. Withdrawing the blood-covered blade, she moved to one side as the man fell to the ground. Calmly, she wiped the knife on the bedclothes, against which the man had been standing, prostrate, naked, and submissive. Death had been so quick. Aisha had been so positive in her training and had left nothing to chance. Rebecca sighed, quietly to begin with, each sigh increasing in volume and frequency, until she was unconsciously gasping with the most intense pleasure that she could ever have imagined as the orgasm filled her entire body. She stood trembling as the body at her feet twitched. How long would the orgasm last? Forever. Please, forever, she gasped. Let it last forever. How could one body release such a torrent of dopamine into the brain? Please don't ever let it end, she said out loud. Eventually, after what seemed to be several minutes, her body returned to normal. Her breathing was heavy, and still accompanied by the occasional disbelieving gasp. Removing, and then repositioning her blonde wig, she calmly walked into the bathroom and completed the necessary transformation, reapplying the deep red lipstick together with a touch of eyeshadow. Jasmine turned back into Rebecca mentally for a brief moment, whilst remaining Jasmine outwardly. Aisha had thought of everything. She looked into the dressing table mirror as she put on the pink-tainted glasses that Aisha had given her. Rebecca had seamlessly become Jasmine. Rebecca had a new soulmate. Rebecca liked Jasmine, and in many ways envied her. Jasmine's orgasm had been 100 times more explosive than anything that Rebecca had experienced. Yes, she would like to become Jasmine a little more often. Jasmine seemed to live such an exciting life. She now had to get home as quickly as possible. Her whole body was still tingling. She needed Andy before the feeling disappeared. Who exactly was it that needed Andy's body? She wondered. Would that be Rebecca, or would it be Jasmine? I need to know, she spoke out loud, as she quietly closed the hotel room door behind her, slipping on the "Do Not Disturb" sign as she left. I need to know as quickly as possible. Was this why Aisha did the job, she wondered? She checked the Rolex watch that Aisha had handed to her as a welcome to the company present that very evening. It was still 10 minutes to midnight. She quickened her step as she glided along the hotel corridor, a satisfied smile crossing her beautiful face. Her body continued to tingle, as once again she felt the unmistakable approaching climax. Andy would not be doing much sleeping tonight. Leaving the hotel, she took a left turn. Walking for perhaps 100 yards, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her, and on turning around was relieved to see Aisha. Aisha spoke first. From the look on your face, Rebecca, I assume that you got the rush. I'm still getting it. Hurry home. It won't last forever, so make the most of it. I will ring you tomorrow. Something very interesting has just come up. The two incredibly beautiful young women went their separate ways, each of them with the same objective. Chapter 36. The Collection. Muhammad's thoughts were vacantly abstract as he indicated left and steered the car off the M1 motorway. He had already passed the northbound half of the Watford service station and had to cross the motorway and head for the southbound half, for what could easily be a life-or-death meeting. His instruction had been brief and simple enough. He had to drive to the far left-hand corner of the car park and leave on his side lights. He would be met by a man who would hand him a package, which he would then deliver to a pub car park in the city. Being an imaginary James Bond with Andy and Slade had been quite exciting in a non-life-threatening way. This was something completely different. His whole body was tensed. He was a coiled spring, ready to jump to safety at the slightest hint of danger. "Fuck you, James Bond," he said out loud. "If you need a partner, don't come looking for me." His mind flashed to Aisha. God, how he hoped that she was right about the task. He prayed that the old cleric had told her the truth. Aisha was sure. She had promised him that he was safe. "Trust me, lover boy," she had said with a parting kiss. "I would never let anything bad happen to one of my favorite dicks." She had laughed as he had shouted. As he had driven away. Why hadn't Slade and Andy answered their mobiles? He had rung each of them half a dozen times during his drive. What the hell was up with them? He turned into the service station car park and headed for the top left-hand corner. There he turned on his side lights and nervously waited for his contact to show up. A man appeared from nowhere some 50 yards away and headed in Muhammad's direction. The bearded man handed the box to Muhammad and nodded, their eyes briefly meeting, before both men averted their gaze. The man turned around and walked sharply away, crossing the motorway service station car park without a backward glance. Muhammad's eyes followed him until he reached a dimly lit section of the car park and disappeared from view. There was a movement to Muhammad's left that caught his attention, and out of the shadows walked a tall stranger, his face concealed by what appeared to be a Halloween mask. The man raised both arms and pointed his Uzi submachine gun at Muhammad's body before crumpling in a heap. There had been the unmistakable sound of a silenced rifle, no more than a popping sound, very similar to the sound of the air gun that he had shot rats with as a young teenager. Blood spurted out of the hole in the dead man's head, soaking into the mask and making it even more grotesque than before. A car fired up some 100 yards away, and with the sound of screeching tires, roared off towards the car park exit before merging with the southbound motorway traffic. The sound of laughter reached Muhammad's ears as a party of drunken revelers spotted their coach and headed in his direction. He had to move quickly. He placed the box onto the passenger seat of his car and drove slowly away, only switching on the car lights as he approached the motorway slip road. Throughout the 1-hour drive to the prearranged pub car park, Muhammad's mind continually wandered to the package. Was he really delivering a nuclear bomb? On leaving the motorway, he pulled into a lay-by and gently opened the loosely packed box. He immediately recognized the distinctive shape of a modified suicide belt inside, but in place of the more usual sticks of explosive or Semtex, were a series of bottles, each one containing a heavy, glutinous, blue-colored liquid, attached to which was an elaborate electronic timing device and an American-made detonator the size and shape of a tennis ball. He was familiar with all the explosive devices used by the Islamic suicide bombers. Many of them he had helped to assemble over the past few months. But there was something so evil and sinister about what he was now staring at, that his blood ran cold. In his possession was the holy grail of warfare, a weapon so small and refined that it could be fired from a normal field gun, yet have the explosive effect of many thousands of field gun shells, all packed into one average-sized suicide belt. How could he possibly deliver such a weapon? A weapon capable of destroying a city and all who lived there in a matter of seconds. How could he possibly not deliver it? Where in the world could he and Aisha hide with 1.6 billion Muslims looking out for them? Why weren't Slade and Blackwell answering their phones? Chapter 37. Why didn't you call? You collected what? For fuck's sake, Muhammad, why didn't you ring in and let us know? We could have tailed and intercepted the damned thing. How the hell could you let a nuclear device loose without informing us? I did ring Andy. I rang both your phone and Inspector Slade's phone. Each time there was no response. Not a dicky bird. I couldn't call into the office as I was only given a few minutes' notice myself. Oh shit. We have both changed over to new mobiles on a different system. I reckoned that by having both of our numbers, the mayor and his gray-haired Rottweiler were tracking us. Sorry, I never thought. Where exactly did you deliver the bomb to? Are you even sure that it was a nuclear device? It was a nuclear device, all right. Aisha established that when she met the old Iman. As for the delivery address, that's not important, as it was immediately loaded into the boot of a car and driven away. As it was pitch black, I had no chance with the car registration, nor did I see the car at the motorway service station. Not the M1 service station near to Watford by any chance? Yes, that one. I presume that you found the body? Aisha. I honestly don't know, Andy. Whoever owned the body didn't seem to like me an awful lot, as he was just about to shoot me. I don't like the way things are going, Mohammed. I used to look forward to coming into work in the mornings, but not any longer. I feel that we are all being used somehow. We are dancing like puppets on a string, and none of us know who the puppet master is. You think that you have problems, Andy? I not only have the same puppet master, I also have a bearded pervert down at the mosque, and a possible intelligence network of millions that I am answerable to. If the imam at the mosque arranged for me to collect the package, how did the gunman know about it? He was either from the Shia community, or there is another player that none of us are aware of. Did Aisha know where you were going? No. A puzzled look crossed Blackwell's face as he rested his chin in his open hands. His eyes looked skywards as he spoke. If it was her that killed the gunman, who could have informed her? Then again, maybe she is so in love with your dick that she simply followed you. What if she is working for the imam at your mosque? He could have instructed her to ensure that the package was safely delivered. I can't see it. She has already eliminated the second in command in order to protect me. Bloody hell, Mohammed. What have you got yourself into with that girl? An insurance policy that has very low premiums and the finest fringe benefits known to mankind, Andy, my dear boy. Both men burst out laughing. The old couple sitting a couple of tables away turned to look at the source of the laughter, their eyes lingering on Mohammed's beard. He had wanted to get rid of the damned thing, but in his James Bond role, to do so would be unthinkable and would certainly arouse suspicion at the mosque. Same again, Andy? I thought all coppers knew how to drink. Just an orange juice for me, please. I can't possibly have some plod breathalyzing me on the way back to the office. A certain Mr. Slade would be most displeased. Then again, why not? What the hell? The way things are going at the moment, we are all heading there anyway. I'll tell you one thing, Mohammed. I am really getting pissed off with this country. We are now swimming up tide. For the last 15 years, a blind man could easily see where we were going wrong. This multiculturalism was discredited long ago. Everyone could see that it wasn't working, so why didn't the politicians and the damned blinkered liberal lefties change tack? It's as if they really hated the indigenous population of not just this country, but most of the Western world. Assimilating different cultures has never been easy, but Islam simply refuses to bend or to move in our direction by so much as 1 inch. It's a kind of my way or the highway approach regardless of whose country they are in. It's the way we are brought up, Andy. There is no mechanism in place for rational thought. A young inquisitive mind is virtually stillborn the minute he asks his first question that in any way differs from the straight and narrow confines of either the Quran or the Hadiths. Over 60% of all Muslims worldwide are illiterate and have been brainwashed at such an early age that an imam's voice is likened to the earthly word of Allah himself. You have also got to consider the relative intelligence of the average Muslim. You mean their low IQ, I presume? The IQ is one way of measuring a person's intelligence, Andy, but it doesn't tell the full story. Not only that, but to even bring up the subject in many people's eyes is on a par with championing pedophilia. The average IQ in the Western world is 100. To have an IQ of 70 is generally considered as being retarded. Believe it or not, the average IQ of the sub-Saharan African is 70. Muslim countries like Pakistan, Bangladesh, and most of the Arab countries are only in the mid-80s. Guess where most of the British Muslims originate from? This lack of intelligence, coupled with the stagnation of the mind at an early age, results in the Islamic religion becoming a dependency. It develops a life of its own, and must never in any way be doubted or questioned. Is there no way of breaking this dependency? You seem to have shaken it off okay. I was never truly radicalized, Andy. Islam was never more than a comfort blanket for me if things didn't work out. My little aborted holiday in paradise was no more than a gesture designed to hurt Aisha. Love can radicalize a mind every bit as effectively as can religion. I'm beginning to feel pretty much radicalized myself about Rebecca at the moment. She has changed since the meeting with Aisha. She has always been independent, yet we depended on each other, if you know what I mean. Now, there is a noticeable space between us. She is every bit as loving as she ever was, but I can detect a hardening in her character. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there is a definite change. Give her time, Andy. I've seen the way that she looks at you. There is no space there. It's full on. Believe me. Didn't you mention something about another beer, Muhammad? Or have you decided to turn Muslim again? It's on its way. And before you pass comment about my inherited generic intelligence, my IQ is 138, 2 below genius level. You are 2 in front of me then, but way behind Rebecca. Aisha also. Her scores are bordering genius level, somewhere up in the low 140s. Blackwell burst out laughing. It makes you wonder what they are doing with a couple of thick bastards like us two, doesn't it? I know what Aisha is doing with me. You and your bloody dick. Don't you ever think of anything else? Of course I do. I can't speak for Aisha though. Chapter 38. Girly Talk. Aisha was sat at a table in the busy Mayfair wine bar, as Rebecca walked in and raised an arm to her. Rebecca smiled and walked over to her, licking her lips in a slow, exaggerated manner on seeing the label on the wine bottle. Couldn't you have chosen something a little more expensive? They have nothing more expensive, my dear. Besides, we are celebrating. And what are we celebrating that is important enough to justify a bottle of plonk that cost as much as a king's ransom? Your bonus, Bex. You never said anything about a bonus. It was supposedly a straightforward, common or garden, run-of-the-mill. Nothing out of the ordinary day at the office. Aisha burst out laughing. Not loud enough to attract attention, nevertheless a genuine controlled laugh. Have you any idea who your mark was? Just some rich fat businessman that fancied a good spanking, you said. Why? Was he someone important? Aisha grinned. That is what I was told and why I agreed to such a low fee, simply for you to get a feel for the business. When I got home last night, I did a little checking myself as something didn't ring true about the, should I say, man's employment. And guess who it was that handed you a good spanking? Go on. The man is, or rather was, one of, if not the biggest arms dealer in the world. My sources tell me that there is nothing that he could not get hold of if you had the money. He couldn't have given a shit what terrorist organization he supplied, and however many people they killed. The man had more blood on his hands than Hitler. You did the whole world a favor. Jesus, Aisha. Are we in trouble? Are they going to come after us? Aisha grinned as she spoke. I am a professional, Bex. Even my freelance agent doesn't know who I am. He is, however, aware of what I am capable of, and when I discovered the identity of the mark, I politely pointed out that the agreed fee had gone up by a multiple of 10. He naturally agreed, without disclosing what his share of the commission was, and the money is now fast asleep in my Swiss bank account. Your bonus is 20% on top of your salary. How much is that? 20 grand. That's why this bottle of wine is coming out of your bonus. Bloody hell. The money is nice, comforting almost, but I am still worried on 2 counts. Number 1, I thought that I had done my homework properly on the guy. Obviously, I was way out. And number 2, the words, nuclear bomb, are doing the rounds and Mohammed has got himself unintentionally involved. I have a terrible suspicion that your spanking partner was also involved, and you may have eliminated the only witness that Andy and Stephen had to go on. It really is too much of a coincidence to assume otherwise. Is Andy aware of this? They are meeting up today. For some reason, Mohammed couldn't contact him by phone in time. Mohammed knows nothing about the arms dealer though. I had the same problem with the phone this morning. Apparently, they have all changed their mobile numbers. If last night's Mark was involved, I have to let Andy know before anyone else gets to him. He may have been carrying some sort of lead on him. Not that easy, Rebecca. How do you let him know about the world's biggest and deadest arms dealer in a London hotel? He's a bloody detective, for God's sake. Even a man will be able to put two and two together and come up with you and me. Let's have another glass of wine, seeing as I am paying for it. I remembered to put the "Do Not Disturb" sign on the hotel room door as you told me to, so we shouldn't let a trivial matter like a dead body disturb our afternoon. You mentioned that something interesting had just come up. Indeed I did. Aisha sipped her wine and rolled her eyes as the red nectar activated her taste buds. Firstly, though, I firmly believe that at least one more bottle of Plonk should be allowed to breath before we even think about discussing business. Don't you agree? Indeed, I do indeed. Both girls laughed as they chinked their glasses together. I'll drink to that, Rebecca, my dear. Chapter 39. The opening shots. Detective Sergeant Andy Blackwell was looking quite pleased with himself as he sat at his desk reading the official letter from head office. At last it had come through. He had finally been accepted for the inspector induction course, and if the mere formality of impressing the panel was successful, the upward promotional trajectory, maybe even all the way to superintendent, was a realistic goal. He was aware that Slade had put in his own 2 penneth, and that his recommendation had been critical. A first at Oxbridge had been equally critical. The office door opened, and Chief Inspector Slade burst in, brandishing an expensive single malt whiskey and a smile that seemed to split his face into 2 halves. About bloody time as well, Andy. I don't know what took you so long. If I had collected a first at Oxford, I would have been president by the time I reached your age. Never mind, Inspector. I thought that we had a monarch, sir, and not a president. Slade leaned forward and shook Blackwell's hand, reluctant to release his grip. No more bloody hysterics or histrionics about resigning, Andy. Get your head and act together. Remember the politics, and in another 5 or 6 years, I will be addressing you as sir, okay? What about Marbella, sir? I have a feeling that you will have waved both the department and the country goodbye long before then. It's not the same over there as it was in the 70s and 80s, Andy. All the really classy villains are either dead or have gone legit. Besides, how many of them would want to live alongside the bloke who had spent half of his life trying to ruin theirs, and for what? A pathetically low pension that barely allows a decent living standard, and a country that is being invaded from within without any form of resistance being shown by the people in authority whose job it is to prevent it. Sorry, Andy. I'm beginning to sound like the bitter and twisted old lags that I am surrounded by. Blackwell smiled. I am sorry to say, sir, but I feel myself turning into one of the new breed of bitter and twisted young lags. There was a knock on the door, and June, the young WPC, entered, apologized for the intrusion, and handed Blackwell an envelope before leaving, closing the door as quietly as possible. June, Slade shouted, loud enough to disturb the entire office. Who handed in the letter? The door reopened. You will need to ask George, sir. He gave it to me a couple of hours ago. I am really sorry, sir, but I've been pretty busy and forgot all about it. Opening the envelope, Blackwell breathed a sigh of relief. Anything important, Andy? I don't know, sir. It looks like a hoax to me. All there is in the letter is a hotel name, a postcode, and a room number. Is it Valentine's Day? Maybe Rebecca is waiting there for you in her fishnet tights, Andy. She probably wants to celebrate your imminent promotion in the sexiest lingerie possible. Would you like me to check it out while you look after the office? Both men burst out laughing before Slade again spoke. Grab your coat, mate. They have a good bar at the hotel if I remember correctly. Around 20-odd years ago they found Charlie Chaplin there one morning with a couple of bullets in his skull. Why don't we go and check it out? Charlie Chaplin, sir? Slade grinned as he spoke. His name was really Robert Chaplin, but everyone knew him as Charlie. Pretty much a harmless, small-time villain really, but he got himself talked into a bank job by the wrong people, who decided that $100,000 split 3 ways was worth more than when it was split 4 ways. Did you catch the other 3, sir? Yes, we did. Slade shook his head slowly and sucked in his lips as he spoke. I could never pin the murder on them, even though I knew that they were as guilty as hell. The young hooker who was in bed with Charlie when they shot him disappeared into thin air. I was a sergeant, on the cusp of promotion to inspector at the time, and my superior virtually demanded that I lose the most important piece of evidence against them, which was a bullet case with fingerprints on it. I was in pretty much shit street whichever way I turned, so I took a couple of days sick leave, and when I returned the problem had gone away. I was told to keep my mouth shut. Some years later I discovered a family connection. Christ, sir, what a position to be in. Slade grinned, before bursting into a fit of laughter. That, my dear inspector-to-be, is when I finally accepted the importance of politics. Remember the lesson well, Andy. I only had 2 options open to me: become a bent copper, or to remain a low-ranking also-ran for the rest of my career. I finally settled for somewhere in between. I suppose you could really say that I took the coward's way out, and settled for the worst of both worlds. Pragmatic, sir. Ingeniously pragmatic. The 2 men left the office and headed towards the car park before climbing into Slade's blue VW. Slade took the letter, typed the postcode into the GPS, and turned the ignition key. An explosion rocked the Metropolitan Police car park at precisely the same time, as the rocket-propelled grenade entered the building, exploding in a violent, concussive orange burst, and scattering shrapnel projectiles in every direction. Slade's counterterrorism department took the brunt of the explosion, either by accident or design. June, the young WPC, and Slade's secretary, completely disappeared into 1,000 body parts, her head being the only recognizable feature when collected into the square, polythene-lined box the following day. Blackwell and Slade jumped out of the car and ran towards the building, only to be blown off their feet as a second explosion shattered the front of the building, followed by 3 further violent eardrum-shattering explosions. They were in the middle of a war zone, not Beirut, not Syria, but England, London, England, and all they had to fight with were wooden and plastic truncheons, while the enemy, whoever they were using 21st-century weapons technology. Both men gingerly climbed back to their feet and surveyed the damage. A cacophony of car alarms, some of them hundreds of yards away, were the only noises, until the first screams were heard, followed by dozens if not hundreds more. People, both police and civilian, began pouring through the shattered front doorway. People covered in blood. People with no arms, eyes, faces. People who would never again be people. Both Blackwell and Slade could do no more than stand and stare. Both men were in shock and incapable of offering any form of assistance. Both men no longer wanted to be policemen. They wanted revenge. Both men had mentally returned to the jungle from where primitive man had first emerged. Chapter 40. The hotel room. Slade and Blackwell climbed into the gray VW, and still in a state of disbelieving shock, drove away from the police car park, giving way to a succession of fire engines and ambulances as they drove on. Slade broke the silence. I had to get away, Andy. There was nothing that we could do that the professionals couldn't do better. We have got to check out the hotel mentioned in the note. I have a horrible feeling that it is in some way connected. I had better ring Rebecca, sir, and let her know that we are okay. Yay, good idea. We're fucked now, you know, Andy. The army has to become involved. There is no way that the damned mayor nor the chief constable can overrule me this time. They drove on in silence before Blackwell switched on the car radio. The announcer was talking, almost screaming, as he read out reports of multiple attacks on police stations throughout the country. "They are shooting everyone." There was a background sound of terrified screaming in the distance, bringing the studio inside the car. Both Slade and Blackwell felt powerless, useless, impotent, as they heard the sound of gunshots in the background. They heard the announcer scream before a loud explosion filled the car and the radio went silent. "It's a civil war, Andy. It started. Do you think that this is the big bang that you have been predicting for the last few months?" "No, sir." "Fucking hell, Andy, what is it then?" "It's a diversionary tactic, sir. Something to take our eye off the ball. Something to focus us away from the real objective. They know that they cannot win this type of war once the army becomes involved." "Please don't mention the word nuclear, Andy, or I will make you walk home. I honestly don't think that my nerves will hold out much longer. Marbella is becoming more attractive by the minute." "Sorry to say this, sir, but I don't think that Marbella, or anywhere else in Europe for that matter, will escape the tsunami that is heading in their direction. This is one war that we may well lose." Driving on in a shocked and numbed silence for a further 20 minutes, the car turned into the Blue Sky Hotel car park. Walking on still unsteady legs, the two men entered the hotel, flashing their ID cards at the reception. "I would like the key to room 306, please. This is a police matter." Both men looked at the pouting, obviously gay man behind the desk, barely suppressing a laugh at the not too expertly applied lipstick and makeup. "I am sorry, sir, but the key was handed to a couple of men with similar ID cards this morning, and as it has yet to be returned, I cannot possibly issue another key," came the pert reply. "Collect a spare key to the room and accompany us immediately, or my mountain gorilla here will pull your fucking head off." Slade's voice was forceful, and left no room for question. Both Slade and Blackwell were barely able to contain their laughter as they walked to the lift with the indignant, still pouting receptionist. On entering the room, both men had an overwhelming déjà vu experience, followed by an intense feeling of relief on seeing a corpse with a real head attached, and not one of a pig. Rigor mortis had set in, and a grotesque smile was still visible on the face of the corpse. One eye seemed to have disappeared completely behind a curtain of congealed blood. The carpet was only slightly bloody. The two detectives froze on hearing a thud behind them, turning to see the gay receptionist unconscious in a faint. Despite the circumstances, both men burst out into almost uncontrollable laughter. A body search revealed nothing. No money, no wallet, and no ID. It was some 30 minutes later that both Slade and Blackwell sat in a conference room with the still visibly shaken receptionist. Both in their 50s, both with gray hair, one fattish and one slim. "Is that it? Surely you can remember something else about them?" Blackwell shook his head as he spoke. "No, nothing. Wait a minute. I can vaguely remember the name Charles being mentioned, but I don't know which one said it." Slade and Blackwell looked at each other. "And you said that the dead man checked in early evening with an attractive blonde lady and had dinner with her. How long did she stay?" "I can't say, sir. The entire camera system of the hotel went down early evening, and only came back online at midnight. Very strange really, as it has never happened before. Keep the room locked and don't allow anyone at all in. Is that clear?" Slade looked threateningly at the still trembling receptionist, who responded with a series of sobs. "If you do let anyone in, I will have you locked up for interfering with a murder inquiry. Call in forensics, Andy. I have a feeling that the fat bastard upstairs is a little more important than a businessman trying to get his end away." This was a professional hit, and from the state of the body it happened sometime last night, the attractive lady being a little more than a suspect. I have a feeling that somehow all today's events are linked. You are not the only one that has hunches, Inspector Blackwell. Detective Sergeant, sir, until I go before the panel. Not any longer. You have just received an accelerated field promotion. This situation needs someone with a little more seniority than a lowly sergeant. I will sort the paperwork tomorrow, assuming that anyone in the force is still alive. Is that clear, Inspector? Sir. What the fuck are we going to do now then, Andy? Where do we go from here? You did mention the bar a couple of hours earlier. I don't know about you, sir, but I could do with a drink. You are beginning to think like an inspector already. Despite the trauma and drama of the day, both men laughed, ever so slightly relieving the pent-up tension as they headed for the bar. Chapter 41. The next assignment. Both Aisha and Rebecca were feeling pretty drunk, the second bottle of wine now half empty. You have kept pretty quiet about the job so far, so I guess that you got the rush vex after you used the knife. Few women want to talk about it. I suppose the guilt in experiencing so much pleasure is balanced by the end result of the job. Rebecca nodded almost self-consciously. Aisha was right. Isn't it absolutely fucking delicious? Aisha shook her head and licked her lips as she spoke. The guilt evaporated. Rebecca suddenly became animated. She wasn't alone in her physical response to ending a life. It never left me all night, Aisha. Andy didn't know what hit him. Is that normal? Aisha's grin widened. Mohammed always thought that I was a bloody sex maniac after I had finished a job. Mind you, I have never turned him down wherever we have been. It's just a million times more intense and lasts for minutes rather than seconds. Rebecca rolled her eyes as her mind traveled back to the hotel room. I didn't need Andy, Aisha. I was stood absolutely gasping in the room. I had to almost bite my tongue off to stop myself screaming out loud. You lucky devil. I missed my first rush as I wasn't around. The polonium took weeks to work. Mind you, my mark was the most handsome Arab that you have ever seen, and I was paid a fortune for 2 weeks of non-stop sex and a millionaire's lifestyle. I honestly considered marrying the guy. He was worth millions, and proposed to me almost every night. Why didn't you marry him then? How many wives and girlfriends does an Arab prince need? Their record in fidelity isn't too good. Add to that the fact that my body won't hold out forever. And with several thousand gold-digging younger models eager to replace me, where was the long-term relationship going? Were you with Mohammed at the time? Ah yes, I forgot to mention Mohammed. He was somewhere in the picture. Both girls laughed out loud, each of them knowing that Mohammed was the reason that Aisha completed her lethal assignment. The cover story was just that. Not every mark is quite so handsome, Bex. Sometimes you have to shut your eyes and think of England. That isn't always easy when you are waiting for the medicine to kick in and create the heart attack. A few months ago, I had to take down a Japanese businessman. The bloody medicine took hours and I had to put up with the tiniest dick in the world sliding in and out. Well, I think that it was in. Get out of here. Becky heard herself repeating one of Andy's favorite expressions. I'm not joking. The Orientals have dicks so small you wonder how they ever have kids. I checked it out on the internet, and the average size of the Oriental dick is 4 inches. Rebecca downed the last drop of wine in her glass, and, using her index finger and thumb as a measure, moved her hand toward Aisha as she spoke. This big? You are kidding me. I'm surprised that it even touches the sides. The words came out a little slurred. I don't think that it was even so big, Aisha replied, again in a barely coherent form of the English language. Both girls descended into a fit of uncontrollable giggles, each one holding up a hand with their own idea of 4 inches. I guess that we are both lucky to have donkeys as partners and not Japs. Aisha voiced the thoughts of each of them, before once again the giggles took over. Rebecca reached for her handbag as Beethoven's Fifth sounded from her mobile. The color drained from her face. Aisha took one look at her changing expression, and unconsciously, the professionalism kicked in, and like Rebecca, she immediately became sober. They have blown up Andy's headquarters, Aisha. Both Andy and Stephen are okay, but he thinks that the entire section may be dead. Had we better go and see them, Bex? They will probably need us around? The damned fools have gone off to another job. Andy is going to ring me when he is free. Can't we get a job involving the bastards that are responsible for these atrocities, Aisha, instead of eliminating poor little Japs just because their dicks don't measure up? Aisha grinned before speaking. That is what I really wanted to talk to you about today, Bex. But we got hijacked by several glasses of France's finest, and an A to Z of orgasms and dicks. Apparently, you have unknowingly already completed Phase 1 of the operation. Phase 2 will be a little more complicated. This is pretty high-level stuff, possibly government-sanctioned. Why, you Aisha? I thought that the government had its own dirty tricks operatives. I am of course guessing that this thing reaches all the way up to the dizzy heights of government. All the way and beyond. As for why me? I am one of the few people in the world, maybe even the only one who has 3 feet. 1 foot in the CIA, 1 in the British intelligence services, and 1 in the inner circles of the Islamic extremists. I thought that in Muslim circles, women were lower than animals. Not quite so bad, Aisha. Well, not in this country. You are pretty close, though. My 3rd foot is really Muhammad. He confides in me and invariably asks me for advice whenever he has a problem. Occasionally I have to prime him a little, but he really does love me, so I usually get whatever information I need. Do you really love him, Aisha? Of course I do. Why do you ask? And if a contract was issued on him, would you be prepared to carry it out? Of course not. On the other hand, how much money are we talking about here? Both girls burst out laughing, at the same time both girls wondering exactly how much Muhammad's life was worth. Money and business each have a unique way of focusing the mind, even after 2 bottles of France's finest. Chapter 42. Going wrong. Both Slade and Blackwell were sat together in their temporary new counter-terrorism headquarters, commandeered from the military at the request of the mayor. It had taken no more than a 30-second phone call on the Prime Minister's hotline to secure the resident military intelligence section relocating to the north side of the building. The location was top secret and was situated in a small hamlet some 20 miles northeast of the city outskirts. Seated with them were their French, Austrian, and German counterparts. The Dutch, Belgian, and Italian representatives, accompanied by the mayor, were caught up in traffic and were possibly half an hour behind schedule. Although the monthly meeting of Europe's counter-terrorism chiefs wasn't scheduled for another 2 weeks, however, events had accelerated the process, and the one-day emergency notice had been observed by all parties. Discreetly hidden at strategic locations around the hamlet were the SAS. No one moved in or out without their approval. Polite talk had moved on. Controlled animation had taken over. Anger and revenge were tangibly in the air. Attacks on police and government offices had simultaneously taken place throughout the European continent, and ceased as quickly as they had begun, leaving no trace or evidence of the perpetrators. Guerrilla warfare had moved into the cities with the enemy hidden in plain sight. How could the relevant powers call in the military when there was no discernible enemy in sight? The enemy was not only real, he was smart, and up to this point, he was invisible and completely invulnerable unless he were to show his hand. There was also the problem of the European governments having shot themselves in the foot. For the past few years, it had been a secretive policy throughout Europe to limit promotion for all Muslims to a level that denied them both parliamentary and decision-making powers. The law of unintended consequences had kicked in, and Muslim resentment at their limited promotional horizons had produced a subculture-style tier of government whose loyalty reverted back to the mosque and away from the people that they had been elected to serve. The men in the room heard the 2 limos pull up outside, and the mayor, together with his foreign entourage, entered the room. Introductions were brief and straight to the point, all the people in the room being familiar with each other, Blackwell being the only new face. He immediately recognized the wisdom of Slade's promoting him to inspector. A sergeant would have been completely out of place at a meeting of this level and importance. The meeting began, chaired by the Lord Mayor of London. The mayor, looking directly at Slade, spoke in a solemn, almost regal-like voice, trying to disguise his more normal nasal tones. I will cut to the chase, gentlemen. We have got it wrong. Years of planning have backfired and slapped us in the face. To begin with, it looked as if the Sunni-Shia war was going to be a goer, and from there would have developed into a global Islamic conflict. The benefits of the conflict would have been financially and demographically off the scale to the Western world. All of our debt and military obligations would have disappeared almost overnight. The Middle East would have been ours for the taking, and civilization would once again take over from the ruinous chaos that misguided multiculturalism and political correctness has foisted upon us. Stephen, would you like to give the meeting an update on the situation over here in England? Slade shook his head as he arose from his seat, a wry smile crossing his face. A face that seemed to be aging with each passing day. I am not one for gloating, sir, but Inspector Blackwell and I warned you which direction this course of action would take several weeks ago. Our undercover man in the mosque informed us that the Islamic elders throughout Europe were well aware of the grand plan, and were preparing not only a defensive, but also an offensive strategy. They have their own undercover agents working in the seats of power throughout Europe. Your bloody Muhammad is the fucking spy in this country, Chief Inspector. Can't you see that? Why do you think that I wanted him eliminated? The Lord Mayor of London was not used to being humiliated, or even challenged in public, and most certainly not in front of a room full of damned foreigners. He was red in the face as he shouted out the words. The rest of the men in the room squirmed uncomfortably in their seats. Inspector Blackwell stood up from his seat and glared at the mayor, his anger at the direct attack on Slade being quite apparent, his presence taking over and filling the room. Your plan was flawed from day one, sir. Muhammad informed us that the Muslim community were fully aware of it long before you even put it into practice. Did you really think that they would fall for that stupid pig's head stunt? No Muslim of either persuasion would even go near to a pig's head, and would under no circumstances attach it to a dead cleric. The bastards may hate us, but killing clerics of either persuasion is strictly out of bounds. You also seem to be forgetting, sir, that Muhammad warned us about the nuclear threat weeks ago, and has been risking his own life by feeding us with this information. The mayor looked uncomfortable, and visibly turned a creamy sick color, with just a hint of blushing pink as he spoke. I have already said that the initial plan was flawed, Inspector Blackwell, but hindsight and recriminations will not provide any form of solution. The important thing is, where does Europe go from here? The foreign delegation sat in stunned silence, as Blackwell answered. This is not the real deal yet, gentlemen. It is no more than a diversionary tactic, almost certainly designed to focus our attention away from their real agenda. Which is what, Inspector Blackwell? The German representative paused for a few seconds before continuing. You mentioned the nuclear threat, so I presume that you are referring to the nuclear devices that have been moving around Europe for the last 2 weeks. We had been tracking the agent and his frequent trips to North Korea for months, but he disappeared off our radar a few days ago. We believe that several devices were unloaded in Rotterdam and were then dispersed throughout Europe. The atmosphere in the room turned cold. The ice had been broken, and state secrecy was no longer a state secret, as each security officer of each European country confirmed their knowledge of the rumors. They are not rumors, gentlemen, Blackwell broke in. The nuclear devices are very real, and are in the form of suicide belts. My agent has in fact seen one, but was unable to report in time for us to follow the movement of the damned thing. It is here now with us in London, and from the vibes I am receiving from the rest of you gentlemen, I would guess that you suspect that each of our capital cities will be targeted. How advanced will these devices be? The mayor had now turned ghostly white, and appeared to be on the verge of passing out. His voice almost a trembling whisper. The nasal tones had returned. Blackwell observed him closely. He's acting, sir, Blackwell whispered into Slade's ear. 3 years of psychology at Oxbridge hadn't been wasted when observing and reading mannerisms and voice inflections. The German once again spoke. I have it on pretty good authority that the devices are of the hydrogen bomb variety, with modern Western world detonation technology. They are not the rather crude and relatively ineffective uranium or plutonium variety of atom bomb that created quite a stir in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Pound for pound, I would guess that they possess around 50 times the explosive power of either the early uranium or plutonium weapons. In radial effectiveness, that would be how much? Has anyone any idea? The Italian's voice quivered as he spoke. Again, the German representative spoke. A 50-kiloton size explosion would turn much of Rome into a barren wasteland, and a good-sized suicide belt could easily carry enough material to achieve that. How have the North Koreans managed to move their technology so far forward so quickly? Mario, the Italian voiced the question that everyone was about to raise. The German representative looked directly at the source of the question as he spoke. As I mentioned a little earlier, my department have been tracking the movement of the arms dealer for many months, and we believe that he in turn has many sources, not just in acquiring and selling arms and state-of-the-art weaponry, but also in the sale of technology. We suspect that much of this technology was secured by undercover Muslim sources in the U.S. Slade had a wry grin on his face as he spoke. Religion may be the cause of the problem, but something like this certainly focuses the mind on the stupidity and futility of it all. What kind of God could ever allow something like this to happen? What a joke! Allah, sir. Only Allah. The only God worshipped by people with single-digit IQs, and an evolutionary status that hasn't yet progressed to primate level. There was muted laughter throughout the room at Blackwell's attempt to lighten the moment, before each man disappeared deep into his own thoughts of family, and family evacuation upmost in all their minds. Slade had no family. His family had been his work colleagues, and now only Blackwell was still alive. After a few moments' silence, the mayor composed himself enough to speak. Gentlemen, where do we go from here? We cannot afford to be reactive for 1 second longer. We have to become proactive. We have to go on the offensive. I take it that every man in this room has been given a free hand by their respective governments, otherwise he would not be here? Each man nodded their agreement without speaking. Good. If the bastards want a war, we will give them one. May I suggest that in each of our countries, we quietly acquire the leading Muslim clerics, and politely ask them as to the whereabouts of the nuclear devices, and any other weapons of mass destruction. None of them must ever be allowed to return to their communities, of course. So a secluded, countryside grave sounds a favorable option for those that refuse to cooperate, and also for those that do cooperate. Perhaps a more fitting disposal technique would be to feed their bodies to the pigs. Oh, the beautiful irony of such a fitting farewell. Our first priority, though, is to acquire the nuclear devices before they explode them in our capital cities. And if it takes 1,000 dead clerics to achieve this objective, so be it. All the men in the room nodded their agreement. Sometimes the mayor of London could be quite inspiring and persuasive, his perverse sense of humor, however, not always being to everyone's taste. In many ways, the plan of action was the only possible way forward. If not, the battle was already lost, and together with the destruction of each of Europe's capital cities, so may well be the war. Hitler's failure to press on and take Moscow, despite the protestations of his generals, almost certainly heralding the beginning of the end for the Third Reich. Islamic control of Europe would be inevitable, and the establishment of a Muslim caliphate, together with the compulsory imposition of Sharia law, would catastrophically accelerate the end of Western civilization. No nation has ever managed to reverse Islamization in over 1,400 years. Spain managed to temporarily stem the tide during the 15th century through the means of drastic blood-filled actions and proclamations. But now the invasion process was once again well underway. Islamic ideology runs counter to democracy. Once Sharia law is in place, there is no mechanism for its removal, and any attempt to do so results in death. Chapter 43. A new commission. Aisha and Rebecca were once again sat in the same wine bar as before, and naturally enough, a half-empty, extremely expensive bottle of red wine sat invitingly on the table between them. My agent contacted me this morning, Bex, with a new job. The expected one that I had been working on has to be put on ice. This one is worth a bloody fortune, but somehow I have a feeling that it will be accompanied by a shitload of trouble. In what way, Aisha? Instead of my normal modus operandi, the one that leaves no one around to point the finger at me, I have to drug someone and then walk away. So where is the problem then? How do I drug the Grand Mufti of London without there being any witnesses? Ah, I see the problem. Feminine charms, I presume, will be of little use. I don't know the rules regarding the Muslim religion. Are there holy men allowed wives and girlfriends? I believe that the non-clerics can have as many as 4 wives. Aisha grinned. I much prefer the idea of 4 husbands, especially if they all looked like Andy and Muhammad. I don't think that I would ever leave the bedroom. Calm down, Aisha. We are going to need a change of underwear just thinking about it. Both girls laughed out loud and shamelessly. Would the cleric go for one of us if we approached him with the correct offer, if you know what I mean? Absolutely no chance. The man is a rampant pedophile of the worst kind, and only specializes in little boys, not women or girls. Simple then, Aisha, my dear girl. We find a little boy to go along with the plan and lure him to a quiet hotel room. I have already thought of that, Bex. But the proverbial ethnic in the woodpile is the problem of identification. I never leave witnesses. That is why I have been able to operate below the radar for so long. It would mean killing the boy after the event, and even I have certain principles. In theory, I suppose that I could go through with it. In practice, I'm not so sure. Then of course my career prospects come to a dead end. My strongest suit will have been destroyed. Leaving one single witness in our profession opens up possible reprisals, blackmail, maybe even exposure to the authorities. I would defend you in court, Aisha, my dear. I can be a real bastard in front of a jury. Ask Andy. That's how I first met him. I don't think that he has ever forgiven me for tearing him into shreds during my first murder trial. Aisha burst out laughing. Rebecca joined her and continued. We bumped into each other in the pub after the trial, and if looks could kill, Andy would have been on trial for murder. Some dating agency you two used. Anyway, how do we get over the problem with the kid if we decide to go along that route and use him as bait? He goes the same way as all potential witnesses. That is all there is to it. I will do it. Aisha's jaw dropped in amazement at Rebecca's statement. Surely, no one so new to the business could carry out such a threat. Had she really misjudged Rebecca? Was her heart made of stone? Christ, Bex, I hope that you are not serious. We would use a street kid. These kids are already on the game, often from the age of 12 upwards, and a future of abuse, followed by AIDS and drug addiction, isn't really a life at all. Their parents often pimp for them, so you can imagine how all escape routes to a better life are closed. Andy told me all about it. He worked Vice before joining the counter-terrorist section. There is never any shortage of takers in the Muslim community, particularly among the recent immigrants. Buggering young boys is a way of life for them. Muslim women are out of reach to them on penalty of death. And where in London would a raghead find a goat or a camel? Aisha burst out laughing as she poured the remnants of the bottle of red into each of their glasses. You are serious, aren't you? It's funny how a good bottle of plonk allows the mind to override principles. I think that a top-up would be a good idea. How about you? You are a veritable mind reader. Aisha raised a hand towards the waiter, and having caught his attention, pointed towards the empty bottle. You mentioned money, Aisha. Still only 20%, I'm afraid, however. Your previous bonus will be quadrupled once you have taken care of the boy. You will of course be taking care of the bill for the wine today. It's a wonderful way of keeping me sweet. You are already sweet enough, my dear Aisha. Both girls burst into laughter. Aisha was well pleased with her new partner's progress. Perhaps this was one witness that she would allow to live, as long as she continued to be useful, of course. After that, who knows where life takes you? Rebecca was thinking along the same lines. If she was to receive 20% and had to do the dirty work, why should Aisha have the lion's share? A successful barrister would only be able to afford a very small yacht. She had already set her sights on a much bigger one. She was still new to the business, nevertheless, it made sense to look to the future. Procuring the street boy had been simple enough, and just as Andy had once told her, there had been no shortage of takers. The one chosen was undernourished and poorly dressed, but strongly in his favor was a particularly angelic face, and whilst looking no more than 12, he was perhaps around 15 years old, his development stunted by years of abuse and deprivation. The boy had an arrangement with a local hotel, and the seedy, sullen-looking receptionist barely looked up at the burqa-clad woman as she accompanied him. It wasn't his job to ask questions. 50 quid bought both anonymity and silence. The boy had brought many clients to the hotel over the previous few months, many of whom tipped well for the blind eye shown. The gay boy receptionist who worked the day shift was more than happy to allow him to work permanent nights, as occasionally, he himself accompanied the occasional minor, quietly emerging together early in the morning in order to ready himself for his day shift. Everything was now in place, and the £20 in advance of the 100 to follow ensured that the boy was fully up to speed. He was highly intelligent and streetwise enough to realize that his future client had to be approached carefully. For some unknown reason, he was important enough for the Muslim woman to pay for. He had to be rich, possibly a president, maybe even a prince or a king. Maybe there would be a chance of afters. Perhaps a slight hint of the illegality of sex with a minor would open the client's wallet even wider. It had worked for him in the past. It had also brought on a couple of severe beatings as a warning. Aisha felt a sudden pang of guilt at the thought of the fate that awaited him. Rebecca remained as cold as ice. The boy was an open book to her. How many lying, deceitful clients had she defended over the past couple of years? She recognized a kindred spirit in the boy. Her job was to lie in order to disguise the deceit of her clients in their defense. She was no different to the boy. She had simply been born on the right side of the track. Aisha had done the necessary research, and from a distance, both girls observed the whole demeanor of the mullah change when approached by the boy on his return from evening prayer. The boy was good, and instantly recognized his target. The hotel receptionist looked away as Aisha and Rebecca walked straight past him, entered the open door of the lift, and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. The two burqa-clad women turned the key in the hotel room door and silently entered. Revulsion kicked in at the sight of the naked young boy kneeling in front of the semi-naked mullah. His eyes were closed, his hands behind the boy's head, pulling him onto him in a series of sharp jerking movements, at the same time grunting like a forbidden Islamic pig as his hips moved in time with the boy's head. The camera clicked, and as the mullah opened his eyes, Aisha delivered the blow to his head with a small leather-clad kosh, as Rebecca thrust the stiletto knife deep into the chest and heart of the boy. He barely moved and looked deeply into Rebecca's eyes. There was no fear in his eyes. They displayed a message of relief, a release from a life that was no longer his to control, and no longer worth hanging on to. His eyes silently thanked her without speaking. The knife was left in place, the bodies rearranged, and the mullah's fingerprints transferred to the knife. Aisha took out a small syringe and injected the mullah in his bare arm. More photographs were taken, and a phone call made before the two women left the room. They closed the door quietly behind them, after leaving the camera in plain sight on the bed, and made their way towards the lift. The lift door opened at the ground floor, and Rebecca barely suppressed a gasp as she recognized the silver-haired Charles, accompanied by two accomplices walking towards them. Charles was in a hurry, and practically pushed the two burqa-clad women out of the way, as the three men entered the lift. Their commission had now been completed, and everything had run like clockwork, just as Aisha had said it would. It was now time for a drink, and the wine bar would still be open. Andy and Muhammad may well be in for some serious action later in the evening. Aisha heard a slight moan coming from under Rebecca's black burqa prison. She glanced at the eyes. The eyes always told their own story. The eagles had got it right. The eyes never lied and cannot be hidden. Chapter 44. The Breakthrough. The mullah coughed as he attempted to open his eyes, his eyelids being constrained by the blindfold. He heard the sound of a train in the distance, and the distinctive throaty rattle of a tractor engine, straining as the plow blade cut deep into the soil. He became conscious that he hadn't only wet himself, but had committed a far more serious transgression under his long white robe. His mind flashed back to the hotel bedroom. Did he kill the boy? No, he couldn't have. He didn't carry a knife. Why would he kill him? He had no reason to kill him. He had used the boy on many occasions, and other than the occasional slap in the heat of a sexual climax, he had never laid a finger on him. Who was the Muslim woman? Were there two of them? His mind was still wandering, as the effects of the injected drug began to wear off. He had heard voices in the room as he had come round from the blow to his head, male voices. He had been aware of events, but the drug had prevented his limbs from moving. Were the bodies in the burqas really men and not women? The realization began to set in. He had been set up, but why had they killed the boy? Professionals, he said out loud. I have been set up by professionals, bloody good professionals, but why? He knew that his life was now worthless, but why had they kept him alive? What did he have that they wanted so badly that they were prepared to kill a child? Could it be the Shia? Many of their radicals were no longer prepared to listen to the clerics. In the mosque, maybe, but in private they were now pursuing their own agenda. He had spoken to Shia clerics in private, and had been quietly informed that there were elements within their community that were prepared to go for all-out war with the Sunni. No infidel would directly kill a child, no matter how professional the operative. The Shia would kill a child. They had blown up hundreds of them over the past few months. They had even targeted children by blowing up Christian schools. What if his true identity had been discovered? Had he been betrayed? If so, it would most certainly have come from a very high level indeed, almost a presidential level. The Americans had too much invested in him to dispose of him at the point where he was needed the most. He heard the sound of a key being inserted in the door lock, and a metallic creaking as the door swung open. Good morning, you holy Muslim bastard. You and I are going to have a lot of fun together over the next few days. The accent was American. He had heard it before but couldn't quite place it. It was quite distinctive, a baritone pitch with a slight lilting inflection, possible a hint of early Texan drawl. A second voice sounded. You are probably aware that you can never leave this room alive, sir. This voice was most definitely an educated English voice, somewhere west of the Midlands, but definitely not Welsh, nor West Country, possibly somewhere between the two. And the use of the word sir was important, almost certainly police or military. The mullah nodded. We can assist your passage to paradise if you would like us to, sir. We can also slam the door closed if you don't cooperate. How do you fancy being force-fed, a pork chop, or a nice greasy bacon sandwich, you black bastard? The Texan drawl became more pronounced. The mullah burst out laughing as he almost shouted out. I am hungry. So why don't you bring me a nice greasy bacon sandwich and take this fucking blind off, so that I can see who I am talking to? Make sure that the potatoes are roasted, and not boiled, so they will go with my pork chop dinner as well. The voice had been quite high-pitched, with an accent that sounded foreign but not Arab. It seemed to be more American than anything else, but not pure American. Blackwell couldn't place it. He glanced at the fat American and nodded. The American roughly snatched the blindfold from the mullah's face. Hello, Jake. I've been under the impression for all these years that you failed the course. How the hell did you ever get back in? The mullah's face had broken into a big grin as the blindfold had been removed. On closer inspection, he looked considerably younger than his more usual, non-smiling, serious religious face portrayed. "Fuck me, Jake." The fat American's mouth flew open in surprise as he turned to face Blackwell. "It's O'Grady, the baby fucker underneath that mess of facial fungus. We were together for a few months on the CIA induction course before I got suspended for supposedly interfering with young boys. The irony of it all was that I was covering for this fucking pervert and got dragged into the whole unholy mess while he walked away scot-free. He never said a dicky bird to anyone in order to cover his own arse. The bastard. Can you please untie me and show me where the toilet is? Thanks to the drugs that you administered, I have shit myself. Incidentally, gentlemen, last night's job was one of the most professional jobs I have ever come across. You really must introduce me to the two women. We could certainly do with a couple of undercover operatives of their quality." Blackwell froze at the mention of two women. Didn't Rebecca say that she was going out to meet Aisha last night? She had promised him that she would never do anything illegal. Wasn't killing children illegal? They had been to a wine bar, Rebecca had told him. She was certainly pretty drunk when she arrived home, but instead of sleeping it off, she had attacked him like a wild animal, almost tearing the clothes from his body. "What are you up to, O'Grady?" Jake was glaring at him as he spat out the words. "You are not the type of bloke that does something out of loyalty. You don't know the fucking meaning of the word. I discovered that when you hung me out to dry. There has to be something in it for you, or you would have been long gone when the Shia shit hit the fan. I would bet that you fit in somewhere with this nuclear stuff, and are probably taking a cut out of it. That's ripe coming from you, Jake." O'Grady laughed out loud. "Stop pretending that American hands are clean. They are as deep into this midden as the Islamic radicals are, and are most likely in bed with either them or the Israelis." "Why do you say that?" Blackwell was both surprised and scared at where the conversation was leading. "You are of course aware that you are being played, gentlemen. Played like a couple of old fiddles. You really have no idea where all this is leading, do you? I suppose that you are now in the process of searching for the nuclear devices. You don't have to be too smart to work that out, but where do you fit in?" The fat American looked puzzled as he again spat out the words, his obvious hatred of O'Grady filling the room with a malicious, yet almost tangible odor. O'Grady grinned. "Why do you think that I am dressed like this, Jake? My mother was Syrian, and as I was the only one on our course that spoke Arabic, the CIA had me turn Muslim over 20 years ago. I was moved to England and worked my way up the Islamic hierarchy and have been supplying information ever since. I am now the top dog in the English Muslim community. Woof woof. You are still a fucking pervert, O'Grady. A pervert who almost cost me my career. Every man has his needs, Jake, and women are strictly forbidden in my line of work. I pay good money and only ever use kids who are on the game." "What do you mean when you say that we are being played?" Blackwell broke up the obvious friction and enmity between the two men. "The nuclear explosions will not be in the European capitals as you suspect." "Where then?" Blackwell was torn between a feeling of relief and a slight feeling of foreboding. His mind stopped dead and went blank for a few seconds, then moved on. How did O'Grady know so much about the suspicions of the people at the meeting when he hadn't been present? The German had mainly spoken about it, but nothing had ever been written down. Who had he been in touch with? Islamic militants, or the CIA? "I have a feeling in my water that my anonymity is now pretty much compromised, gentlemen, and it may well be time for me to retire and wave goodbye to both of my employers." O'Grady's voice, demeanor, and whole body language had suddenly turned serious, almost threatening, his eyes taking on a warning glare. "With the right sort of financial incentive, I can probably be persuaded to reveal all. You're nothing but a fucking traitor, O'Grady. A fucking blackmailing pervert. You don't honestly believe that the CIA will allow you to live if you double-cross them, do you? There is nowhere in the world that you can hide. We will find you wherever you go." "So you don't want to know about the grand plan then, Jake?" Perhaps a word with your superiors may well persuade you. Who knows? The final destination for 7 nuclear bombs could well be America. I have it on good authority that many of the Arab countries will pay me vast amounts of money for such a result. Either way, I will still cash in my chips and ride off into the sunset. I have sacrificed 20 years of my life waiting for an opportunity like this, and I'm not going to walk away empty-handed when I am so close to success. Do you know where all the devices are, even the European ones? Blackwell dismissed all thoughts of the man's sexual deviances and his crude hints of blackmail, preferring to become the good cop once again to Jake's bad cop, having recognized the well-established technique. Jake was in fact either very good at what he did, or he disliked O'Grady enough not to need any form of acting skills. The men heard a vehicle pull up outside, followed by the slamming of a car door and the sound of people running, with someone barking orders in the background. "It's a hit," Jake screamed, reaching inside his coat pocket for his pistol. He was still in the process of cocking it as the door was flung open and the stun grenade instantly exploded in the room. Blackwell felt the implosion inside his head, and although still conscious, his mind and body were in 2 different dimensions, his brain giving orders and his body refusing to respond. He heard the rattle of a submachine gun through ears that were ringing with a hollow, yet penetrative, disorienting force deep within his brain. All sense of balance disappeared, and he stumbled blindly from side to side like a man deep in a drunken stupor. He waited for the explosions inside his body as the bullets ripped into his flesh, muscle, and internal organs, hoping that it would be quick and painless. Mullah O'Grady, or Sheikh Ahmed bin Abu bin Artoon, to give him his assumed Muslim name, lay dead on the floor alongside Jake Mulholland, both men reduced to near colanders by the number of 9mm bullets that had carved their way through their bodies. Blackwell didn't hear the car drive away. He stumbled towards the table and collapsed onto the chair, his feet walking through a rapidly spreading pool of blood. He had had enough. He had tried to do what was best for the country, but he was now submerged in an orgy of killing that was straight out of Hollywood's most gruesome action movie. Inspector Andy Blackwell decided to leave the force, and this time his decision would be final. How much longer would his luck hold out, and why was he still alive? Chapter 45. A surprise meeting. The drive to the new counterterrorism headquarters from the scene of the shooting, the old farm building and room where Mohammed had received his de-radicalization program, took no more than 15 minutes. Parking outside the main entrance to the building, against orders, Blackwell slammed the door behind him as he entered, and bounded up the 1 flight of steps 2 at a time, to be met at the top of the stairs by Slade. "That's it, sir. I quit. And this time there is no way that you or anyone else is going to talk me out of it." "Okay, Andy." Chief Inspector Slade had a wry grin on his face as he spoke. "Let's go into the office and sort out the paperwork." Suspicious at Slade's almost flippant response, Blackwell followed him into the main office. 2 steps in, he stopped dead in his tracks at the sight of both Rebecca and Aisha, sitting by the large yet quite incongruous desk, across which was scattered reams of paperwork in a completely random fashion. "What the devil are you 2 doing here?" Blackwell was open-mouthed. "And why are you involved, Rebecca? This whole bloody mess has now become too dangerous, and it's time for a long, long holiday, possibly a permanent one, 1,000,000 miles away from this Muslim shithole. Do you want to sit in on our little discussion, Andy, or would you rather throw your dummy out of the pram and walk away? You have absolutely no idea what I have just been through, sir, and I have no idea why I am still alive. Sit down, Andy. The girls have something interesting to tell you. We will discuss your resignation as our atomized molecules float around the atmosphere in a cloud of nuclear dust. Until then, I need you on board." Slade suddenly felt quite pleased at his little burst of eloquence. "Okay, Aisha, forget that Andy and I are cops, and start at the beginning as soon as Mohammed arrives. That should only be a matter of minutes. Until then, why don't we have a cup of tea?" Muhammad arrived perhaps 15 minutes after Slade had indicated, and sat down at the table across from the two girls, looking and studying everyone in the room for signs of nervousness or aggression. Slade had been abrupt and straight to the point over the phone. Maybe his hemorrhoids were playing up again. He chuckled audibly at the thought. Both Aisha and Rebecca in turn began piecing together their story in front of the three disbelieving men. Your victim's name was Abu Malik Baghdadi, by the way. Slade interrupted the girl's story. Although he crossed borders under a number of aliases, Interpol confirmed the fingerprints that I had sent over. He was the most wanted criminal and arms dealer in the world, and the damned Germans had been tracking him for months, without informing either Interpol or the Americans. The question is why? Not just why were they tracking him, but why did they not inform anyone else, and enlist our group expertise when they have been members of our European counter-terrorist group for the last 2 years? Baghdadi was the middleman who put together the whole deal with the North Koreans. He was also the man who supplied them with details of the nuclear miniaturization process that the Americans had been keeping secret for over 20 years. So much for mutual cooperation. So I was right in my assumption that the whole series of events to date have been pretty much a smokescreen. The main course is yet to come. It appears that way, Andy. It's what is about to happen in the near future that is our major concern at the moment. Carry on, please, girls. Hold on a second, Aisha. Blackwell stroked his chin as he thought. His eyes appeared to be blank, staring at nothing in particular. The room remained silent. He began speaking again. There was something that O'Grady said that didn't register at the time. He said that we were all being played like fiddles, and despite being the most senior Muslim cleric in the land, it was as if he was aware of it, but not in control of it. So, who is playing us if not him? Who is the controller? The actions of the Germans also appear suspicious. You said O'Grady, Andy. Who is O'Grady? You had better explain what went off this morning before the girls continue with their story. It must have been pretty serious to have prompted your resignation request. Or should I say demand? By the way, request and demand denied. Blackwell recounted the details of the morning's events, a shaking Rebecca gasping at the thought of her precious Andy being torn apart by machine gun fire. A puzzled look crossed Slade's face as he spoke. Why would anyone deliver the mullah to you like a trussed-up turkey, only to blow his brains out, Andy, unless of course it wasn't him that they were really after? In which case, as you are still alive, it could only have been Jake, the fat American, that was the target. But why? Blackwell closed his eyes and slowly shook his head as he spoke. Perhaps Jake was getting a little too close to the identity of the mastermind of the plot, the controller. Maybe the Muslims have bugger all to do with the whole charade after all. No, that definitely isn't the case, Muhammad spoke. I have been trying to follow up the lead for weeks now. There is a definite link to the mosque, and that perverted old bastard that has just been killed was in it up to his bollocks. I'll stake my life on that. We tied up the kid Andy. Rebecca looked nervously at Blackwell as both her and Aisha continued their account of events. He was still alive when we left him, so why would anyone kill him? Rebecca's voice had quivered, exposing the lie to both Slade and Muhammad. Blackwell heard what he wanted to hear. No witnesses. Pretty obvious, really. Whoever took the mullah must have killed the kid. Blackwell sounded convincing. Slade's mind momentarily flashed to the two clerics, with the pigs' heads attached. Didn't the only witness mention something about a woman dressed in a burqa going into the house with him? He decided to remain silent on the matter. He needed both Muhammad and Blackwell fully focused. When you said that you took photographs, Aisha, where are they? Slade recognized the negotiating power that such stuff would have when dealing with the Muslim community. This was a windfall, something that no Muslim could ever allow to go public. I would guess that the mayor's monkey, Charles, would have taken the camera. I was simply instructed to take the compromising photographs and to leave the camera on the bed. Charles, Slade exploded. How the hell do you know that he was involved? The ignorant swine pushed us to one side as we left the lift. Aisha sounded angry. I am looking forward to dealing with him when the time is right. Careful, girl. Blackwell broke in. The man is a professional. Ex-special forces, I would guess. And I am an amateur then, Andy? Is that what you really think? Aisha's confidence spilled over and filled the room. Everyone smiled. Blackwell held both hands above his head in a gesture of submission. Mohammed's face was expressively thoughtful as he spoke. You could well be onto something when you floated the idea that Jake's whereabouts and death was the reason for this entire episode, sir. He looked directly at Slade as he spoke. I am positive that there is an Islamic involvement. However, what would be the ultimate objective? Individual jihadists simply love blowing themselves up, and would jump at the chance of blowing London or New York to smithereens. But not the powers that be in this country, nor Europe, nor the Middle East for that matter. Those people have an agenda, and they are well aware that any such action would be the end of all future Islamic expansion into Europe. In fact, it would trigger a civil, possibly even a worldwide war that they know they cannot possibly win. Technologically, they are light years behind the West. If we are being played like a fiddle, Muhammad, who is to say that the Muslim community aren't also being played? Bloody hell, Andy. Slade thumped his clenched fist on the desk as he spoke. We have come full circle. My initial gut feeling was CIA involvement when we first discovered the clerics with the pig's heads. Muhammad's earlier comment about following the money is beginning to make sense. Both Jake and Mullah Ram Jam O'Grady were CIA operatives, and who's to say that the mayor and his stooge Charles aren't up to their necks in it? Supposing the dead arms dealer was working for them as well, who is still left standing? Why the mayor then, sir? It doesn't make any sense. What has he to gain from it all? Maybe I can answer that question, Andy. Aisha broke in. Maybe the man is operating to his own personal revenge agenda. He lost his only son in the 9/11 attack, and his wife committed suicide shortly afterwards. I have done my research on the man, and what isn't public knowledge is the fact that he spent 6 months in a private institution for the mentally unbalanced. Why would you want to know so much about the mayor then, Aisha? Aren't I good enough for you? The room laughed at Muhammad's exaggerated, pained expression. I am a professional lover boy, and when someone is paying me as much money as he was for what were relatively simple assignments, my nose smells fish. You were working for the bloody mayor, Aisha. Slade sounded annoyed. Why the hell didn't you tell us? I didn't know until this morning, Stephen. Everything is done discreetly through agents in my profession. No one knows anyone else. It can only ever operate that way. How did you find out then? Muhammad was intrigued. Let's just say that I have contacts that can reverse engineer financial transactions and end up at the source. The money that appeared in my Swiss bank account was followed all the way back to the council coffers. Does no one ever audit those accounts? Is nothing sacred in this bloody world? Slade shook his head as he spoke. With the deaths of Jake and O'Grady, we are still no nearer to finding the missing nukes. Where the hell are they? Who is in charge of them? And where the hell are they intended for? There appears to be only one solution to that problem, sir. Yes, Andy. I guess that we will have to have a word with his lordship the mayor, no less. Muhammad laughed out loud. This sounds very much like a job for the professionals, sir. He is going to be mighty suspicious if we try to arrange a meeting. What do you think, girls? No way, Blackwell almost shouted. It's much too dangerous. I don't want Rebecca involved. Rebecca smiled reassuringly as she spoke. I will be all right, Andy. Besides, who else is going to take care of Aisha? She hasn't finished her training yet. Slade and Muhammad grinned. Blackwell's face betrayed a different emotion. Aisha burst out laughing as she spoke. My partner and I do not work for free, nor do we come cheap. So gentlemen, to whom do I send the invoice? As if choreographed, and on cue, all three men in the room simultaneously closed their eyes and slowly shook their heads. Both Rebecca and Aisha's faces betrayed smug satisfaction as Aisha again spoke. Don't you simply love being in charge, Rebecca, my dear? God will certainly approve if she is looking on. Just a minute. Mohammed suddenly became animated. What was that about a Swiss bank account, Aisha? How much money do we have in it? A suicide bomber atomized himself in the distance. No one in the room paid any attention. They were too busy laughing. Even the small villages and tiny hamlets were now targets. No town or village was immune. The terrorists had changed tack in order to avoid the ever-present security forces in the major cities. City bombings were now old hat, and within one day of an atrocity had become old news. Dead bodies were no longer terribly newsworthy unless the numbers were great enough, or children were involved. The people of Europe having developed a sanguine, ostrich-like approach to something over which they had no control. Surely things will improve, they constantly told themselves. The politicians have said so. Village bombs were now perceived as being far more effective with the added advantage of killing less Muslims. Were these suicide bombers lone wolf attacks, or was the Muslim community still living under the illusion that sooner or later, the Western world would capitulate and voluntarily become subservient to the 1400-year-old jihad, all in the name of the Prophet? Maybe even they were unaware of the impending Holocaust awaiting them just beyond the horizon. Chapter 46. Reality. Andy. Haven't you worked it out yet, Andy? You have become trapped in a time warp, a redundant concept governed by your misplaced sense of loyalty to a time and place that no longer exists. Blackwell closed his eyes and remained stubbornly silent. He did not want to hear what Rebecca was saying. She had been so perfect, so everything that he had ever wanted in a woman. What had she now become? She was a killer. How could she kill a child? He knew that she had killed him, but had blocked out the unpalatable reality of it all. It had surfaced with a vengeance as he had got home. They were sat together in his home, he on the settee, Rebecca on the chair facing him. She had come to sit next to him, and he had rejected her. He had forcibly pushed her away, banished her from his own cozy utopian version of reality, away from his life forever. The world has changed, Andy. Rebecca was almost pleading. When are you going to open your eyes and see what is happening all around you? I haven't changed. I am simply adapting, evolving. What you are failing to see is Darwinian theory, paradoxically being played out in both real time and reverse. Blackwell opened his eyes and looked deeply into the mesmerizing eyes of the woman that he loved. He had done the psychology degree. Rebecca was now moving into his territory. I felt the change as I watched that filthy barrister fall from the building that day, Andy. His clothes were on fire and he was screaming in agony. I wanted it to last longer. I wanted him to burn in hell. Blackwell's expression betrayed a hint of disgust. Don't you see, Andy? We were surrounded by hundreds of nice people, men, women, and children, who were either dead or dying. I couldn't feel sorry for them without feeling completely the opposite emotion for the barrister, who was no more than a useless piece of human garbage. One emotion counterbalanced the other, and helped to create some form of equilibrium. Without that balancing of emotions, I would have disappeared into a pool of self-righteous pity from which I may never have emerged. Blackwell looked thoughtfully at the picture of his mother that was hanging on the wall behind Rebecca before speaking. In many of her actions, and much of her phraseology, Rebecca reminded him of his mother, a quite beautiful woman, yet an unstoppable force of nature when provoked. Why then am I trapped in a time warp, Rebecca? Are you saying that I and my entire profession are no more use than some extinct dinosaurs? Rebecca experienced a feeling of sudden relief. At last he had come out of his shell and was responding. Maybe she could salvage something out of the situation and begin the rebuilding process. Time warp, Andy? Well, let me think. You are a good man, Inspector Blackwell. However, your color perception is a little suspect. It may come as a surprise for you to find that unlike the law of the land, the law of life on Earth isn't always black or white. Life is usually clothed in various shades of gray, all of which are governed by Darwinian theory, as opposed to the absolute laws that you as a policeman and I as a barrister have to adhere to. The 200,000 years that Homo sapien has been around have created, and to a certain degree established, rules of life and survival. These rules have usually followed the principles put forward in Darwin's Origin of Species. However, we are now seeing a reversal of these rules. For the first time in human history, thanks to Islam, we are reverse engineering ourselves and are devolving instead of evolving. Surely in this day and age, the rules formulated over the 200,000 years are now established laws throughout the world, not just theory or custom and practice. Blackwell shook his head and held out his hands questioningly. Of course they are, Andy. But a new player has entered the game, and the rules have either changed or are being completely ignored. You know that. The game of life, in fact evolution itself, has gone into reverse. The Muslims have brought in a whole different set of rules and are quite happy to sacrifice virtually everyone on the planet in order to implement them. A basic principle of all forms of life on Earth has always been self-preservation at whatever cost. Never before in history has any species actively wanted to kill its individual self. Their rules, unlike our rules, and to a certain extent our laws, have been set in stone for 400 years and are unchallengeable and completely irreversible. Darwin even changed his mind over the phrase, the survival of the fittest. He much preferred to replace the word fittest with the phrase, the most adaptable. Remember, Andy, in Islam, religion is faith over reason. There is no law formulated by mankind that takes precedence over Allah's word, as written in the Quran. That is why they will never change or adapt to our world. And I am not adapting then, Rebecca. Not true, Andy. I wouldn't go so far as to say that, as it would be insulting. The truth is that the law of the land is not adapting. The accepted law of life itself is not adapting. The time warp that I referred to is what is trapping you and every non-Muslim in a straitjacket. The Muslims, on the other hand, are obeying their own laws that run contrary to ours, and we have neither the political will nor the judicial tools to counteract them. Okay then, Rebecca, how does all of this fit in with or justify contract killing? It doesn't, Andy. I never said that it did. The only defense that I can offer, and being a barrister, I know that it wouldn't stand up in court, is that I am adapting to the new circumstances in life that I am forced to face. Through no fault of my own, I no longer have access to any means of feeding and clothing myself, and soon I would have been homeless. When Aisha offered me the opportunity to reverse the situation, I adapted to a world that was falling apart all around me. I would have looked after you, Rebecca. You know that. After today's episode, Andy, you have enough of a problem looking after yourself. A stray bullet would have been the end for you. Add to that the bomb outside the mosque as we sat having a drink, Charles holding a gun to your head, also the 3 assassins that Aisha killed in the pub, and it is fair to say that few bookmakers would be taking bets on your survival. Blackwell burst out laughing. That's why they call me Teflon Andy. Rebecca laughed before once again turning serious. You have to adapt if you want to survive, Andy. We all have a duty to stop the reversal of civilization that is taking us back into the Stone Age. If the law of the land cannot react quickly enough to prevent it, then you have to ignore the accepted rules of civilization. By killing people, Rebecca? Whatever it takes, Andy. Whatever it takes. Sometimes, the means justifies the end. Blackwell's expression turned whimsical. And what would Lady Socrates' response be to a philosophical suggestion regarding a bloody good rogering, with or without the hemlock? Rebecca smiled demurely, stood up, and taking him by the hand, led Inspector Andy Blackwell gently in the direction of the bedroom. Chapter 47. Reality Muhammad. Come on, Aisha. We've got to talk. I've kept quiet for long enough. Aisha sat up in bed, and flicking her head to one side, sent her long black hair behind her, revealing a face of not only extreme beauty, but of a hidden depth of power, confidence, perhaps even invulnerability. Talk about what, lover boy? Surely my body says everything that you need to hear. You know what I mean. Whose side are you really on? You know that I can't answer that, Muhammad. I may love you, but I have only ever been on my side. I cannot take sides in a job like mine. I can never create enemies, and can only ever be viewed as an unknown employee who does the job that I am paid to do. The person that takes out the contract has to be the enemy if anyone seeks reprisals. You cannot take revenge out on a weapon. Is that how you really view yourself? Nothing more than a weapon. Isn't there even a hidden spark of humanity somewhere? Don't you have feelings for your victims? What if they have wives, children, mothers, and fathers? Does that not worry you? You are being unfair. I don't see why. What kind of a world do you think that we live in, Muhammad? This world isn't filled with fluffy pink bunny rabbits. It is full of sharks. Sharks that will not only eat you alive if you allow them to, but sharks that will disembowel you just for the loose change in your pocket. If a contract is laid, you can guarantee that some form of shark has laid it, and a shark is on the receiving end. Muhammad sat up in bed and looked deep into Aisha's eyes as he spoke. What if the target isn't a shark, and you are aware of that? Then, my training kicks in. I close my mind to any form of emotion, and simply get on with the job. That simple? Yes, that's simple. Muhammad closed his eyes for a few seconds before speaking. I'm worried that you may have underestimated Charles, you know. He looks shit hot to me. I wouldn't like to tangle with him. Don't worry, lover boy, I can handle Charles. How come you're so sure of that, Aisha? I know every move that he will make. Charles is the man that taught me. He works for both Mossad and the CIA. Mossad? The Israeli intelligence services? Correct. Oh shit, Aisha. This means that Mossad and the CIA are up to their necks in this whole crock of shit, and we have been looking in the opposite direction. What is their end game? Have you any idea? Not really, as I have been kept out of the loop, but I can take a pretty good guess as to what they want to happen. The world versus Islam, and America and Israel to come out squeaky clean and to share out the spoils. How does that sound? Nice to see that you at least learned something at Oxford, and didn't spend all of your time shagging, lover boy. Speaking of which. An assassin's hand slid under the bedclothes, and with unerring accuracy found its target. Chapter 48. Rome. Bloody hell, Andy. I'm not looking forward to this meeting. Chief Inspector Stephen Slade stroked his chin as he spoke. The plane was due to arrive in Rome in 20 minutes, and neither Slade nor Blackwell could decide whether or not to let the security representatives of the other European countries in on the information that they were now privy to. Muhammad's information on Charles had come as a bombshell, and was probably the final piece of the jigsaw puzzle that had been keeping Blackwell awake at nights. Each of them agreed in principle that the only solution to the European, in fact, the worldwide Islamic problem, was its complete elimination from the world that it did not belong in. They could keep the worthless shithole that was the Middle East and North Africa, just so long as their barbaric Stone Age beliefs no longer came into contact with the civilized world. What about him? Blackwell flicked his head to one side. Joseph Boris Radcliffe, Lord Mayor of London, was seated a few seats behind them, alongside Charles, his faithful lapdog. Forget about him for the time being, Andy. I just hope that he doesn't give too much away at the meeting. How much do you think he knows, sir? Every bloody thing. I wouldn't be surprised if he isn't orchestrating the entire show. He's a devious bastard, that's for sure, and has been leading us up the garden path for weeks. Blackwell smiled as he spoke. Maybe he isn't so bad after all, sir. If you remember, Charles tried pretty damned hard to bring me in on the whole thing right from the off. All those notes. Are you with us, Andy? I agreed to work with them, but something frightened them off. Slade burst out laughing. That was your fault, Andy. You de-radicalized Muhammad and brought him into our little circle. I could tell that the mayor wasn't too happy with it from day one. and from his contacts at the mosque he was always going to be a danger to them. Why kill the cleric O'Grady though, sir? You know the answer to that one, Andy. You told me yourself, can't you remember? Of course. Money. Follow the money. If the CIA wouldn't pay him what he wanted, he must have threatened to sell the nuclear devices to the Muslims. One of these days, Andy Blackwell, when you have learned how to play the politics game, you may well make a bloody decent detective. Both men laughed out loud. The mayor of London craned his head to listen in. There is, of course, one other possibility though, sir. Go on, Andy, scare the shits out of me. Maybe, just maybe, someone has moved the goalposts and has decided to change the original plan. They would then have to eliminate everyone who was in the loop. Someone like the mayor? Maybe. Then of course they would be in a position to control all the final destinations of the devices. The plane landed heavily at Rome Airport. Slade and Blackwell kept their distance from Charles and the mayor as they passed through customs. Tomorrow was to see the meeting of all the European representatives, not just those present at the meeting in the tiny English hamlet. There was just something about an imminent nuclear threat that caught everyone's attention. Chapter 49. Lies and Deceit. They are all lying, Andy. Not all of them, sir. I've been observing their mannerisms and voice inflections. The new guys are completely in the dark as to what is going off. The mob that were at the meeting in England are up to their bollocks in it. I would say that we are sat with the main instigators of whatever plot is being hatched. Naturally enough, the mayor is in the same shit heap with them, only he is up to his neck. And there was I wondering why the department had lumbered me with a boffin with a useless psychology degree when I had requested a real detective. I guess that you were just lucky, sir. The two men were sat at the back of the room, slightly out of earshot of the other people present. Mario, the tall, swarthy, former Italian diplomat, was chairing the meeting, and as Slade began to people watch following Blackwell's comments, he finally began to understand the department's decision to attach Blackwell to the counterterrorism section. The people who had been present at the previous meeting were calm, composed, and fully in control of their emotions, unlike the newer recruits, the Swiss representative in particular, appearing to be permanently on the verge of passing out. Slade could smell their fear. He could feel their concern, possibly even terror at the very mention of the nuclear word. This was all new to them. Someone had upped the ante, and they were no longer dealing with a few fanatical suicide bombers. They hadn't had the time to absorb the possibility of a nuclear explosion in their own capital cities. They had to return as soon as possible. Martial law was surely needed to counter such a threat, so why were half of the people in the room treating the whole thing as no more than another day at the office? Slade's attention returned to the matter in hand. No one knows the present whereabouts of these devices. The German representative was responding to the question posed by the mayor of London. I do, however, have it on good authority that none of the countries whose representatives are now present in this room are a target. Blackwell's brain almost exploded. The German's face had twitched twice as he had spoken. He's lying. Turning to face Slade, he went on quietly. He knows exactly where they are, and I will bet your pension that he is aware of the targets. A German plot, Andy, and leave my pension out of it. No, sir. He is just a player. We have got to get all of these people back to England under some pretense or other, and enlist the services of Aisha. We have to get the German bastard to tell us whatever it is that he is hiding. Aisha will almost certainly involve Rebecca, Andy. Is that what you want? It's all about reverse evolution, sir. The survival of the most adaptable. Haven't you ever read Darwin's Origin of Species? Sometimes you worry me, Inspector Blackwell, with all this New Age psychology crap. Don't forget that Darwin died in the 19th century. The Prophet Muhammad died in the 7th century, sir, and he is now a bigger pain in the arse than he ever was. Point conceded, Inspector Blackwell. Now stop being an equal pain in the arse, and work out how to bring this mob back to England. Excuse me, gentlemen. The mayor of London stood up from his seated position at the front of the room. It appears that the rather strong Italian coffee is begging for its freedom. The other men present broke into laughter. Like wise gentlemen, the German also stood up to leave the room. My constitution is more used to German beer than strong Italian coffee. The laughter continued. Slade turned cold, and as the two men left the room, took out his mobile phone. Sorry, gentlemen. He spoke in a loud, authoritative voice as he looked at the phone. I have just received an urgent text regarding the whereabouts of the nuclear devices, and I have to ring my office. Inspector Blackwell, please accompany me. I may need your advice. Outside the room, Slade and Blackwell caught a fleeting glimpse of the mayor, together with Charles and the German representative disappearing rapidly around a corner in the corridor. Blackwell read the situation. It's attached to the door, sir. Both men ran along the corridor in the direction of the departing mayor, to be blown off their feet by the force of the explosion. The directionally programmed bomb blew the office door inwards, the blast wave and accompanying flame consuming all in its path. There were no survivors, only charred remains. Another Islamic terrorist atrocity, the TV and papers reported worldwide. The final link in the chain now awaited connection. The final piece in the jigsaw was only days away from its unveiling, at which time it would be slipped neatly into place. Chapter 50. The final days. Neither the mayor nor Charles were on the return flight from Rome. Both Slade and Blackwell spoke in hushed tones, neither man being aware of why. They had escaped death by seconds, and only the slight, almost imperceptible wink by the mayor, together with an equally imperceptible nod from the German representative, had set Slade's alarm bells ringing. Psychology, sociology, or whatever modern-day ology they called it, Slade felt a depth of gratitude towards Blackwell. People watching would never again be the same. When deceit was the intent, every facial expression disguised a hidden meaning. Every mannerism had a purpose. Every gesture told a story. Why, sir? Blackwell shook his head slowly as the aircraft taxied along the Rome runway. If the initial group that were at the UK meeting were in on it, what would be the point in killing them? Slade looked down at nothing in particular for fully 30 seconds before responding. Which countries were represented at the first meeting, Andy? Holland, Belgium, France, Germany, Austria, and Italy, plus of course ourselves. Why do you ask, sir? It's just a thought, Andy, but a fucking horrible one. If you take us and Germany out of the equation, that leaves 5 countries and 5 capital cities, all of which are overrun with Muslim immigrants, all of whom are pushing for the implementation of Sharia law. Basically, Andy, it is the beginning of the end of Western civilization as we know it, and will be replaced by the barbarism of a backward 7th century bunch of Arab mongrels. Leave Britain and Germany in, however, and we are back up to 7 countries and 7 capitals. And 7 nuclear devices, sir. You are right though, sir. It is a horrible thought, but nevertheless a very realistic one. So far there has been no limit to the death toll that has occurred regardless of age, sex, or religion, so there is no morality or humanity whatsoever involved. The question then is, where are the missing 2 nukes destined for if not London or Berlin? America perhaps. You are the one with the psychology degree, Andy. What is a dangerous, possibly psychopathic mind like the mayor's planning? I would say that it is pretty safe to assume that the representatives of the other 5 countries were initially in on the plot, and therefore were aware of the nuclear targets. For some reason or other, the mayor and his German co-conspirator have eliminated the other 5, and now have a free hand in choosing their own targets. But why? Back to square one and day one again, sir. What is the primary objective? I still have an overwhelming hunch that the elimination of Islam is at least one of the goals. And if you follow the money, it certainly makes sense, at least from an American perspective. As for the Israeli view, it ticks all the boxes, and I do mean all of them. When we get back, Andy, I would like to call a meeting and have Mohammed and the girls present. We have to find out what is really going on and how to stop it." Blackwell grinned, before bursting into silent laughter. "Why would we want to stop it, sir? It is simply the survival of the most adaptable. It is no more than Darwinian theory, with a helping hand from the Western world to speed it along a little. Perhaps if we took a back seat and allowed evolution to run its course, we may well end up with something that is considerably more equitable to a good lifestyle than having bombings, stonings, and beheadings in the streets of our capital." "You mean that you are finally with them after all then, Andy?" "I didn't really say that, sir. But the idealism that initially came with the job seems to have evaporated." Slade burst out laughing before speaking. "Welcome to the police force, Andy. I always had faith in you joining our ranks one day." Chapter 51. A joining of forces. Back in the new offices in the little hamlet, the five of them sat around the old table. There was a different feeling among them, perhaps a mood of quiet resignation accompanied by a feeling of tingling expectation. At last, the illogical events of the last few weeks were beginning to make sense. After running around in circles chasing their tail, the future appeared to have developed some structural form. The last piece in the jigsaw puzzle was still missing, as was the whereabouts of the nuclear devices. But as long as the mayor remained in London, it was extremely unlikely that the capital was on the target list. Mohammed broke the silence. "It's a plot to eliminate Islam from the West, no more, no less." "You were the one that always spoke about following the money, Mohammed. Why the sudden change of heart?" Blackwell looked deep into Mohammed's eyes, looking for signs of doubt. There were none. He continued. "You spoke about the petrodollar and the need for America to reinforce its prominence in order to simply stay afloat. Eliminate the Muslims from the Western world, Andy, and the Middle East will automatically erupt into the interreligious, intertribal warfare that surfaces almost on a daily basis. Only this time, their countries will literally revert back to the 7th century. There is no way that their country's economy can be sustained without Western assistance." Blackwell grinned as he spoke. "Presumably, the West will absolve itself of its debt to these countries and simply wipe the slate clean? Don't forget that almost all of the Muslim assets are locked up in every Western country. Confiscate these assets, return them to the state, and the Western world becomes awash with wealth overnight. I hate to say this, but what is happening is virtually a carbon copy of my thesis at Oxford. I got into a shitload of trouble over it, and had to virtually rewrite the entire thesis." "Who had to rewrite it, lover boy?" "Okay, Aisha helped me a little perhaps." Aisha and Rebecca grinned at each other. Both women had highly intelligent partners, but in the IQ stakes, girl power unquestionably prevailed. Slade had stayed silent so far. His mind wasn't thinking of either money or any form of transitional power or influence. His mind was occupied by Israel. Somehow, Israeli involvement held the key to both the past and the future course of events. Of that he was sure. But where the hell did the nuclear suicide belts fit in? Islamic infiltration was more than well underway, and in a couple of generations, they will have achieved the overwhelming balance of power due to unrestricted immigration and breeding. Sweden had already moved over to Sharia law, and Sharia courts now operated almost exclusively in all Islamic civil matters throughout Europe. What did the Israelis have to gain? Was it land, wealth, power, or simply something so mundane as a few billion barrels of oil? The two main CIA operatives had been eliminated, one of them being the most senior and influential Muslim cleric in Britain. Unless there was another big player hiding in the wings, the only link to events both past and present was the mayor of London and his sidekick Charles. Hans, the mayor's German co-conspirator, also worried him. Why the hell were the Germans involved? He had been pretty clued up on the makeup and effectiveness of the nuclear devices, and knew more than he was letting on about the dead arms dealer. Where did he fit in? What do you think, Stephen? Rebecca reverted to Slade's Christian name, as she broke his chain of thought. Blackwell became uncomfortable. If he addressed Chief Inspector Slade as Sir, surely it was a matter of courtesy for Rebecca to also address him as Sir. Slade joined the present, putting his tangled thoughts on hold. Sorry, Rebecca. I was thinking about something else. What was the question again? What should we do about the mayor? He has tried to kill all of us on several occasions these past few weeks. We have to take both him and Charles out of the equation before he gets lucky. Slade's face broke into a big grin as he spoke. Where would that leave us, Rebecca? Everyone else who could possibly have answered any of our questions is dead. Is it sensible to take out the last remaining straw that we are left to hold on to before we all drown in both a nuclear and a civil war hell? No, ladies and gentlemen. We have lost the battle that we have been fighting without truly knowing who our enemy has been. We have to join forces with the mayor if necessary. He currently holds all the aces, and we are no nearer than we were on day one. Are you with us, Andy? I agree, sir. Blackwell broke in, a knowing grin creasing his handsome face. Mohammed, Rebecca, and Aisha reluctantly nodded their agreement. Chapter 52. The Final Solution. I have been waiting for your call for the last few days now, Stephen. What took you so long? Slade smiled contemptuously at the cocksure, overconfident tone in the mayor's voice. He knew full well that the mayor knew that they had come up against a brick wall. All trails had gone cold, and other than wait for the inevitable destruction of who knows what or where, there had to be a meeting of bodies, if not a meeting of minds. I have been working on your retirement package, Stephen, and with your imminent promotion to superintendent, I think that your desire to join your old adversaries in Marbella on an equal footing is no longer an unrealistic dream. Yes, Stephen, I know all about your retirement plans. I have been recording every conversation that both Inspector Blackwell and you have been having for many months now. At least I was until someone blew up the whole bloody station. It is worth remembering that I am privy to a slightly larger budget than the one that I allocate for your department, which is probably as well, as the three of you, I'm including Mohammed in this, have proved to be quite an impressive team and have diligently followed every lead that I have given to you. We will all meet up in my office tomorrow at 11:30 sharp. On no account must anyone be late, or you will miss all the fun. Please bring Mohammed and the girls along. Everyone will be perfectly safe, Stephen. You have my word on that. Slightly before 11:30 the following morning, the five of them walked down the council corridor and into the mayor's empty office, accompanied by a slim secretary, who disappeared for no more than 30 seconds before returning with a tray containing 5 cups of coffee. The 3 men and 2 women sat themselves around the impressive oval mahogany table, admiring the sheer size and opulence of an office large enough to double as a meeting room, contrasting sharply with the bare functionality of the police equivalent that Slade had become accustomed to for so many years. Mohammed's eyes shifted to the magnificent ornate chandelier as his mind recalled his last visit to the room. His left hand moved to feel the small scar on the side of his body. He smiled. For several hours he had mourned the loss of his kidney before finally realizing the deception. Aisha froze, her eyes turning wolf as the Lord Mayor of London, Joseph Boris Radcliffe, entered the room together with the silver-haired Charles and Hans, the German counter-terrorism representative. Aisha and Charles locked eyes before Charles spoke. It's good to see you again, Aisha. You always were my favorite pupil, and with age and experience you have improved beyond my wildest expectations. I do hope that we never have to lock horns together, as it would be a great pity to kill such a beautiful creature. Mohammed glared. Your advancing years appear to have muddled your brain somewhat, Charles. Aisha's eyes returned to human form. You were never in the same league. You lacked both class and subtlety. You also seem to have conveniently forgotten the 2 occasions that I saved your life. The mayor interrupted the exchange, holding the palms of both hands forward as he did so. It's good to see that we are all friends. Now can we please get on with business? Business, sir? I would hardly describe the events of the last few weeks as business. Blackwell assumed the most serious voice that he could muster. I guess that you are perhaps referring to the little incident in Rome. Or could it be the altercation with Jake and the mullah, Inspector Blackwell? Mullah O'Grady got greedy and tried to indulge in a little blackmail. Not a good idea when the CIA have been paying your salary for the past 20 years. And Jake Mulholland, sir? Ah, that was an unfortunate necessity. Apparently, he had a sudden outbreak of conscience and threatened to scupper all of our plans by informing the offices of the U.S. President. Slade looked confused. What difference would that make if America was already involved in the initial planning? Who said anything about America, Stephen? The mayor burst out laughing as he continued. No American president has ever been aware of what the CIA are up to, unless of course they wanted him to know. The mayor shifted his gaze and faced Blackwell. Inspector Blackwell, I have made your field promotion permanent, and with Chief Inspector Slade's imminent retirement, it is my intention to recommend that you take charge of the counterterrorism department. The position naturally carries the rank of Chief Inspector. You will become the youngest Chief Inspector in the country. Rebecca dear, you have been appointed the London Council's Chief Legal Officer, and as Charles plans to return to Israel in the next couple of weeks, I will be looking for a competent assistant. Aisha, my dear, you are a most suitable candidate. That only leaves Mohammed. I will have to sleep on that one. The room knew that they had been bought, set up, and trussed up without being able to offer any form of resistance. Bought, lock, stock, and barrel. So what? The world was going to hell in a handcart anyway, so why not take the best offer that they were ever likely to get? I would make a rather good community relations officer, with the Muslims of London, sir. Everyone grinned as Mohammed tried his luck. There will be no Muslims in London, Mohammed. That is why I have convened this meeting, so it would perhaps be a good idea to change your name, and an even better one to be quick about it. With that, the mayor glanced at the large clock on the wall. I would guess that you have little more than 5 minutes, Mohammed. Then your time is up. The mayor looked slowly at everyone in the room in turn, before continuing in a quavering voice. Sadly, none of you will be paid for your new employment, as there isn't sufficient time. It was just my idea of a little joke. I really must apologize for your brief tingle of excitement, only to be followed by the deflation. The mood in the room suddenly changed. The atmosphere became charged. They had been set up. Aisha and Charles again locked eyes. Wolf's eyes. Would you be kind enough to explain, sir? Blackwell remained calm, ready to spring into action, one eye focusing on Charles. In no more than a few minutes, there will be simultaneous nuclear explosions in both Mecca and Medina, the holiest of all Sunni Muslim shrines in Saudi Arabia. No buildings in either city will be left standing. These will be followed 2 minutes later by similar nuclear explosions in the Arab sector of Jerusalem, and in Tehran, the Shia capital of Iran. The room went silent, and brains became numbed as the sheer scale of imminent events tried unsuccessfully to sink in. Disbelief prevented entry. Blackwell was the first to speak, trying to disguise the panic that was welling up deep inside his body. And the other 3 nuclear devices, sir? The mayor looked slightly surprised. Rome, of course. Surely you must have worked that one out, Andy. Slap bang in the middle of Vatican City. The entire Christian world will take up arms against the Muslim invaders. This will be shortly followed by Berlin. If that fool Merkel hadn't allowed in all those damned illiterate Africans, we would probably have gone for Paris. Hans, the German, raised himself from his seat, and clicking his heels together, stood to attention. The traitor Merkel, together with her political conspirators, have to be punished for poisoning our bloodline. He spat out the words. The Führer wanted a pure Aryan race. Soon we will achieve his will. All impurity will be cleansed, and the Jews will finally be eliminated. Blackwell suddenly turned cold, his face almost glowing ghostly white, knowing what was coming next. That still leaves one, sir. His voice trembled. Slade, Mohammed, Aisha, and Rebecca all closed their eyes and prayed silently. Somehow, they also knew what was coming next. The Lord Mayor of London stood up from his chair and walked to the other side of the room before turning to face the others. I didn't want to ruin my figure by wearing the suicide belt, so it is discreetly hidden somewhere in the building. There is no point in running from it, as the blast radius is in excess of 5 miles in every direction. Why, Joseph? For fuck's sake, why? Slade screamed the last word. I have nothing to live for now, Chief Inspector, or should I say Superintendent. My son and my wife are dead because of Islam, and my life has never recovered. I have been walking dead for many years now. My legacy, however, will live on forever. This is not all of my doing. You have to understand that. I am no more than a pawn, and together with Hans we simply modified the initial plan. The German smiled and nodded, as the mayor continued. The CIA and the Israelis have been working on the plan for years now. That is one of the reasons why they indulged O'Grady for so long despite his sexual excesses. We simply allowed the Muslim hierarchy to think that they were going to have part of the action, and used the brief conflict between the Sunni and the Shia as a diversion until we were able to bring the nuclear devices in from North Korea. The Prime Minister obligingly offered me the services of the SAS, and under the able leadership of Charles, we were able to create the necessary diversion away from the real objective. That was well spotted, Inspector Blackwell. Your foresight was exemplary. Mohammed got it right almost from day one. You were too smart, son. If the rest of them had only followed the money as you suggested, they would have realized that the money trail led back to the Jews, just as it always has done and always will do. You were getting so close to the truth that I had to call in Charles to eliminate you. I didn't know that you carried your own personal bodyguard around with you. Why destroy the great capitals of Europe, sir? Surely the way to save civilization is not by destroying it. There must be another way. Don't be so naive and sentimental, Andy. All the European capitals are now predominantly Muslim. The natives have either moved to the countryside, or they have left the country altogether. The only way to eliminate the Islamic cancer is to bring in the military. Civil war will now finally erupt throughout Europe, and a major war will cataclysmically begin in the Middle East. Only Israel will not be involved, other than to foment the odd uprising where necessary. I think that you will find that Hans and the German government have their own plans for Israel. However, none of us will be around to see what they are. The mayor again looked up at the clock, and slowly shook his head, smiling as he did so, with both of his eyes lightly closed. You need to change your name quickly, Mohammed. We all now have precisely 15 seconds to say our goodbyes. It is probably of little consolation to you knowing that you were 90% right from day one. You made a fairly good team, all of you. I really must congratulate you. Blackwell threw his arms around Rebecca. Mohammed did the same with Aisha. All four of them had tears in their eyes as they embraced. Superintendent Stephen Slade, Joseph Boris Radcliffe, Lord Mayor of London, the greatest city in the world, and the silver-haired Charles, Mossad special agent, sat down for their last few seconds. Hans, the German, and bastard grandson of Adolf Hitler, again sprang to attention, throwing a Nazi salute. He stood proudly, knowing that he was to be instrumental in finishing the job that his Führer had begun. Earlier that morning, a German registered freighter carrying 20 miniaturized nuclear devices left an Eastern Asian port bound for an unknown Middle Eastern destination. An untraceable German bank account had forwarded the payment in advance. The Quran left no ambiguity over the matter. All Jews must be eliminated. In the name of the Prophet. The Quran was the pure word of Allah. It was unchallengeable, unquestionable, and irrevocable. Allahu Akbar. Sieg Heil.